Did anybody go that way to Central Avenue? Yes? No? Okay. I would tell everybody in the room to avoid that place. Stay on Beach Drive, okay? Your net worth decreases the farther you go on Central. It's really fun, though, when you're blacked out. So, day 2, again, I appreciate everybody for coming. And right now, I'm going to stall, so hopefully more people show up, so Allie has more people in here for the next 30 minutes. So you get me for 30 minutes to answer more questions and things of that nature. But I wanted to talk a little bit, because I've had a lot of conversations with people over the last 2 days. And I'm really trying to, what I can leave you here with that's going to actually help you. And then, as a byproduct, if you want to join my coaching program, you can do that, so I can help you even more on a more personal level every week, twice a week. So, with that said, by show of hands, do more people struggle getting clients or getting views? The views. What's more important to you, though? Getting views or getting clients? Clients. You're not wrong. But when it comes to getting clients, where specifically are people, do you not have leads coming in? Do you not have the ability to close them as clients? Or are you just trying to build a brand so you don't have to get clients? It's like, what you got over there?
It's all of the above. So for me, I sell beef at a team network.
You sell really good beef, by the way.
The best. It's hard to market, at least right now with my budget, because I'm up against a lot of beef. It's a picture I need.
Yeah.
Be there in person for a private thing, it's really legit. But I think having the views and social gives me credibility, so when I have that conversation, we pop it up. So it's actually hand in hand, it's not direct.
Got it. Well, you're on the right path. You're doing the right thing. So this is one of those, this is like a long-term game, and this is a very hard sell for most people, because if you sell content, which you're either selling content to yourself to make videos every day, hope they work, and then when they don't, you go, fuck, I still got to do it another day. And then you keep doing it until something works, and then you get that dopamine hit of that thing working, and then you go back this way and you're happy again, and then it doesn't work for a week, and then you get one video to work, and it's a constant push-pull. And that is how it is for everyone you follow on the internet. It never changes. Videos do good, videos do bad. Popularity increases, popularity decreases. Money goes up, money goes down, leads come in. And then you have the other side of the spectrum, which is you have all your organic sorted, and then you start spending more money on ads. But at the end of the day, whether you sell ads, or whether you do ads, or whether you make organic content, both sides of the coin, you make a fuck ton of videos. Whether you're just filming for ads, or you're filming for organic. I lean partial, obviously, as this room would know, to organic content. I think it's technically free to create. Meaning free as in you put a lot of your time in, you don't have to pay anybody to do it. But then you quickly run into a barrier, which is going to be, I can only make so many videos, because now I have all this footage and I don't have time to edit them, so I have to pay somebody to help me edit them. And then you start paying somebody, usually it's an outsourced editor overseas, and then you go back and forth with this editor for months because they just don't get your vision. And then you fire that editor, and then you go back to editing videos yourself. Longer and longer, and then you hire somebody else, and the same process continues, and then you do this 5 or 6 times, and you might find one Savannah who's like, wow, she's actually good. But then you're, oh shit, this is uncomfortable because she's not cheap. And you generally want to pay her or him more because you're like, they're fucking awesome, and I don't have to deal with all this bullshit. I just give them this stuff, and it works. And I don't have to think about it. And that's like how agencies are born. It's like they're born of 2 ways. Situation like Jaden, he got popular on the internet. And I may be wrong on this. Maybe you started with, I started with an agency mindset first because I was like, I was very early to TikTok, and I was like, at some point, the world is going to wake up and realize they need TikTok, which was a very long-winded, calculated risk, because that was like a year of me saying and convincing Kristen we're going to be rich. And then we weren't, and we weren't, and we weren't. And then I was working for free, as in giving, Chris, I think my friend Chris Barnard's coming today. I convinced him to give me 10% of all of his TikTok sales. To date, we've still made no money. And we grew his account to a couple 100,000 followers. He's still one of my best friends, though. But we realized really quickly, too, that was a bad offer because TikTok doesn't make any fucking money. And this is before the creator fund or whatever the fuck they call it to get you to make 1-minute videos so they can run more ads in your videos so they win, not you. You know? And with that said, I kept building case studies. And the more I grew on the internet, as in always treating my personal brand first, which if most of you guys would agree that I'm very personal brand centric, right? Like I'm very big on that. And I would encourage everyone in this room, if you don't get it by now, to spend or do whatever it takes to grow your personal following as big, as fast, and as humanly possible as you can. Like, because if my agency died tomorrow, I will make an Instagram story and I will make money. That doesn't happen, like I didn't start that. When I started the personal brand, I had the agency to fund everything. And by fund everything, I meant my life. Like it was very profitable when it was small. So a lot of you guys in here are at a small stage of your business. As the business stays small, and this is where I think a lot of people get stuck. They get stuck at the $30,000 to $50,000 a month mark, which is incredible money, don't get me wrong. Like, you know, if you're doing all of that yourself, to sustain on an agency level, like to make $30K a month, in my world, you need 3 clients. Because I would charge 3 clients $10,000 a month. My expectations on that are I'm traveling 3 times a quarter. I'm editing 6 videos a day, 7 days a week. That sounds like a shitty life. And I can tell you it is, because I do it. Like, and it was for a long time until I hired people and got help. And then it gets more enjoyable, but also the profits decrease. That, you know, back then it was, all the costs was me in a hotel room and 1 flight for 3 different people in a month. And I mean, but to be honest, I couldn't charge 10K back when it was profitable at 30K. We had like 6 clients paying 5K. Or 3 clients paying 3K, 1 paying 8K. Because it's like you have to keep raising your prices whenever you can to then offset, but then you have current clients that you're fulfilling for and you can't. In most cases, I have a hard time cutting people. Yes, I walk their prices up over time, but the hardest thing with content is the only way to really walk your price up is to edit more videos for them. It's very easy to take somebody from 3K to 6K. You know how you do it? You just say, I'll post twice a day. Everything stays the same, but we do twice a day. Well, now you have to make 2 videos a day for that person. And then, unless you want to work every weekend, you have to do like 7 or 8 videos a day, because then you can take the weekend off. But you don't get the weekend off because they are going to text you. And you still have to post their videos. Because to them, 7 days a week doesn't stop. And that's all of your clients. You know, you can get away with charging less and doing less volume, but to get the real clients that are going to pay 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12 plus per month, they require 7-day-a-week posting. They require attention on their account. And, you know, not saying this to, you know, I love the agency model. Like, and I shared it yesterday. The agency model is, in my opinion, if you hire 1 editor, and if you base it off what we know, which a good editor can edit 4 to 6 videos a day predictably. 1 of those videos every single day should be for your account. Ideally, it's 2 videos a day. And then you have 2 clients that then offset the cost of that. And as your personal brand grows, a natural thing happens. And Jade, maybe you can experience, the bigger you got, did people just want you to help them? Did you have to sell very hard to help people? You know, the easiest thing to do immediately is, okay, what's the price of my hour? People pay me $1,000 an hour all the time. Like, all the time. I could just do calls all week. You know, but again, that's an hour of my time. You know, back then I would just do this all day, but now it's like, okay, I don't have time to do that because I gotta, you know, work with the people on my team and I wanna grow this. But again, you guys really have to treat like the personal brand, because I do believe there's a window, and I think the window is closing where followers are going to disappear. I think they're gonna put like view counts and shit. I don't know what it's gonna look like, but TikTok doesn't care about followers. Do you guys in this room generally care about followers if you see somebody that you like? No, you just keep watching their videos. And you hope they show up again. Like, that's the reality of the internet and where it's going, is somebody has a video and it works. You, as, you know, let's say you watched the video all the way through. Now you just told Instagram or TikTok or YouTube or Facebook that you like this person. Then for the next like 3 days, you see all their stuff. If you don't watch another video from them, you go, fuck, who is that person? I watched that video the other day. Unless they get on your feed again with another really good viral video. And then you're like, oh, I got to follow that person. But then you follow them, and you still might not see their content because the same thing happens because the Instagram optimizes for watch time. And I know this, like, I say this because I like to know the reality of how things work. Like, there's people that talk on the internet and, like, sunshine and rainbows, but like, this is what the biggest people in the industry are talking about. This is what I talk to the clients about. This is what I talk. I mean, Frank, how many times have you heard me talk about followers on the coaching calls? They're dying, guys. Go viral every day. Yeah, like, it's all, like, because it's all they're focusing on. It's all they're optimizing for. It's what they're doing already. And then by the time it gets to people making videos about it on the internet, it's like too late. And this is where, like, you pay for mentorship, you pay for coaching, you pay for employees. It increases your speed, and that is something that has gotten a lot more, I guess, common. I was just speaking earlier. As I've grown, I've gotten very comfortable spending larger amounts of money. And when I mean large amounts of money, that's not just like, blowing $5,000 on a bottle at a club. I've done that many times. There's always positive ROI. You make money from that, guys. That's why we're doing that tonight at the party. Like, people love the party. More, just so you know, more people donated $100 to the after party than I made on the price of the pay what you want. People put $1 and $100. I'm like, all right, they give two shits about information, they just want to get drunk. But I optimize for that, So, with that said, one thing that I encourage agency owners to do, or even creators, that is, you're editing your own videos. It's like, if you pay somebody the amount that you charge somebody, it gives that an incredibly new meaning to you. Meaning, I didn't understand what a $10,000 a month client looked like until I paid $10,000 to my company. Or I paid $30,000 to join a mastermind. Or I paid 10 grand for a mastermind and a trip to go sit in a room. It levels your experience up. And I think it's important for, if you're struggling and you're editing all your own stuff, to also let go of the reins a little bit on who you're working with, to give them more freedom so you can just kind of chill out a little bit. Because most people in the room are selling, does anybody sell a $5,000 a month service right now? Have you bought a $5,000 a month service for yourself? You haven't? You have, okay. Did it feel different? Did your client experience for how you treat the clients change? Do you think you make more money because you know what that experience is like? You've done the same thing, you spent it? What's the most you spent on like a service-based business, like you're paying for a service?
I think it's
5,100. You sell a $10,000 a month thing, correct? By spending 51, can you now talk to people better that as you're selling products? Like, it is a direct correlation. So like, if I want to purchase a $20,000 service, I don't know what that's like until I've paid, or if I want to sell a $20,000 a month service, I don't know what that's like until I've paid for a $20,000 a month service. Because that's where people get messed up. You can sell high ticket. It's easy. If you're good at sales and charisma, you can sell this shit. But they don't talk about, unless you're a bad person, which I'm assuming nobody in this room is. If you're a bad person, you just don't give a shit, and you're like, well, fuck it, they're gonna cancel me anyways. I don't care what they get. It's like, no, generally you wanna help people get them results. Like, you fly to film with your clients, you do vlogs, there's a product attached to it, there's a relationship attached to it, and I promise you that relationship gets deeper the more money that's spent. And I think that's good. I don't shy away from that. Gives you scaling issues at a later date. But that's why a lot of people work with me. That's why Adley works with me. It's more the relationship, not the service. That's why Adley, it's like, I've been friends with Adley. Like, Adley was my lowest paying client for a long time. But we've been friends now for like 5 years, and now I promise you that money was worth it, And that is kind of the, when you're making investments and you're spending money and you're buying services, because I do think everyone in here should treat themselves as a client, and you should pay for a service, whether it's your own or another agency, to build your personal brand. Because it will allow you to know what that's like and sell more. Like, you will, instantly. The second I paid Eddie Maloof for coaching, I got better. The second it was the financial transaction of like, how uncomfortable that feels, how this is. But then you're like, when I'm talking to somebody, at Adley's last event, I was like, yeah, it's 30 grand. That's what it costs. Yeah, here's what you get. Here's how it feels. Didn't have to sell that hard. And we sold 11 at 30K. Like, but that was like, you know, one, you just get used to having those conversations, which I think when it comes to sales, a lot of people struggle in those conversations as the price gets higher. You know, there is merit in optimizing for a $3,000 a month service. You know, you can do that. I have friends that do that. Different model than I've taken. A lot of people try to convince me to do that, but I'm just, you know, neither one is bad, but each of them has their own problems, you know. But even still at a lower ticket price, a $3K a month, you have to sell twice as much because your churn is going to be high. You know, and when it comes to having these conversations with clients at the 10K price points, it's all I do all day. You know, and that, you know, that is something that if you guys start taking your brand seriously and treating yourself as a personal brand, you focus on getting views for your account, that will immediately translate into your business and whatever you're selling, because you will now know how to talk to the people better. When a client texts you because they get hate comments, you know exactly what to say. How many people, show of hands, have worked with a client, or even themselves, made a video, it was actually a great video, it got hundreds of thousands of views, and it got thousands of comments, and everyone hated you, and you deleted the video, or the client deleted the video? 1, 2. Yeah. This is a real problem. Don't delete the video. But that has happened to me hundreds of times. I know exactly what to text when the client is ready to jump off a fucking cliff and delete the video. You know, these are the things, you know, again, experience in doing this, and you guys will have these conversations, but when you experience it for yourself, everything changes. And you don't have to have hundreds of thousands of followers. Your accounts, personally, whether you're gonna sell, because I originally wanted, this is how I would monetize virality. And there's many other ways to do this, but it starts with you need traffic, AKA views, and you need a product to sell. For most people in this room, the easiest product to sell is a consulting or a service. And usually you start with a consulting, you charge $500 for an hour of your time, and then you get somebody like me who'll pay you $500, and at the end of it, I'm gonna be like, hey dude, can you just do this for me? What does that cost? Now you're a service, you know? Or you can go another route, which is you can sell a course. Again, one common denominator though is traffic. Traffic is views. Views, profile visits, followers, story views, all of it comes from getting more views. Or those views could come from you pay $1,000 in ads every day, and you're buying the views. You're either buying it through time or an agency or building your personal brand, or you're buying it with ads. One is not better than the other. There's, you know, I was talking to a dude last night. I hope he shows up. He might not. But he has an advertising agent. He has 2,000 followers, and he makes $200,000 a month. He's like, why do I need to go viral? He's like, I have 12 clients. I said, cool. When they quit, what do you do next? You think they're going to stay forever? They're not. Like, you might keep them for a year. And if you keep a client for a year, that's like world class. Longer than a year, you're like top 0.001% on client retention. How many agencies in here, and this is just the reality, clients leave at like 2-3 months. 1, 2. It's, you know, you being a business owner, you can optimize for that, but the reality is, now you gotta find another client. You know, now you have to make more content in your personal brand to attract more people to you, get more attention. You know, so when it comes to monetizing virality, in my opinion, the easiest way to do it is get attention, post an Instagram story. Hey guys, had a few people ask me about going viral or getting views or, you know, running ads for people or, you know, how to make meat or how to cook steaks, you know, and then boom, you get on a 30-minute phone call or 1 hour and you teach them what you know. If you're smart, you record the call. Now that's content. You know, but I would record it with an external camera or your phone, not Zoom. That shit never works. Like, a ring cam, those work. but you know, and then the next step is, in the beef business is a little different, but you know, the next logical step is, what else can I sell this person? You know, and then, you know, again, more consulting, more personal stuff, but the easiest thing right now to sell is done for you. Like there's like done with you and done for you. Done with you means you pay me $3,000 a month and I will just tell you all the content to make. Or I will tell you all the food to eat so you don't get fat. Or I will tell you this, that's done with you. Done for you is, here's steroids, Here's me doing your content. Here's a supplement. Here's a book. So it's the done for you is an easier sell because most of the done with you information is already being posted on the internet for free. Like everyone can do this. So then there's the next step of a course, And I know a lot of friends that make a lot of money selling courses. It is an entire business model in itself to make one digital product and have people buy it. Creators can do it, and you probably see it. When creators get big, like Jaden can make a course, he has a big following. By nature, he has traffic, he has eyeballs. They potentially would click his bio link, and then they pay him for his course, and then they like it. And then he's gonna be like, well, how do I make more money from that person? Well, you can get on a call with me. Let me just do your content for you. So it's like product, service, consulting, all of this is the same, But again, the most constant thing is traffic, which is there's so many different ways to make money from virality. I mean, we work with Cody Sanchez. Her biggest goal is to get as many views as possible. How does she make money? She buys people's companies. Acquisition.com does the same thing. They're a little different now. They do have shit to sell you, don't they? Yeah. A $5,000 workshop, a $30,000 workshop after that. So they're selling an event and then a bigger event. Then you have, you take if you got viral, what's your end goal? Sell beef. Again, I'm trying to think of all the clients. Luis, what are some other things our clients sell? Oh, Epic Dental. They sell xylitol-based chewing gum. They go viral, they sell more gum. They don't go viral, they don't sell gum. So they're constantly going for virality to sell gum. And then what else do they sell them? Well, they have toothbrushes. They have a whole product suite and a line. If I wanted to just sell attention hats, I probably could do that. I could go viral wearing the hat and have a TikTok shop button. I'm probably gonna do that. Yeah. And I hope, I get a lot of affiliates too. So again, it's, when you understand, this is basic digital marketing. And a lot of people coming on the internet now, and especially people, even in this room, have kind of come into this world in the last 3 to 4 years. I know a lot of people have been here longer, and that's not a disregard to your experience, but it is so odd to me that on TikTok Shop, that is the newest thing because all that is affiliate marketing. Meaning that you sell somebody's product and you make a commission. And if you know how to go viral, as in you're optimizing your videos to get views and you sell an attention hat and I give you $10 a hat and you go viral and get 1 million views and you sell 150 hats, you just made $1,500. I don't know, my math's a little slow because I've been talking for 3 days. But that's affiliate marketing. The best creators and the people that are making money, they do all of this. And all of it is like an individual arm in a business in their company. Grant Cardone has a real estate investment fund. Grant Cardone has $10 books. Grant Cardone has a $1,000 course. Grant Cardone has a membership site. Grant Cardone sells out stadium events. It's the same principles all the way across the board. So whatever when you're thinking now is does anybody not have a product to sell and they're just confused on how to make money from views? Yet. Okay, what are you good at? Okay, you're good at getting views. So you solved the hardest part of the problem. How many people in here are better at selling a product than getting views? Show of hands. Just look around, dude. You're a unicorn. Okay, so you just don't know what to sell them.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's just the product.
Well, for what? Do you make money just from the videos themselves with Creator Fund or no? Are you posting on Facebook?
No, I'm on Instagram, but we sell services to clients.
Mm-hmm.
We did the chat yesterday.
Yeah.
Which is a different thing.
Yeah, it's a little bit different thing. But just you yourself, the lowest form of monetization is post your videos on Facebook. And Facebook pays the highest of any platform. Am I right on that, Mel? Yeah. And Instagram auto posts to Facebook. I make $2,000 a month from Facebook, and it's just because an Instagram video is posted to Instagram and it gets posted to Facebook. That is not the most dependable form of monetization. I treat that as a bonus. That's oh, cool, I can buy a Louis Vuitton bag. Like, I don't plan on that money ever being there, and when it's there, it's like, I'm just gonna, like, oh, I can buy 2 hours with somebody for $1,000 each. Like, I treat that as like a bonus type of money. But like, I know people, AKA Mel and some of her friends, that do hundreds of thousands of dollars a month just from that model alone. Go viral, get paid from the platform. It is slightly unreliable, but at that point, I mean, if you just optimize for that, you probably would crush, as well as do the other stuff. Like, I think you should make some sort of kitchen utensil and sell that shit on TikTok Shop, and like through your Instagram story, like make a dope spatula or something, like I don't something like, but like, and like we were sharing yesterday is like most people never figure out the getting the views part, because I can sit down with Luis, and we can make a product in what, an hour, 30 minutes, and I can make an Instagram story in 5 seconds, and I can get a sale within like 20 minutes. Like, but that wouldn't happen if I had 800 followers. It's like, so the more you grind on either getting the views, and like, I don't optimize that much for followers. I've always optimized for getting the most views possible. That doesn't mean every video is gonna get 1 million views. Like, I have a video right now, it's pinned to my profile. It's been talking about Jordan Peterson and him almost firing me for misspelling words. That video is the highest performing video on my page for follower growth. I did a yap the other day where I pissed off everybody on 5-inch shorts, got 337,000 followers. I think I got 37 followers. My Jordan Peterson video has 160,000 views, and it's driven almost 3,500 followers. Like, this is like optimizing your content. I wouldn't have known that had I not looked at my analytics, because I was like, well, why isn't this video getting 1 million views? Because it's working. So you know what I did? I went to Instagram on the desktop, and then I started putting ad money behind it. As in $300, $300, $300. I've now spent about $1,000, and I've gained like 2,000 more followers. Now I'm a little slower with that based on the fact of I don't care about followers that much, but I want to make sure that right now my followers are actually growing. That's using ads with organic content. But that proving, I wasn't blindly putting money into that video. It already showed me that this video drives followers. Like, you guys, if you're working with clients, that's a service you could add. It gets a little more complicated, but this is how you actually drive followers. You find the videos that work organically and you pay for more growth. The same thing works if Scott makes a video with my hat on and he gets 1 million views on TikTok. He can then go into TikTok and start spending money on ads on that video. And as long as what he's spending on ads does not overtake the money that he's making for commission on that hat, he stays in profit. If he spends 1,000 and makes 500, he's still $500 in profit. Like, you ever wonder how people pay for so much cool shit with credit card points? That's how they do it. They spend all their ad money on credit cards and then pay it back, and then they fly for free. Credit bureaus will talk about that today, I'm sure, but I really want them to talk about videos. But, that's, again, at the end of the day, it's that skill of getting the views. You can always sell that. So, like, is anybody still confused? Like, have I not explained something enough about getting views to really help you? And I know there's other people that are going to come to talk today, but I generally want these things to be super tactile to where you can leave and go get results, because that is a marketing principle called reciprocity. If you leave, you get results, you trust me. Or the friends that I brought in. Yes?
I did come late, so I don't know if it was mentioned, but
You missed everything. But I'm glad you came.
when you mentioned making like $2,000 on Facebook, are you putting it in a group, or do you just have a bunch of followers on Facebook?
No, I have like 80,000 followers on Facebook. I don't know who they are. Like, you guys are more real to me because a lot of you guys follow me on Instagram. Facebook people, I don't know. They don't exist to me. But that money is coming because I post 2 videos a day on my Instagram every day. Sometimes 3, sometimes 5, whatever. But those get auto-posted from Instagram to Facebook. And they now just live on Facebook. Every 2 or 3 videos, one seems to do really well, and Facebook puts ads on them, and then you make money from that. I can't choose what I'm getting paid. I can't really choose anything. There is, some hacks to that. If you make more financial-oriented videos, real estate videos, they're harder to get millions of views, but if you do, they pay a lot more because, advertising revenue on platforms is pretty simple when you understand it. And to understand it, what it is if I am Bank of America and I have $1 million to spend on advertising this month, and you make videos about credit cards and loans and finances, but you make videos about going viral, I'm advertising on her videos. And Facebook does that for these companies. That's the advertising algorithms. And it's like that, fitness generally has lower ad revenue because you have smaller tiered supplement companies. So it's like, or, a good niche now is like, med spas and things, TRT clinics and things of that nature, because you can kind of choose how much money you're gonna make from like platform specific ads by the cost of the service. Bank of America gives pretty big loans and they want you to be a customer forever, AKA never stop paying them money some way, shape or form. So they'll spend a lot of money to acquire that customer. Whereas like, Aaron mentioned yesterday, Ridge Wallets, like they blew up with just, they're like, hey, you make videos that are oriented to men, cool, here's 10 grand, sell some wallets, here's, and then there's like also, that's slightly different because that means you make videos and they're going, hey, we just want you to talk about our wallet on your videos. We don't care what you do, but here's 10 grand. We just want you to do at least 30 videos a month. Can you do that? You say yes, they give you 10 grand. But they know that of those videos that you are now making, one of them is probably gonna do good and they're gonna sell more than $10,000 in wallets. That model, that's called sponsored posts. Like somebody like Aaron who spoke yesterday, he used to do 5 sponsored videos a week, and I'm pretty sure he was getting like $20,000 to $50,000 per sponsorship. So he would integrate, and he said it yesterday, his day would start not so much what he's talking about, but what product am I selling, and then how do I make an informational video around that? It's very similar to like if Scott was gonna sell my hats. What video can you make to promote my hat? He could make a video, here's 3 ways to wear a hat and look cool. He could be like, here's how to block the sun from your face. Wear a hat. So there's ways like that. That's like the advertising sponsorship world. And most people get that by just the nature, as the bigger they get, the more followers, the more views, specifically more views. Really, followers do not matter in this equation at all. But the followers are a byproduct of getting a lot of views. Even me, like between when I did during the last hurricane, I posted 106 times in 24 hours. Got 40 million views. I got 25,000 followers across all platforms, and I made about $7,000. That $7,000 came from, it was like 2,000 from Instagram because of real bonus money. I don't understand it. It's really hard to optimize for Instagram revenue. Facebook was like $5,000, and TikTok was like $800. Same video being posted everywhere. Now, to get that, if I was relying on that for my source of living, I have to become a storm chaser and I have to almost kill myself and go in category 5 hurricanes to get 7 grand. Not gonna happen. That was just a byproduct of that experiment. But a lot of people do optimize on it. Mel will most likely be talking about that in her presentation, and even Christian does the apps. Christian has a software company. Software company, as well as he has a copywriting company called Client Ascension that he's a part of, and they teach copywriters how to make money by writing. But his face gets popular, all of his other stuff grows, but he loves yapping specifically because he can pay his rent with it. He tries to do enough yaps and make enough money on TikTok to where he makes like $5,000 to $7,000 a month. And he lives in a high-rise in Channelside, about 40 minutes away. He wants to be lower than 1 million views a week. I see the conversations with clients. As I optimize for a coach, like an indicator of how the traffic is coming back to you. And all these want to give you money. Fucking TV, is it? Well, before I bring Ali up, give me 2 more minutes. If you guys are interested, I have a coaching program, $2,000 for lifetime access, and then it's $47 a month. This is all we talk about inside. This is all we talk about inside there. I help people go, if you are struggling with that, or you always want to stay on the cutting edge, but I don't think there's anybody that teaches me. but I don't think there's anybody that teaches me. And me and Adley are partners either way. Like, we're filming next week with a client. The following week, I'm going to be on a coaching call, and I'm going to talk exactly about what we're doing to make that client right now go viral. Then I'm going to go the following week to a new client, or Sav is, or Kim is, or Luis is, and Luis is going to be back, behind the scenes researching. He's going to talk about that today. Sav and Kim are going to be managing the hundreds of files that we get, with the sole intention on those videos going viral. There is no other option. Like, there is no other company that does this. Like, if there was, I would be paying them. And essentially, Adley's the only other one. And I help Adley fulfill because they struggle with that too. It's hard to scale. So there is no other company that, one, has the data that we have on virality. I mean, we literally, is Jake in the room yet? I keep fucking calling. I'm gonna yell at him later. So Jake will be here later. He was out late. Jake is in the coaching group. Jake basically modeled my videos and started doing street interviews. I think he got 50 million views, like, in 2 months. He'll be here later. I'll yell him out again. Like, Frank has gotten, if your clients Frank edits does a lot of edits for my company. I got overwhelmed. We needed more editors. I trusted Frank. I now pay Frank. Have you made more than the price of admission? And you paid $12K last year.
12K American,
Yeah, $12K American. Have you made more than that yet? Yeah. So, but we split the calls, so I know I get a lot of agency owners, and I generally like to talk about the higher level stuff. I know how to go viral. It's a challenge, kind of, but it's not super challenging for me anymore. I know what questions to ask. I talk about that a lot, and then I analyze my own content a lot. I'll be talking about that inside there, but the big power of what we're doing, or what I want to build in there, is very similar to what Adley and her team do. Is she has people like Mel. I have people like Savannah, Kim, Luis, Dre. Like, you'll listen to Sav and Kim talk today, and I hope your minds are blown. Because how many views did we get last month at the hands of you guys, or the company? 300 million views. That's what they managed last month. I know you have way bigger numbers than that, but there's no other company teaching this. There's nobody else teaching this, and it's constantly changing, and it's a constant thing. That is why I'm building a community. All the stuff that I taught last year to them from this event, in my opinion, is useless. It has changed, and it will change again, 57 more times. But I'm always going to be ahead of the curve. Like, that's what I do. And if I'm not ahead of the curve, I pay the people large amounts of money to figure out how to beat the curve. And I'm already as connected as you can be in any curve where I need to find. So that's my pitch on that. If you guys have any questions, you can go to, it's attnuniversity.com. It's $19.97. That's a one-time fee. Like, you're not going to pay that again. And then you go to $47 a month after 90 days. But if you drop off to $47, you got to pay the $2K again. But yeah, so if you have any questions, myself, Dre, Savannah, Kim, Luis, listen to them talk, listen to their knowledge. They are going to be on all the calls. I will be on the calls. Like, I plan on doing this forever, because when somebody asks me, I know Kate asked me, what is my plans? This is my plan for my personal brand. Like, I'm going to keep the agency, so I will forever have case studies. Ideally, I take it to $200,000, $250,000 a month, based on the people that hopefully are inside the community that I can trust and are studying and learning, and I can send edits. Because I promise you, if you have good edits and you're going viral, $2,000 will come back to you really quickly. Like, on any given day, Sav, how many videos could we just send somebody if we knew they were good? Yeah, no, to an editor to be like, we need all these. Can you do these today? We could probably send you 40 edits and pay you like $30 a piece for those. So if you struggle with work, it can help you there too. As long as you're good, though. This is not for everybody on that. I'm very particular with who we send edits to. But yeah, so that's it. It's attnuniversity.com. Ask any of us questions. But I'm now going to make sure Adley feels very special. So Adley is one of the most, I met Adley at AmeriHealth, or was it AmeriHealth? Yes, no, yes. AmeriHealth was a client of ours, and me and my previous operator were literally locked in a gym all day. We filmed videos at AmeriHealth, and they rented a gym. which was 40 minutes away from a seminar that was happening. And they're like, how many videos do you think you can get if we bring all of our sponsored athletes in there to film? And I was like, I don't know, 10 videos per athlete. He's like, we got like 19 athletes. I'm like, oh shit, all right. I'm like, so literally we sat in a dungeon for 2 days and filmed videos. And the funnest one was Adley. And what I say fun is Merrick Health was very scripted in what they wanted us to make videos about, and they have clinical things, and it's a more of a medical-based company, so there's reasons for that. And we worked with Merrick Health for a very long time. But as soon as the camera shut off, I just started asking Adley questions. And her videos are really fun. And then those videos got edited, and they did really well. And then Adley came to the Attention Summit last year, and then I called her up on stage because if I'm gonna look around the room and I need to pick somebody that's like guaranteed to get me a lot of views, it's the mohawk, the abs, and the pink. Yeah. And I know Eni and they're over there too. They have abs too. So I would gravitate towards the attractive female with abs to get views. But point being is, Adley's been a client of ours for a very long time. She is very unique and very expressive on herself and her authenticity, and that's everything that I want to encapsulate. Is the barrier of entry to content is very low, but what makes you really stand out is if you are unique or you are enhancing your unique qualities. And I think Adley does that incredibly well. That's why I'm having her speak to you guys right now. She also got me addicted to Zins with the help of Dre. And, you know, she still sucks at CrossFit, but she's better at working out than me. So, Adley, you ready to come talk?
Clicker.
Now you're out. I haven't used this one.
And we need a mic for the audio.
You can have a mic for the audio.
Short dick man.
You gonna have audio? Yeah. Audio is awesome.
It's all set, just hit that, and then you just forward, backward, should be good to go.
Oh, okay.
The audio's good, just you're gonna have to hold the microphone to it. This one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, one of the view.
Thank you. I love that song. When people think it or see dicks, they just think of me. So, talk about top of mind awareness. Like when you think of soda, you think of Coke. When you think of dicks, it's me. So, I know it hurt Ryan to say nice things about me, as it usually does. So don't worry, I get you back in this. And he actually came up with the title of my talk. So he left me a voice memo one day. He's like, Adley, we got the title of your talk. It's Adderall, Caffeine, and Zen. And I was like, oh, that's really funny. I thought it was a joke. And then I see it up on social the next day, and I'm like, that's actually fucking brilliant. And I was like, you know what? This is going to be the shortest talk ever, because basically when I come and film with them, Ryan makes me bring Adderall, and I have to ration the amount that I'm legally allowed to get because I actually have a prescription. And then I got him addicted to Zyn, but he only does 3 milligrams because he's a pussy. And then we buy a whole case of energy drinks, and then I just riff. Sometimes we mix those energy drinks with alcoholic substances, but I rarely drink, so. In case you guys don't know who I am, I run a men's health coaching company that is completely online. I've been in the fitness industry for 25 years now, so I'm old. But we basically get dudes jacked. And he's right there. Roger, you have to stand up now and show your abs. He's been one of our clients for like 4 years. Look at that. Yeah. 6 packs, baby. So we do everything, nutrition, training, hormone optimization, blood work. We basically do very high level, high ticket concierge coaching for men who are running 7, 8, 9+ figure companies. So that's what we do. We get you shredded. This is our new website. I designed it myself, thank you. I'm a Canva master. And our company's called Silverback Coaching. And a little bit about kind of how I got into what I do. I grew up in Greenwich, Connecticut, which I don't know if you guys know of Greenwich. I always have to preface that with like, I grew up normal. single-parent household. Like, I did not grow up with maids and like, you know, multi-million-dollar McMansions. But there are many billionaires that live in Greenwich, and a lot of them were clients of mine just by default of working in gyms in Greenwich. And they all dress like this and look like this. And the guys on the left are actually the ones that started Vineyard Vines. They went to the all-boys prep school in our town. I went to the all-girls Catholic school in our town. That's probably why I'm in men's health, because daddy issues. But it got me into golf fitness because everybody played golf. I played soccer in college, and I'm like, golf is so fucking boring. But all these dudes played golf, and they were really anal about how they played, and they could afford to train. And I was like, well, here's a niche that has good money. I'm going to become a golf fitness specialist. And that's what I did with long hair. And that brought me executives from all these different companies. And not only just the executives, but quite often the president, the CEO of all these companies. And I was like, all right, this is like a fucking great niche to be in. Like, I could charge whatever the hell I want. And I think I capped out hourly at $500 an hour, which, would you pay $500 for a workout? Yes, right? With me, you would, right? You should all say yes. Thank you. But it was one of those things where if people asked your price and you were too cheap, they thought you sucked. So be aware of that with pricing out stuff, because if you guys came to me and you said, you know, my content services are $1,000 a month, I'll be like, well, what's wrong with it? You know, kind of like Groupon. It's like, don't be Groupon. Don't ever go on Groupon. It's creepy. It also brought me all these guys. I have lots of stories. These dudes, they're fun. Jerry Rice I could have slept with, but I chose not to. I try to be very professional, but I'm like professionally unprofessional in a fun way. So it brings out my personality. But all these guys play golf. And that's how the golf fitness niche got me to working with a lot of men. And in men's health, men are very underserved. Testosterone levels are crashing 1% per year for the last 43 years, which is a problem. It's a massive problem in men. And a lot of guys don't have anybody to talk to. They internalize a lot of things. They feel that it's weak. They've been conditioned to think that any sign of weakness, vulnerability, or anything is not what men should do. And when I talk to them, I bring that out of them, and I get them to understand that talking about it is a good thing, because you guys take care of everybody else, and you ignore your own health. And then when shit hits the fan and you see on your blood work, like, you might die, that's when they come to us and they're like, I've tried everything. I don't know what to do. I've taken myself as far as I can. Help me. And that's what we do, because this is the trajectory we're on with dudes. I don't know about you, but like a prepubescent looking 12-year-old female-ish guy is not attractive for the ladies in the audience. Are you into that? Not my jam. I like the short, stocky gorilla dudes. That's what my husband looks like. But I love working with guys because you send me an excessive amount of reels that I never look at, and then you never read emails. I have to constantly remind you shit. But then when we ask what you want to do, it's like you want to gain all the muscle, drop all the fat, feel athletic as fuck, energetic, sleep amazing, not be skinny fat, have abs, be yoked all the time at the same time in a short amount of time right now. What the fuck? That's what guys want. And this is how you shower. This slide has like no relevance, I just find it funny. Because every guy's like, oh my God, I do that. Like the pit, like ass, cool, shave the ass a little bit. Roger just started shaving his ass. He said it's very nice, so. If you need ass shaving tips, talk to Roger. It's very hard. Manscaped is a great company, and I'll tell you, their Weed Whacker, which is a ball hair trimmer. So if you're on testosterone cream, you apply it scrotally twice a day because the skin on the scrotum is 8 times more permeable than on your arms or shoulders. You gotta Manscaped. And that's a great company, and I use the Weed Whacker actually like to, you know, hit the sides and stuff. Not my balls. So when it comes to standing out, and this is both for your clients, for you guys, Because if you want to differentiate yourself in your niche, how do you do that? Somehow I have just defaulted into that mode of being myself, because who you get on the camera in my videos is the same exact person you're going to talk to tonight at the party when I'm hammered, because Ryan's going to hand me 42 different Red Bull vodkas. But basically it's authenticity, and that's kind of the theme of what today is. And so this was one of my very first speaking gigs. I think I was 27 years old, dressed extremely professionally, as you can see. And I actually had the same kind of short hair. And this was in Vegas. I had 2 hours of sleep because I ended up at someone's bachelor party. Because back in the day, fitness conferences were like 90% dudes. And I was like, this is the best cheat code. And I would tell all my girlfriends, I'm like, just come to my seminars, because it's all jacked guys. It's like fucking like Candyland. Like you get your pick, because there's like 6 girls. It was amazing. And I was always the only girl. And I was always asked, did you have to prove yourself? What was it like being the only girl? Why aren't there more female speakers? Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I never noticed that, because I'm very bro. And I just kind of brought something to the table that no one else did. I didn't want to be picked because I'm female. I just want to be picked because I'm Adley. And this was Shanghai. I don't remember when the hell that was. I think we were hammered. But I don't drink anymore, but I'm talking about like I'm an alcoholic right now. But what I realized is that early on at the expo halls, the next morning at these conferences, people would say, oh, hey, you're the Jaeger bomb girl. And I'm like, that's not what I want to be known for. And now I can't even look at Red Bull because of Jaeger bombs. So when I started speaking, I cleaned my act up, you know, wore the solid colored dress, had my hair very nice, and that just, you know, kept going on with that. Spoke at medical conferences, played the part, all of this stuff. And then I realized, you know what? I look like every other fitness professional out there. Short blonde hair, long blonde hair, talking about the same shit. Here's 3 ways you can get your protein in. Here's 2 exercises for your abs. So boring. And nowadays, that shit is saturated. They're all talking about the same thing. So I'm like, cool, I don't want to be the same. I don't want to do what everyone else is doing. So I'm going to fucking dress whatever I want to dress in, cut my hair in a mohawk, because how often do you see a chick with a mohawk and jacked muscles? I get stopped all the time. We were at dinner last night, like 5 people, like, oh my God, I love your mohawk, in the airport. If I walk in a room, people remember who I am because of how I look, because it's different. And so you get attention just by looking the way you do. So that's something that even you can work on yourselves or get your clients to lean into. If they have a unique look, tell them, you know, let your freak flag fly. And so that started gaining me exposure and getting on different podcasts, because people want people that are different. They want a chick talking about dicks. Not with one. Maybe they do. So, okay, female talking about ball sacks and dicks and men's health and testosterone and all that stuff, that's interesting. And then things started to escalate and blow up, because I was like the only chick talking about men's health. And when people think of men's health, they think of me, and that is what I want. My purpose, which Gary and Susan helped me craft, is to be the icon of men's health. And the icon stands for I know one name. So I want eventually a global standard of men's health equals silverback coaching equals Allie Gilbert. Because my nickname is the queen of men's health, and no one can take that away from me. And I fucking love it. But people have to like, know, and trust you. And you also have to be really fucking good at what you do. Because the trust level in the internet right now is so low that people are very, very skeptical. Just like all the DMs I get that are like, Allie, your videos suck. I could help you edit them a lot better. And I'm like, here, Ryan, this guy said he could help me for like $50 a month, or for free, even better. But part of why you want to be authentic is because then people start to like you, and then they get to know you. Have you guys ever met someone in person that you followed online and they're completely different? How weird is that? But for me, if I meet you in person and you're a different person in person, that's a lot of in person. I'm like, yo, my trust level goes whoosh. I'm like, I don't know who you are. You completely play somebody else, and I can't trust you because I don't know who you actually are. You have to be yourself. As many trolls as that will bring, you have to be yourself. And it brought me a lot of trolls, and you just deal with it, basically. So every time I'm presented with something, I'm thinking about, okay, how can I make this fun and different? It literally can be anything. It can be going out to dinner. It can be, going on a trip, going to make a talk. Like, all right, how do I make it fun? How do I make it different? How do I make what we do in a coaching company fun and different? Because everyone does the same shit, and I don't like following protocol. So women who speak, pantsuit, solid color dress, long hair. Okay, cool, let's do the opposite. It's kind of the level of polarization that you have to bring to the table so that you can stand out. Like an eggplant. Why is my logo a silverback gorilla? Well, this is the symbol internationally for a dick, to represent men's health. That's not sexy. So 2 eggplants fighting does not make me wet. Men don't want to look like a purple vegetable. I don't know, maybe you do. I don't think you do. And I'm like, yo, that. Look at the glutes on that guy, the fucking huge back. That's way more sexy. Even the hair. I'll take the hair. Because you could always shave it. And then Silverback Coaching was born. And people think, oh, this girl looks like a jacked pink. She looks like Jay Cutler. Like, you know how many comments I got in my videos? Jay Cutler's looking good nowadays. Oh, it's Jay Cutler's sister. And instead of being pissed off, I was like, I'm gonna lean into this. And I just started posting more photos of Jay Cutler. And I'm like, here I am at my expo. Here I am looking really swole today. Like, you think you could poke at me? I fucking, get back at you. So now I'm a cross between Jay Cutler and Pink, and I really don't give a shit. So I'll lean into it. And it was last year at the Attention Summit, Ryan brought me on stage to demonstrate how they start asking clients questions and stuff like this. And so he asked me, Adley, why do you work in men's health? And I literally very bluntly said, I like dick. Just because it was very quiet in the room, like it is, like a lot of you guys are very scared to laugh, or you're hungover, or I don't know what the hell's going on. But I was like, something's gotta shake up here, so I'm just gonna say something that no one expects. I like dick. And it was like, what the fuck? And I had buzzed my hair because I was bored like a month before. And I remember somebody came up to me and he was like, I thought that was you on stage, but I couldn't tell because you didn't have your mohawk. And I was like, damn, I gotta bring it back. That's my brand. That's me. I could never change my hair, ever. And this hair is really expensive. Believe it or not, it's like every 10 days I'm in this damn salon. You gotta like tone it and bleach it and all that stuff. It's a lot of work. And I bring these little squishy dicks to like every podcast I do. I want you to remember me. There are so many penis pillows and squishy dicks and all these dick things. My house looks like, you don't even wanna know. It's like the amount of dildos I have, penis pillows, penis mugs, like everything that people send me, top of mind awareness. I want Mark Bell to remember me forever because he has a squishy dick on the mic that they put on the mic. And people saw that and they're like, is that a dick on his mic? And I'm like, hey. And then they'd be like, yep, shout out, Adley Gilbert. So Ryan brought me a lot of trolls, but it was Ryan who really said to me, and Luis actually, Ryan and Luis literally were like, you have the ability to fucking crush just simply by the way you look. If you lean into that, you can be extremely successful. And I was like, but I don't want to cry because of all the mean people on the internet. Like literally, it was a thing. Because I knew exactly what they would attack, which is how I look. I've been called a man, I've been called, Jay Cutler, jacked pink, all this stuff. So every time someone's like, oh, this is a guy, I'm like, oh, well, it makes one of us. Because it's always a dude. This girl's testosterone's higher than mine. I'm like, I'm sorry, that's a problem. Sounds like you have real issues. So they said that to me, and I was like, something just clicked. Because I could say the sky is blue, and people would be really, really angry. And somebody who looks plain and normal can say the sky is blue, and they'll be like, yeah, it's so blue. Like, but that's how the internet is. You can literally say things, and it just someone will get mad. You can be like the highest level philanthropist. You can cure all diseases on earth, save all the children, and someone will hate you. But that's okay, because you don't have to be for everybody. And it started off with this video, because I don't claim to be a fashion expert. I actually purposely dress weird. Like my whole outfit, like this was like 35 bucks, except for the shoes. The shoes are Louboutins that my dog chewed on, but I don't care, because they're $1,200 shoes, I'm gonna wear them, even if they look like Ratchet. It's fine. But with this was one of the first videos they produced, because they're like, Allie, just go to the gym and let it rip. So I started ripping on jokes that have been in the gym world for like 30 years, but when you bring it to life, it brings a whole other level of anger that you don't see in public, and I'm like, fuck, man. So hopefully it plays.
If you're using one of these at the gym, you're probably getting made fun of. Number one, barbell can't lift. There's nothing here. There's no trap. And if you're wearing gloves, you probably won't find a man in this gym with gloves on to lift. If you do, he's probably being made fun of. If you wear toe shoes, I'm sorry, but those were popular in 2009 for like 5 minutes. We're all over that. Nobody needs to wear toe shoes anymore. You can go flat, you can go barefooted, you can go with your socks. Please don't wear those toe shoes. No woman will ever want to go out with you. Unless she's maybe vegan, but if you have toe shoes on, you're probably vegan too.
And the hate that I got for that, people are like, who are you to say who dresses how and whatever and all this stuff? Like, you're wearing pink and camo. And I'm like, yeah, and I like my pink and camo. I don't really care. But that brought a lot of anger, and I was like, okay, we're getting traction. And there were many times that I texted Ryan, and I'm like, I don't really like pissing people off. He's like, just stay with me. We're gonna get there. Just stay with me. 90 days. And I'm like, 90 days of this bullshit, fuck. But I realized, too, another thing is that so many fitness professionals are like these purists. And that's kind of tying into the title of this talk, because a lot of fitness professionals are like, I wake up at 4 a.m., I go grounding, I do kumbaya, I journal, and then I go in red light therapy and I cold plunge and I do all these stupid things, and then I drink my tea. And I'm like, I wake up and I slam an energy drink and Zins. And you know what? I'm gonna talk about it because no one else is fucking talking about it. We don't make our clients take 20 meal prep containers with them when they travel. We're like, bro, if you have to go to the gas station to get a protein shake, that's okay, because you're busy. And if you're gonna travel to your kid's lacrosse tournament and you don't have time to go find a microwave to microwave your meal, I don't give a fuck. Like, it's fine. Go to the grocery store, get whatever you need to get. And then fitness pros saying you only have to eat organic meat and grass-fed and massaged by a monk and then, you know, tickled and whatever. I don't care. I was like, this is ludicrous. And a lot of these people have been in the industry for like 2 years. They watch YouTube videos and they call themselves a coach. When you deal with real people with real issues and real demands on their life, you have to provide them solutions, not unrealistic expectations. So I'm like, yo, there's a whole Zen culture. I've never dipped, I've never smoked. One of my friends gave me a Zen that I thought was a mint. And then I was like, yo, what? Did you roofie me? This is awesome. And now I'm addicted to that. And I'm like, oh, there's tons of fitness professionals, especially in the powerlifting world, that do Zens. And I'm like, all right, this is great stuff. Nicotine actually has some health properties to it. It's awesome. Caffeine is a staple in every fitness professional's world. I don't care what they say. They are also the biggest degenerates. We are the biggest drug addicts, alcoholics, stimulant junkies. Whoever says they're not is lying. I will tell the fucking truth. I don't give a fuck anymore. I am 43. I am done giving fucks. When I was 25, I was like, oh my God, like me, hi, boys. Now I don't care. So another big thing of mine is Sour Patch Kids. I love Sour Patch Kids. Anybody love Sour Patch Kids? Like, they're the fucking bomb. But like, you literally get torn apart on the internet if you talk about candy, because candy, you're a health coach. How dare you? I'm like, I'm not saying eat Sour Patch Kids all day long or live on them. But yeah, we'll eat them. And I made a reel with Ryan talking about how for photo shoots, we will slam vodka and Sour Patch Kids, which dehydrates you, makes your muscles pop, and then the sugar makes everything look really nice. And then the world came after me. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make more fucking Sour Patch videos. I think we have like 20 Sour Patch videos now. And now I have an apparel line that says Sour Patch Gains on it with our logo because I don't care. Because that is the truth. We are realists. If you're relatable, people want to be around you. They want to hang out with you. If I did not drink ever, and I told you guys you have to drink organic shakes and you know, the grass-fed monk-raised beef, that's boring to me. And I have friends like that, and I love them, but it's still very boring to me. So we just kept making Sour Patch videos. And I think Ryan was in this one. And I did a video where I was talking about Sour Patch Kids and vodka for photo shoots.
So many people are like, way to promote health, and that's so unhealthy, and all the artificial blah, blah, blah.
These are the extreme sour, so they make you even more jacked. When there's more tartness, your muscles are like, oh my God, load me up with glycogen. Hear that? Can you guys hear that? Am I putting it in the right place, is what she said. So then this is one of our coaches, Ryan. So he and I did a very facetious video. I'll tell you what happened after on Sour Patch Kids.
Of course you need Sour Patch Kids. There's a study done on July 20th, 2024 by Gilbert and Magin et al., where extreme Sour Patch Kids made you more jacked. These work so well for making your muscles just pop.
Has to be extreme.
Why does that make the muscles like so bubbly?
There's a sodium bomb and a sugar bomb all at once. Brings a lot of carbohydrates into the muscles, dries you out a little bit, and we lose sweat when we work out. Replacing electrolytes.
Yeah.
We're health coaches, damn it.
Do you know how many people asked for that study? By Magin and Gilbert et al., July 2024? Fucking idiots.
This is how you really motivate people.
So I did that to Ryan because, you know, he claims he's fat and he likes candy, but basically I just was like, all right, if you're gonna come at me about something, then I'm gonna lean into it and piss you off even more and then make more things on it. And that's what I did with all these different topics. So deli turkey is one thing people fucking hate. I did like 10 videos on that because that's a staple. If our clients travel, it's really easy. Grab a package of deli meat. But the arguments that occur on the internet over all these nitrates and all these things, I'm like, there are brands that exist that it literally is just turkey and salt. And then of course Dre puts up a photo of Oscar Myers, which is like crap, to piss off people even more. And so they all came at me because they're like, well, you know, you're gonna die because of the salt in there. And I'm like, actually you're not, because there's a lot of people that need salt and is an important part of electrolyte balance. So I talked about that. I talk about, like, you know, you have to become a jack dad. That was a more recent video where I was like, if you don't want your daughter to date losers, you have to become jacked. That pissed a lot of guys off because they're like, well, it doesn't matter what you look like as long as you could fight. And I'm like, okay, come at me, bro. And then like anytime you mention protein, someone will get upset. They'll think your kidneys are gonna explode and that there's like this limit of protein that you can eat, and it's just all you have to do. Anyone you work with, just tell them talk about protein. The video will go viral. It's ridiculous. The body positivity movement, we don't really see it the same way, and I'm like, you know, you can't be like 400 pounds and say that's healthy. So I think in that video is very vulnerable because I was talking about the insecurities that we have as fitness professionals because we always think we're fat no matter how many abs we have, but we're psycho like that. And then heating up food, it says heating up food, but I was talking about cooking in a cast iron pan because I can't cook. Told you that. I suck at cooking, and I was saying, yeah, I suck at cooking, and I was cooking in cast iron, and then my blood work showed my iron was off the charts, which can happen if you don't cook it right or clean it right, like me when you're dumb, and I said that in the video, and this guy comes after me, he's like, well, I can tell you can't cook because of your hair. They come at me for my hair a lot. And so I look at his profile picture and I'm like, he looks like a melted candle. And I was like, I can tell you can cook because of your physique. And that comment got like 400 likes. I was like, bam, mic drop. But that's where the virality comes from. And then I always talk about CrossFit when I'm around Ryan, because then we talk about him thinking CrossFit is like the best thing ever. And I think it's really dumb. So I'm just honest.
You know how you conquer CrossFit?
You quit?
After the workout, you do this.
CrossFit's a sport.
So you're becoming the best at exercising.
Yeah.
Why not like PR and lifts?
But it's not exciting. Like a PR is great, but adding 5 pounds is not the same feeling to me as like I just beat my last workout by 30 seconds or a minute. And I'm not even trying to become the best. Have you seen how good they are at exercising?
Yeah. I'm
I'm
not
like
trying to
top
become
10.
the best at exercising.
I'm just trying to be top 10,000. I don't even know if I'm that.
What are you, like top?
I'm not top anything.
50,000?
I can't even do half the workouts in completion.
Why?
They're hard.
Oh, weird.
And so then they took me to CrossFit, and I kicked their ass. I kicked your ass. I ran laps around you. I dominated. It was fun. I mean, it was fun. But I put this picture up to show you I actually participated. So that qualifies me to talk shit. Thank you. So expanding on the messaging with your marketing. So whether you're working with creators, you own your business, or whatever it is, you really have to identify who it is you're for. And you have to be okay with not being for everybody, because if you are for everybody, you're gonna be for nobody. And so I am very vocal with the people that we work with, but also who we don't work with. It's just as important. A lot of people forget. You have to tell people who you don't work with so that you don't waste your time on sales calls. We don't work with guys who value cheap and fast because it doesn't fucking exist. If you get offended if we call you out, you're not going to do well with us. If you have to ask your wife's permission, I hate that objection. Because you're not the decision maker of your own life, it's not going to be a good fit. And if you're a vegan, Sav, I love you, but you guys are annoying. And we don't work with you. We do have a few women, that's why I don't say no women, but you have to, it's okay. You have to be vocal about that. And I will go on my stories and I will say, you guys are always saying you want this result. You want to feel better. You want to be the model for your children. You want to walk into a room and own the fucking room. You want to have the energy levels that you had when you were younger, and you want to look the part, but then when it comes to the offer, you backpedal. And then you got to think about it. And I just call them right out. Don't be afraid to trigger people like that. Versus trying to convince people why they need you. If you act like they don't need you, they want you. Because how many times have you been presented with, I don't know, a girl, a guy, you can't have them, so you want them more? So then the whole narrative of like wanting something you can't have. So we've found that like a lot of the guys that we work with who lift weights, their profits increase. If you guys own a business and you're not taking care of yourselves, I would start. Because there is a high correlation between how you look and feel with how much money you make. Every one of our clients that we have transformed their lives has said they have grown their business, made more money simply by how they feel and how they look. And I talk about this all the time on how abs are the new CEO flex. Having washboard abs, it's something that money can't buy. You can buy the watch, you can buy the car. Bugatti La Voiture Noire. If you guys are into cars like me, I love cars. $18 million, there's only 4 of them. Can't buy the abs. I mean, you can buy implants, but you don't want to be fat with like rock hard abs, that looks weird. But like Jeff Bezos is one of them. We did videos on him because he looked like this. I personally would not go after pleated khakis, but he completely transformed his life. And then, of course, the internet disagreed because they're like, well, he's got money and he's got TRT and he's on trend. And I'm like, if he was on trend, he would look a lot better. But these are the excuses and the pain points. People think you need money to get jacked. You don't need shit. Outside is free. Body weight is free. You don't need all these things. They're just excuses. But it made for a great video because I talked about him, talked about Mark Zuckerberg, who now has abs. People don't like him, so they're going to comment. Grant Cardone, A-Rod. And then everyone's like, well, Elon. What about Elon? He's fat. I'm like, well, Elon looks like his truck. So there's a reason for that. We don't work with people who have electric cars. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But I created an entire event myself because there are no men's health events out there that provide the education, the community, and the level of awareness that we do. I called it Silverback Summit. I applied at many different other medical organizations to talk about what I talk about, and they're like, no, we got that covered. I was like, you fucking don't. There's all women's health certifications, women's health education, all this stuff. There was nothing like what we do at Silverback for the dudes. So I just made it myself. Fun, different. Make things stand out. Bring in speakers that are entertaining. We had all sorts of sex toys, because I was like, these guys love butt play. They just don't talk about it, so we have to normalize it. In my Instagram bio, it says normalizing boner talk. Sometimes that brings some interesting conversations, but other times guys are like, I do struggle with erectile dysfunction. I'm 29 years old. What the fuck do I do? They're not going to talk about it unless you invite that, make yourself stand out, talk about it differently. And Ryan covered this event last year. This is just like a teaser video. I'm not trying to get you guys to come, but you can come. Ryan spoke at it. He will speak at it again. Damn video, audio.
Surrounded by like-minded individuals who are all here to grow, to learn, to become better versions of themselves, and then take that information back to help their clients, friends, patients. More than just about muscles, it's about mindset. It's about spirituality, becoming the best version of yourself. When you have a place that's got a community of people who are all rooting each other on, who are headed in the same direction, who want the same great things out of life, there is no replacement for that.
If you already follow a lot of these people on the internet, you see them in person, and it's just surreal. I was able to ask them questions, have like one-on-one conversations. It was awesome. And it's a privilege to meet the people that you follow online and actually get to see them in person. No, they're actually real.
Yeah, we had a gorilla there. He was 7 feet tall. He works for my meal prep company, Icon Meals. Well, not mine, but they sponsor me and everything. But we're doing it in Orlando, November 13th through 15th. So if you guys would like to come, it's all over my social and everything. But basically, this is just getting back to the whole point of just being authentic. And you know, this event is literally something that costs me personally $100,000. But what you get out of it, the relationships that you build, the friends that you make, the awareness you create. And it's not like you guys all have to create your own events, but it's more so of creating something that no one else has done before someone else does. And really lean into the fact that you are different. Encourage your clients to lean into anything unique about them, their authenticity, really play up their personality. I love sarcasm. I love inappropriate humor. I am a child in that sense. I love busting balls, and I'm gonna do that on the internet because that's me. If I tried to play a different part, people will see right through that. You can see through bullshit so easily nowadays. The trust factor is so low. We have to bring it back by just leaning into who we are and showing up unapologetically as yourself. And you'll see a lot of that comes across. Ryan made a 13-minute video on everything at the summit and just went around and asked people questions about TRT and is it safe? And because of all this movement of men's health and because what we in our brand are doing and creating and cultivating Generation Iron has been filming a documentary about me and my career for the last year because a woman in men's health is something fucking different, and they wanted to capture that. And so hopefully it comes out, I think, early next year, but we still have a few shoots to go. But it'll be on Netflix and Prime, and it's kind of cool, I think, to me. But basically, what I wanted to get across to you guys was, you know, don't do what everyone else is doing because it worked for them. It's kind of like someone says, hey, I did low carb, you should do it, it worked for me. I did keto, it worked for me. That's nice. Do something different because that is going to be unique. If you are unique, people will gravitate towards you. You can be a generalist for anybody, but people who have a high level niche or something different than anyone else is doing, they're going to seek you out because of who you are and what you do. And if you're fun, it's a bonus. Because I know when I come and film with these guys, we're gonna drink caffeine, do Zins, take a lot of Adderall, riff for hours, do videos, and we're gonna have fun because they're relatable. Because I'm not a stuck-up fitness professional that's like, no, we have to go find a super clean, organic place to eat. And I'm gonna eat out of my Tupperware. I used to do that. I don't do that anymore. Because I'm in my era of like, I give 0 fucks. This is me, this is who you get. This is where you can find me. If you guys are interested in coaching, obviously you can find that on my bio. I highly encourage you to really get your shit together health-wise because people do trust you if you look the part. If you look put together, that means you have discipline, that means you have work ethic, that means you take yourself seriously. It is very difficult to trust somebody who is sloppy, and I'm not afraid to say it because it's the truth, because I get told this all the time from our clients. Chase, where are you? You took this picture. Thank you. I just had to acknowledge him. I forgot what else I was going to say, but thank you, Ryan, for having me. And thank you guys for letting me just kind of yammer and riff and talk about whatever. And I appreciate you. And I really am a nice person. I am sarcastic. But I do have actually some gifts. No dildos. Did you want a butt plug? Who asked me for, you were the one. No? I don't have any black ones, I'm sorry. But I do have cock rings. I got one more. Who wants it? 3 different sizes, so all equal opportunity. Brian. Sorry. And anyone, my favorite, 6 milligram coffee Zen. You know what? I gotta open it.
We don't have 6 milligrams in Canada, so.
If you've never done these before, just don't leave. Like, you can spit it out. You'll be fine. You'll recover.
I can't see. I suck, man. I'm sorry.
All right, let's go, guys. Give it up for Adley!
One more time. Awesome with Alex.
Let's go, hands up,
Does anybody, we have to do it in 5 minutes. Allie has 5 minutes to do Q&A, so you got to give her really good questions. And also, she's going to be hanging out all the rest of the day, too. But since everyone showed up late, we have to push the schedule. Ask Allie good questions, right there.
Wait, can we also repeat the question so everybody can hear too?
Can you flex? This is tucked in. I can't really, you know. There's a lot going on under here. Yes?
Is it a bad idea to hop on therapy at
21?
21?
Actually, no. But I would get proper blood work done. and determine why you have low testosterone. But I mean, we do see guys who are like 19, 20 with very low levels of testosterone nowadays. So it's not crazy to think somebody your age would be on it. Just depends the reasoning. So you want the gains? I would say probably not. Spend way more time eating and training. So most guys who are like, oh, I've been training for 2 years, now I want to go on testosterone so I can get bigger. I'm like, that's, see, even Siri disagrees. I would say that's cute, but spend much more time eating and training appropriately. Back in the day, most of the bodybuilders even spent 10 years training, eating. Muscle growth is a very glacial paced process. Fat loss is super quick. That's why people can get very skinny fat. So like the typical man plan, like guys are like, you know, I want to be shredded, I want to lose weight, so they drop a lot of weight, and then they feel skinny fat, so then they emergency bulk, and then they hyper bulk, and they eat too many calories, and then they feel bloated, watery, and huge, and so then they cut their calories way too low again, and then they feel small, and it's a vicious cycle. So if you haven't gone through that, you probably will, but I would say spend actually an appropriate amount of time doing the right thing, then look at other things. Not at your age. Caffeine, Zyn, Adderall. Natural energy. Brian. No. A lot of clinics will say, oh, you're over 1,000, we have to lower your dose. I would leave that clinic. It depends what you feel, how you feel. So there's a lot of variables that go into it. It's not, no personal medical questions, please. So it's something I can't really answer without more context, seeing your labs and all that stuff. No, more subjective. So we have guys that feel amazing at 1,200, 1,400, 800, 900. So.
You've trained some globally recognized people, politicians, and you name it. What was one of the biggest lessons that one of those clients taught you that stuck with you?
So all those guys up there, like, they're no different than you guys. They you know, may have a ton of money, ton of fame, all this stuff. They still struggle with the same shit. So it was more not to treat them differently. I think dealing with the high-level politicians, and not necessarily Obama himself, but more so a lot of the guys in the New York City area that I dealt with, they are used to being told yes. They are used to people sucking up to them. And I realized when I talk, not at them, but when I tell them what they need to hear and not what they want to hear, they respected me a lot more. And I would say that goes for a lot of people, because if someone tells me what I want to hear, like if they tell me, you know, oh, you're jacked or hot, like, yeah, that's nice. I love that. I love compliments. But also, if you tell me what I actually need to hear, that makes me so much better as a person. So the business coaches that I've had, the mentors that I've had, are very direct in their communication, very curt, and I respect that. So I would rather pay to be told what I need to hear versus what I want to hear. So I would say be upfront, always be direct and transparent with people without being a dick, but do it in a way that's respectful so that they appreciate what you do and that they know that you are the person and you have integrity. Mm-hmm.
As you were growing your business, what would you say was your biggest failure and the lesson learned?
Biggest, I don't want to say it's a failure, but my brand grew faster than having systems and processes and all that stuff. So I just kind of winged it. I was like, you know, system for who? Like, now I have 3 coaches. It used to be myself. So I didn't write down or document any of the processes because I didn't think I would have staff. And then I learned the hard way that, like, you know, that's great, but we still have to focus on sales and everything. So right now, what I'm doing in the business, I've fired many people. So we're kind of growing, evolving, reframing, because when you hit 7 figures, then it's like the next is 3 to 5, and then you have to spend more money to make more money. So it's allocating those resources in the right direction and what you actually should spend money on versus what you want to spend money on, which are always 2 different things, but also having the right people around you and the right people in your company, and not always going for the first person that says like, yeah, I could fulfill this role and they have all the skill set, but do they have the same core values? Do they want the same things? Do they have the same work ethic? Those are so hugely important, because if you get somebody who's the polar opposite, then you're going to end up getting rid of them anyway.
So, Ali, you're staying the rest of the day?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to do a Q&A, another Q&A during lunch. If Ali is willing, you can come up there as well. Or at the end of the day, like last night, I sat there for like 2 hours and did Q&A alone. People left, but I was here. But thank you so much, Ali. And please ask her all the questions too. Luis, I need you now more than ever. Anyway, so thank you, Ali. That was incredible. Was Ali great? Yes. Wait, when she says I pay people to tell me what I need to hear, 9 out of 10 conversations with Ali go, I said, don't read the comments. Don't read the fucking comments. She still reads the comments.
Yeah, but so do you.
I do too. I do too. Do what I say, not what I do. So I want to give Luis some love really quick. So Luis is about to break down well, to be honest, I don't even know what the fuck he does in the research process, okay? I just know that when we go with clients or I have a problem, Luis just ends up having lists of well-researched, very already ready to go things to talk about. It has evolved a lot in the past, and kind of piggyback on what Ali said about having good people. When I started Viral Edits, it started during COVID. I couldn't afford shit. Luis was making videos that looked similar to mine at the time, because we came from a previous mastermind together, which was from a good friend of mine, Jason Capital. And when I was looking for somebody, because at the time I couldn't afford to bring Savannah back, I was like, I need to convince somebody to come work with me for a dream or an idea that may or may not work out. And I had one leverage point. Well, one, me and Luis already knew each other pretty well because of the mastermind, but 2, he lived in California during COVID. So my phone call to him was like, bro, I know you hate it right now, man. Florida, bro, it's like the Wild West down here. We're just kind of doing whatever the fuck we want. You ain't got to wear those stupid things on your face. You ain't got to do, hey, man, I went to the mall yesterday. I don't know if you can do that in California. We can still eat at restaurants like normal human beings. So basically, long story short, Luis said yes and proceeded to drive his Hyundai from California to Florida. He stopped in Texas along the way, hung out there for a week, and or maybe longer, I don't remember exactly. But within that, Luis came and we sat at a local cigar lounge on Central Avenue. I've upgraded from that cigar lounge to the one you guys went to on Wednesday night. The other one is like a dark cave. Viral Edits was built out of that cigar lounge. Sam would come up there all the time too, but she didn't really like the smoke because it would get like a smoke box in there. But Luis sat there and never left, and as each client kind of came in, all I did was allocate a client. And I was like, Luis, I can pay you this much from this client because we're only making this much. And we did that. It was like one person, it started with myself. I was editing 5 videos a day, 7 days a week. And then Luis started, basically I just kept taking all the free clients and the ones that weren't making any money. And if I did make money, I allocated it to Luis. And then Luis had 6 clients and then allocated them to Savannah. Then she had 6 clients, then Kim. And that was kind of how the company was built in the first 2 years of it existing. And, he is just, I'll never forget when Grant Cardone, I'm getting on the sales call with Grant Cardone. I'm nervous as shit. We're currently charging $1,500 a month for TikTok. And I go to Luis, I was like, I got to double the price. It's Grant. He's not going to respect me if I don't double my price, right? And I get on, and the cigar lounge has like a side room where you can just kind of hang out. It's called Ruby's Elixir. That's like the nightclub that opens up in conjunction with the cigar lounge. But during the day, nobody's in there. So I am literally pacing on the phone with Jared Glant and Alan, pitching Grant Cardone. And it came to the end, and he goes, all right, man, we want to do it. He's like, when can we start? I said, Luis is already editing a video for you right now. It'll be done by the end of this call. We can start posting today. I don't know if he actually started editing it then, but it was very quick. And then I came back in, I was like, hey, don't fuck up Grant's account. And then he didn't. And Grant had 1 million followers on his account within, I think it was like 90 or 100 days. I don't know, it was really fast. 100K came in 28 days. It was the fastest we had done up until that point. I still think Adley had the fastest, which was like 6 months to 1 million, but Grant was not short or even farther behind on that. But Luis, that has evolved to where me and Luis travel together to film, but it got so hard always coming with topics that we had to put a lot more research in. And Luis has been messing around with a lot of AI, and then following Luis, you're gonna have Icon, and the two presentations kind of really go together. Well, one, the viral edits wouldn't really exist without what he does in the research process, you know, each individual kind of person on the team. But he has a lot of ninja stuff. And he does random things like, hey, I just decided to post a video 5 times yesterday. I put different arrows on them. All of them got 1 million views. And I was like, what made you think of that? He's like, Like, we wouldn't split test hooks if Luis didn't get an idea. And now everyone benefits from the fact that he decided one day to make 2 different or 5 variations, I think, of one of my videos, and it worked. And that's why I say each individual person kind of on the team has these little special things that you're just like, what the fuck? You know, where did that come from? But that's kind of what he does. We call him, he's kind of like the duct tape of viral hits. He can't really take the tape off because something's gonna fall apart, but you just keep stacking tape on. And, you know, so I just want to give Luis some love, but that's the type of person Luis is. And this shit's really good, and I just leave it to him, and then I have him tell me what I need to know. And so I'm gonna let him talk about this, and then right after this, we're gonna go into Icon, and then you got a lot more today, so it's action-packed, but here you go, Luis. I'm gonna shut up now.
All right, so I only have 30 minutes, so I have to go really fast. But just by raising hand, who is an agency owner / business owner? Then you folks more making money. Okay, and who is more of a personal brand content creator? I want to work with clients so I can get paid to edit or create content. So you guys care about making money and working with clients. Okay, cool. So that's good. So my presentation that I just literally made when I got here, like 30 minutes ago, it's how to use AI to not hate your life as a video editor. And I will say, first of all, stop calling yourself a video editor and reframe that as a content optimization specialist or just a content specialist. Because a video editor is replaceable, and AI prompting video editing is coming very soon and is gonna fuck everybody up. So a content optimization specialist, we're still thinking about the name. AI is probably gonna help me come up with some dope names for it, but you help people optimize their videos so they get more views, AKA you as a business owner don't have to work more, I just do other thing for you. So I'm gonna give you a plan right now to implement over the next 30 days for your clients and for yourself. So to double your views. So all you're gonna do, is I made you guys a ChatGPT, custom GPT to do this for you. But you're basically gonna take all the transcripts from your videos, put them on this, I'm just gonna show you. I made it here so that I will keep talking about Poppy AI. They are the official and unofficial sponsor of the event. I'm friends with the guys. They came to our studio. And to also validate that this fucking works really well, the Poppy AIs came to our studio. We filmed around 200 hooks, just fucking around, putting the Iron Man helmet on. And they ran those on Facebook. And Kasi, who's the founder, he didn't talk to me for like 2 months. And then he's like, bro, all those fucking ads crushed. And that's all I heard. And I'm like, how much money did you make? He just wired Ryan some money. Just thank you. But I think they did $500,000 $500,000 like last month in revenue. And I think since they came to our studio and they filmed hooks, I think they quadrupled the amount they're making per month, which is ridiculous. They're crushing. They're awesome. And they're building this website even more. So it's kind of like Notion, where you can create templates and just sell them to people. So that's kind of like the future where they're going. And I told them I need my people to have custom templates that I could just give them so they can use them. And so he's gonna do that for me. But this is one that I made real quick while I was here. And I just put 3 of Ryan's, I'm gonna show you the content optimization stuff. So right now I just put, these are 3 of Ryan's TikToks. So I just told this thing, full screen. Give me all the exact hooks, the exact script from these three of my videos. You always want to say that these are your videos, otherwise you'll get into copywriting stuff or copyright stuff. And it just gave me the hook. So, okay, so this is the full script for the Red Bull video. So I'm just gonna copy it. And I'm just gonna use my custom GPT that I made. And I'm just gonna select this one. Any hooks for current video is like, okay, cool. Put the transcript. And here I uploaded 13 hooks that have been proven to go viral, and those are the terms for each of them. So the main ones are question hook, statistic hook, challenge hook, contrarian, bold statements, and controversials. Everything else was just kind of like extra that I added that are really good. But this gives you 13 options to work with. And the original video I'll play for you guys, if I have time.
This might taste like Fireball. Doesn't. Today I'm trying every Red Bull flavor with vodka. Pear cinnamon. This might taste like Fireball. Doesn't taste anything like Fireball. Hey, this is a drink in a bar. I'm not buying it. Peach nectarine.
By the way, that's just Ryan getting drunk on the studio. And so his hook was, today I'm trying every Red Bull flavor with vodka, and these are 13 different variations, and I'm just gonna scan them real quick. Let me see. Like the bold statement's probably a good one to start off with. I always love statistic stuff. Like according to my taste test, 80% of Red Bulls flavors are trash. And these are just like starting points. Like use your judgment. Like AI will never replace like you as a human being like what's good, what's bad. But what I want you to do with this is just pick like 3 that you like the most, and you keep testing them. You can be like, these suck. Zoom in, you mean? Oh. This is perfect. What if I blacked out taste testing every Red Bull flavor with vodka? So that's perfect. And so the hack with AI is that you want to talk to it. You don't want to write. And I know I'm writing right now, so it's contrarian. But you want to talk to it like a human and just like use the voice from it. And actually, let's do that. I don't like any of these. And anyway, I don't want to get in conversation with it, but let's just assume that I would be doing this. So next up, I'm just gonna, where's my thing? There we go. So for the next 30 days, each of the videos that you want to do this with, you're gonna take the transcript, use this custom GPT. If you're in the WhatsApp group, I gave you guys the notes to my presentation, so you guys can click the link on the thing.
Luis, this is all on the WhatsApp group, correct?
Yeah.
Right. All these slides are hard to see, just they're in the WhatsApp group, so get that. Or it's probably already there.
So this will work for you or for your client. So you're gonna just get three hooks, film the 3 hooks with the client. So you're gonna come up with a list of 90 hooks just to film. It'll probably take 30 minutes tops. Pull out your phone, nothing fancy. And that's literally just film that, go in CapCut, put the new hook, put the video, and now your client has 30 new videos to test out. What's that?
So are you saying, like, you've already filmed a session with the client?
Correct.
Transcripts from the last session?
Yeah.
Best videos, or maybe just like ones you really do like?
Both. Like best videos and current videos that you're like, this was good, why the fuck didn't it work? This is probably most likely because your hook was trash.
Why not more than 3?
3 is a good starting point. Like you can do all 13 if you want. But yeah. Like I would, but 3 is realistic. So essentially what I'm trying to make you guys do here is make more money, because now this is a what did I write it as? Like you're just optimizing the hooks. Like, and so now you're a hook optimization expert. and you just sound way cooler to the client. You can charge them extra grand to do this for their current content. Or if they don't want to sign up for content creation or film or anything, it's like, all right, next month we're just gonna film new hooks. So you can like relax, focus on your business, do more marketing, all that stuff. So yeah.
Let's say that you do optimize hooks. If you're trying to put those into a video that you've already recorded, you get like the naked version, right? But you have to film in the exact same setting.
No. Doesn't matter where you film this. Actually, I'll get there. So film 3 hooks in Yap style in your car, in your bed, at the store, at the studio, podcast, like in the podcast format while cooking. Like just stop overthinking this shit. Just film them wherever. Because it doesn't really matter. The more organic, the real, better. Walking your dog, like it can be anything, and then just slap the video. So it's more like a stitch. And if your client is like, nah, I don't want to do that, you can literally go into your account, film the hooks, slap their videos, get the views, and be like, I told you this works. And you can do that just with any content person that you want to work with. Or make a side account and just be like, I told you it works, if it works. So yeah, just pay the hooks, do this for 30 days. At least your views should double. You're split testing all the hooks. It only takes you 30 minutes to create this or less, so it just gives everybody a break. Like it's a good strategy. And you can, if you have current clients, this can be an add-on. You can charge an extra grand to do this a month for 30 minutes. For tools, this Instagram and TikTok sorter is fucking amazing because you can go on Instagram, and I'm gonna show you an example with this guy. And Instagram doesn't have like a top videos filter, so you just use this software to like scrape the whole account, and then you'll be able to like rank the top videos in there, and just you're gonna use the next tool that I'm gonna show you. This is called Poppy AI. The one that I showed you right now is called, the links are on the notes, but it's a complicated website.
The one you used to scrape this Poppy?
No, this one's called TikTok and Instagram Sorter, and there's a Chrome extension from OVS Zone. But the links are on my presentation under tools. And all you would want to do is copy either the link of the videos, put it on Poppy after you sort it, or go on CapCut and just export the video. Just make sure that you have like the subtitle and the transcript on, and it'll export the subtitles. So that's like the free version of doing it. Just download it illegally, however you want to do that. It's like so easy to do. Just screen record your phone. Don't stress about it. But had other stuff. So if your video sucks, it's because it didn't pass the cup test, and this is like something that you guys are asking for checklists, like how do I know my video is good? Like this is how. So the cup test is confusing, unbelievable, or boring. So if your video was confusing, or it has confusing elements, that's why it didn't get the views that it deserved. If you know your shit is good. If maybe you said claims that you never proved, so it's unbelievable, or you didn't have social proof, like if you make money claims or you work with celebrities or I have abs, like if Adley never showed her abs, I wouldn't believe her. If it's boring, it's like this is where having a 10, 12-year-old little person next to you really helps because you can ask them for feedback of like, do you get this? Does this suck? And they'll be really honest and tell you like, I don't get it, it's boring. So like, I like when Chant's around at the studio because she can see things that we as adults cannot. So little people are awesome. But like to combat this, if it's confusing, like just think either you're a 10-year-old kid or like you're drunk, and like whatever frame of mind you would be thinking in that perspective, just talk like that. Use metaphors. Be like, so content creation is like waking up and playing on your phone and just making a video. And that was a terrible example, but using it's like a good start for a metaphor, and it's very white girl, valley girl talk. That's how you want to talk. Metaphors, examples, analogies. And you want to focus on like one main thing, takeaway from the video, not like 17, like most of us do, because we're so excited. Always validate your claims. This is like the best thing I learned in school. I was like, English was my best subject, because anytime I made a claim, I would do a therefore and then drop some examples, some citations, Like I just validated with research what I was saying to support my claim. So I'm like a lawyer, and I probably should be a lawyer in one of my lifetimes. But like you want to cite your claims, do research, statistics, show proof, share a story, an example. Basically, why do you know this? Research or personal anecdote. And if it's boring, usually just remove the thing. Like that's most likely the thing. Or you're getting redundant. You said the same thing in different words. But I will make a custom GPT for this test, so you can just put the transcript in there, and it'll tell you like where it's lacking and how to fix it. But I don't have that right now, but I will make that. But that's run every video you have right now through that test, and it'll tell you why it sucked, if it didn't get views. And that would just do those two things. You can probably charge an extra grand to your clients just by optimize their hooks, by running it through the cup test, and also like optimizing the hooks. So money ideas. And now I have to hurry up, but like here's how to steal people's content to go viral. And this is where we use Poppy AI, and this is like the simplest. There's a lot of people doing this, and they're not really telling you how to use it properly. But I did it for Ryan while I was back there writing all of this. There's this guy that is fucking amazing. I'll just play you one of the videos.
If you're seeing this video on Friday, May 23rd, then this is your sign to drink tonight. Because tonight is the start of Memorial Day weekend, the official start of summertime drinking. So let's get ready to drink, and whoever you send this video to has to drink with you all weekend long, no excuses. If you're...
So you guys heard him. So all of you have to drink now. But anyway, all his videos are like that. Like he's talking about like you have to drink. So I'm like, okay, I like his vibe. And so what I did is I took 3 of Ryan's videos that I liked. Right here, so it's this one, how he accidentally stole a motor. Here's talking shit about 9-inch shorts, and then the Red Bull video, him getting blacked out at the studio. So I just asked Poppy, give me all the exact hooks, the exact script from these 3 of my videos, and then it gave me, I'll make it full screen for you guys. So it's like, this is video 3, here's the hook, and then here's the full script. And sometimes the transcript is not accurate, but I put that there, it gave me this info, and then I put 3 of this guy's videos, and I just called this group Cut the Activist Style. That's his Instagram name. And this is the prompt that I use, that it is on my notes. Somewhere there. If it's not there, I will fix it. No, it's right here. So the prompt is, I want you to turn Ryan videos into Cut the Activist Style. So this is Ryan videos right here. Cut the Activist Style. And then the prompt. Oh, actually, no, what this even better. I made a text box, and I just called it directions. But I want you to turn Ryan videos into Cut the Activist Style, format the video script so all the hooks, story structure, call to actions follow the same principles, but they sound like me, Ryan, my voice and style. Do not copy, simply model the structure, vibe, and style. So you want to be very clear that like I don't want you to copy it, because the AI usually will just change a few words but give you the same thing. So then I just put this into a new chat and connected those 2 groups. And I can make a whole tutorial on how to use this software because it's not complex at all. And then let me make this full screen. So now we have those 3 videos of Ryan in this format, and it also tells you why it works, like his structure for a video, which is the hook starts with a direct relatable scenario. If you're seeing this, you got a drink. Justification. In visual montage, he does a lot of the, I forget that style video, but like, oh, yeah, Hope Core, there we go. And then call to action, like send this, I'm challenging you, no excuses. I think at the end of a lot of his videos, he's like, just grow up, which is pretty funny. But this was the Red Bull video for Ryan, which says the new video style for Ryan would be, if you're seeing this video on a Friday night, this is your sign to stop overthinking and then drink. To stop overthinking your drink of choice. Why spend 20 minutes at the bar deciding what to order when you could already know that what the best Red Bull and vodka combo is? So even if the script is not perfect, or you wouldn't even say it like that, it gives you like a new frame as to how to speak, and it's already a proven viral format. So you're just leveraging what already works for people. And if you have favorite content creators and like favorite viral content creators, then you can just blend all of them together and create like a combination of like 7 different styles plus you, and then you create a new like mashup. And that's kind of like a hack to just maximize creativity. And study also was working. So now we have this one. If you're seeing this and you're about to buy something sketchy off of Craigslist, this is your sign to trust your gut instead. You can follow and be like, make them funny. And if you're seeing this at 2:47 a.m. while eating cereal in your underwear, it's a funny start. If you're watching this while pretending to work from home. So use whatever like fits your vibe. But it's like the ethical stealing people's content hack. And you now have like an unlimited viral content system because you're leveraging proven to work viral videos, and you can present that to your client or not even tell them, but like you're just leveraging this for research, and this is how you can script 90 viral videos in like 2 hours or something like that. And that should just give you a lot of like mental leverage on creativity. And at the end of the day, like you're just leveraging AI, but it's still not replacing reasoning. Like you still have to use your judgment. Is it good? Is it bad? It just kind of like 10x's your ability to like do work faster. Yeah, so I will make a tutorial on how to use the software, but you use this to study people to go viral, see the proven videos that go, the formats that go viral, and you just model communication styles. Because if a video goes viral, it's not because the editing, it's like how it was communicated. So if you understand the principles of communication, which if you read Robert Cialdini's book, Influence, like that's probably the only foundation you need. And there's like other great books, but like you can just plug the book in here and it'll like have that database of like, this is how I want you to talk. Model those principles. And then the next step, and I'm gonna make a prediction right now, is that by the end of 2025, every smart person will have a clone of themselves creating niche-specific content and become the #1 expert in the industry. So Ryan's a content expert. He does not get energetic when he talks about content at the studio. Like he just likes to make fun creator-style videos. So I'm gonna have to create a clone talking about just all the latest news on content creation, all the like new softwares, changes, algorithm stuff that he just doesn't love it. Not that he hates talking about it, he's not good at it. It's like he just doesn't love it. But that's gonna leverage his creative brain to focus on, let's just make fun videos, let's create, let's partner up with people, let's go fly to them, let's just have fun making content. And at the same time, there's gonna be like 2 other like niches that we can like hyper focus a clone on. And now he's gonna have this expertise web going back to his main like page as like, oh yeah, these are, but I think we're gonna live in a world where like people know that's your clone. Like it's more like a reality TV show, and like those are all your, you're the network, these are your TV shows. But it goes back to you are the source, and I have some like cool long predictions that like you're gonna IP yourself, like your clones are gonna be intellectual property that you can just give to people. So talk to me if you wanna talk about that stuff, because it's gonna be awesome. What questions do you guys have or struggle? Because I just want to make sure I cover it and have enough time. Yep.
So with the strategy of starting with 3 different hosts and posting 3 at the same time,
Yeah.
is there a time limit of when you decide to kill the other 2 videos or find a winner, or do you just leave them up?
Good question. So he was asking like the 3 hooks strategy. You post them all at the same time. For TikTok, it will be all at the same time. And then for Instagram, it will be on trial reels. So 72 hours is like a good time frame to know which one will pop off or not. Give it 72 hours and then make your decision. I don't think anybody on TikTok at scale cares about the feed, so just leave them there if they're all performing, because you never know. 3 months later, like something might take off. So just leave it there. But trial reels, just pick the winner, and like I don't delete or archive the ones that didn't perform because they're still collecting views. And like I got Ryan. I think we're at 8 or 7 point something million views for like 2 weeks of just posting trial reels.
7.8.
Yeah. So that was me. I probably posted like 100 videos in like a week and a half. And I gave him an extra like probably 7 million views that he would have not had. And that's just old videos, none new videos and stuff. Yep.
In here, you have something about 3 to 6, it takes 3 to 6 months for people to adapt. So
Ah.
essentially, like,
Good question. Good.
within, like, that's how long the algorithm takes to show your content to the right people? Is that what you mean?
2 yeses. So I wrote here as a bullet point that it takes 3 to 6 months for people to adapt to your personal brand, and then they get jealous that you can talk about whatever you want and actually have fun with your content. That's basically because a lot of you guys are experts or niche down, and if you start talking about your non-niche stuff, your audience hates it or you don't feel comfortable. It'll take about 3 to 6 months for people to start getting comfortable with you talking about other stuff that they haven't seen from you. And it's not because they don't like it, it's that they're just not familiar with it. But at the same time, you as a content creator also don't know what the fuck you're doing. You're not talking about your expertise only no more, so you're still confused. So we got this feedback from Natalia, fitness coach, that she said, because she started working with us and we make her make content not just about fitness, but like where she shops and like her like views on moms and stuff like that. And it took like 3-ish months for her audience to be like, oh, I value this, or like, I get it. I'm so happy that you're making content about this too. Versus before, it was more feedback of like, stay in your lane, like stick to the fitness videos. I don't care about your makeup or your sunglasses. So that's like a 3 to 6 months. It'll be like a process, yeah. And you can tell that to your clients too. Like, just trust me and give it 3 to 6 months. Because if you don't, you're gonna be all like, just be like, oh, I don't like it. I got a hate comment. Let's just stop it. Yep.
Would you ever show us what that looks like on your phone? Maybe like play it through the mic?
Which thing?
The trial reels and how it looks with the different hooks on them.
You can plug it in if it's USB-C.
I have a lightning cable.
Upgrade.
I know. I'll show you afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't have trial reels. I was showing JB.
Ah.
But I do have the edits app. And
Yeah.
it's attached to it. Is that the same thing?
No, the Edits app is like CapCut. It's like the Instagram CapCut version. I haven't really tried it enough. I thought I was gonna like export every single video to the Edits app, and I thought that Instagram was gonna give me a boost. I did that like 3 videos and didn't see any difference. So I just gave up on it. But if you don't have trial reels, like just post the 3 videos and make your people hate you.
One more. Is that a custom GPT bot or is that regular chat?
This is a custom GPT.
Are you sharing the custom bot?
Yeah. If you click the link, like it's right there. Do you guys care about seeing like the baby stuff, or you guys don't really care? Okay. Let me see. I'm just gonna try to find like one of the chats that I had. So these are the Creator Brothers they're speaking today. I made a baby video for them. But this was like, literally, I just said, create them into baby podcasters. And that's the picture. And, oh man, it's taking forever to, there we go. So now I said, like, create them into baby podcasters looking at each other. So the way this works is that you have you want the picture. Ideally, you're in the podcast studio, and that's like the best because it just knows by reference the angle of the podcast style. Otherwise, it just makes up the microphone. Then I had this one. Now they're on the plane. Now make them be having podcasts inside a plane, sitting in first class. Do not include the snacks. And they gave me this, and I'm like, okay. Now give them podcast headphones, and I made them like that. Now make it 9x16s for each. Make the guy on the left first. So there's Josh. Now the guy on the right, 916. Now have them both 916 looking at each other, or show more of the plane. And then I decided to like try to add their shirt to the thing, and it made them like that. And it was good, but now they look like teenagers. make them even more babies. So they gave me this, and I'm like, oh, this is dope. With their, it fucked up the letters. Fixed the logo, better logo, and create a horizontal picture of them sitting down. This one, I'm like, okay, I like this. This is way better. Give me the individual picture, 9x16 of the brother on the left only. And this is because I knew I was going to edit it, so they're like going back and forth. They didn't want to crop it. So this was one. I'm like, okay. Let me see. I'm gonna show you guys like the final video I made. If I can find it. There we go.
Hey Josh, we are on our way to Cancun, but before we get there, what are the top 4 credit cards everyone should have?
So there's 2 credit cards with Chase. One is the Chase Freedom Unlimited, which is your everyday spender, and then the...
So it's just back and forth like them on the plane, but I made this image, I exported it and used this software called Hydra, and I can show you guys what that looked like. But also fucking CapCut, like now those babies. Like Hydra's cool, but then I like I'm a CapCut person. This is baby Ryan. Let's see. Where's it? Because I know I did like baby Ryan too. But essentially, the prompt is just like make this into a baby podcaster, 9x16. And then that's kind of it. But if you're, like in the case of Ryan, it was him on a podcast studio. Like the reference image is already like the podcast vibe. So that's actually what you want. But it's not complex at all. And then on CapCut, like because you guys will mess this up, the feature is you want to go to all media and go to AI dialogue scene. And this is where you add your picture here. And then you either make an 11 Labs audio or your own audio. And then it'll make the image talk, and I can play this one for you guys. I forgot what I asked it to do.
Have you guys seen that Pay What You Can event that teaches you how to go viral? What Ryan Magin is doing, and everyone said he was crazy for almost making it free. Are you going? Because I am.
Hey, he's here. So I didn't have Ryan's voice in this one. It was a Mickey Mouse voice, yeah. But like, that's CapCut. It's fucking good. And it is a pro version. It does use credits and stuff, but it is really good. What questions do you guys have about AI? Because AI is like the leverage for everything.
So you said you exported the photo into where? Like when you generated the photo as a podcast baby?
Yeah.
Into the video, you just uploaded that into...
Right here, yeah. You just upload, and then it'll take like 10 minutes to process it.
So you start with the photos first.
Yeah.
For the reference, then you put it into the software for like the video.
I create the image first, and you can create a dinosaur if you want. Like it can be anything, and then you either generate a voice or like it's your own voice. So this, I think we are gonna go into a fantasy world where like you can create very like crazy, exaggerated sets of whatever you're trying to demonstrate, and that's gonna be a way for you to get attention. Or you're just gonna add that extreme demonstration into your educational videos. So it's gonna be a lot of combining real with non-realistic stuff, but it's like very well synced together.
And you use chat for the images, and then you put it in.
You can just chat GPT for the images, Midjourney. I'm more of a chat GPT like person right now, but like I know Midjourney creates like better consistent characters. ChatGPT sucks at consistency. And like, good luck trying to make like the same face again. Like it doesn't work well there, but Midjourney does. I just haven't tested it. And all this stuff that I'm showing, like I will be going on Attention University and like making tutorials and all this stuff just because this is what I geek on. And like me and Dre, we're always talking about, wherever he is, AI nonstop. And we're gonna make a bunch of tutorials because like this is like just staying on top of the market. And this is a trend. Like this I don't think it's gonna go away. Like some people, this will become their main content way. But like I can have a whole AI Ryan account just of babies. Like same content, same script. You can have any client that you have like purely just be babies based. Or whatever the next new trend is. Maybe everyone's gonna be Star Wars characters. I don't know. Yeah, puppies. Or you're gonna make your dog talk to you, and that can become a character in your content now. So it's like AI is getting, we're all creative people, so it's like more play director, and like you're a script writer's director, and like these are just tools to make your art come true. And like there's no production limitations now because of AI. Yeah.
Did you guys make it the one video with like Google VO?
Yeah, so he's asking like the Google VO video. I made one, and I can show it.
What are your thoughts on that?
It's really good. So Google VO just got dropped. I made this one.
Why didn't you go to the Attention Summit? 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 Now everyone will know how to go viral except for us. Now everyone will know how to go viral except for us. Now everyone will know how to go viral except for us. I am sorry. I didn't know it was going to be that important, bro. I should fire you. Now everyone will know how to go viral except for...
You guys get the point. You guys are not getting fired. But like, let me see. I can find it probably. I'm definitely gonna touch this on the mastermind, but the prompt was just a basic like, hey, I want you to create a owner of a business screaming to his video editor, and then here's what I want them to say. Is like, why didn't you go to the Attention Summit? It was pay what you can, and then the video editor. So you're just writing scripts at this point, and I only had 5 seconds, so I had to make it quick. So I wasted all my credits to make this little video, but I didn't generate any voice. That was all Google. And the tone and the everything, I just cut it up because it was more a compilation because I made like 7 of them. And I didn't want to just pick one, so I put all of them together. And like looking back, like analyzing this, like I made the video way too long. It should have just been like 3 scenarios for better retention.
Last question on that one.
So are you plugging the hooks into that, the AI character? Is that what you're doing? So you're having the form fill out all the 13 different hooks?
Uh-huh. So for this that I made for you guys, it's just Viral Hook Optimizer by Ryan Magin, even though I made it, but it has my name too. You could probably search it on the ChatGPT like store. It should be free, but like I need new hooks for a new video. Like it'll ask you what you want to do. So at least, what's that? Correct. Yeah, it's a stitch. Like it's like an optimized stitch, because like you're taking control of how you want to have the video start. And like I think one of the best hooks to use it is the statistic hook, because like when somebody says like 40% of people that wear black shirts are smarter, it's like even if that's not true, like now when you're questioning reality, because you're like it's a statistic, it must be true, or it sounds certain. So I think that's like the most comfortable that your clients will have. Like Adley did the Sour Patch Kids study, and like just because she cited it like a study, everyone thought it was legit. So that's like, in my opinion, the best one for education-based content, or like all your clients that are experts or known for the professional stuff. And you can find statistics really easily everywhere. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, but the other one would be to use Poppy to plug in all the YouTube videos from your favorite podcasters and just literally ask it like, what were all the questions that were asked? Then you put your videos and then just have it model those questions, and like you create your own unique questions because they're already proven to get viral views. Like if you want to put Joe Rogan, Chris Williamson in there and just steal all their questions, that's how you leverage AI. So I can go on for days, but
I'm gonna cut Luis off.
yeah, we got Icon next. He's gonna clone you guys.
So the reason we have Luis go first, obviously, this is kind of like a scripting process, or more. I consider it like gathering thoughts, because a lot of you guys are making a lot of videos for your clients, and I generally, to my core, don't believe AI is going to replace people that have unique personalities and takes on things, but there's so many ways to utilize like just a character. I could literally interview a character and ask the same questions I would to somebody on the street, and you could literally make the whole conversation happen. Followers, and they don't want to post the video, so it's a big waste of time. So like this allows you to kind of cut out relying on people So you can make more faster to see what works. And then if you're working with clients, all the areas where you're pissed off at your client, as far as like maybe they don't give you great hooks, you make the hooks for them. You can charge more for that because the videos will get results, they'll get views. So it's just ways different, there's so many different ways to utilize this type of thing. You know, and right now it's babies, it could be puppies, it might just be actual Google VO clips and you. Like, I think the blend of like an authentic and an AI, a clearly AI, I think is gonna be hilarious, and I think there's gonna be a lot of smart people do a lot of cool stuff with that. I hope they're in this room, because this type of scenario works really well. Like, in a multitude of different reasons, and it's stuff that you guys, this is like, for you guys who work with clients and also your own brand, like, you can fill in all the gaps for your clients with this. You know, so you become more valuable to them, they can't unplug you, you make more money. And that's how we're implementing it, because you're not always, I mean, a lot of people in this room have boring clients, myself included. Like, not everyone is an Adley, not everyone is a Cardone. The majority of your money is gonna come from people that are not like that. They're regular people, regular business owners. But their money's the same, and they still want the same results. So let that marinate, but Luis is gonna, I mean, he'll be out probably as late as me tonight. Oh.
Like if somebody didn't want to work with you, like you can literally clone them and then just get views on spite of them and just be like, hey, I told you these work. You might want to hire me. So you can be very petty with it.
We're a very competitive team. We like, you know, if we know a client's gonna cancel on June 3rd, you can be damn sure June 2nd a viral video is gonna happen. Right? And that is the beauty of like Kim and Sav, they get spiteful on that shit. Oh, you're canceling us. Cool. Boom. You know, but I think you need that. I think creative people need that. You need that competition. You need that type of energy to truly succeed and perform. So, well, thank you so much, Luis. Again, he's going to be around. He's in a part of the university. If you guys join that, you know, by the end of the day today, and he's a wealth of knowledge on all of things dark copywriting and dark manipulation. And I don't want him to be framed wrongly for that, but some of the shit you gotta do is twisted. So we're gonna swap out a laptop real quick for, oh, it swaps. Okay, so I'm about to bring up, so here's how the schedule's gonna go for the rest of the day. I'm gonna make your lunch break really short, I'm sorry. I made it easy for you to get food. So next we're gonna bring Icon up, he's gonna talk for 30 minutes. I won't be able to do too much Q&A with Icon, but he's not leaving, he's here, so please see him. After that, I'm gonna bring up Sav and Kim, and then after that, we're gonna break for lunch. And they're gonna be showing you how they manage 300 million views a month on average, and like 6,000 videos. So I know you guys wanna see that arguably I would say that's probably one of the most important presentations that we're gonna do today, at least where you see what really takes for us to continually do what we do. So I don't want to have that after lunch, and I also don't want to disrespect Jaden, who's talking after lunch. I wanted the room to be filled for him. He flew here, and he's going to share, you know, how he grew his account very quickly. And then after that, we also have the Credit Brothers, and Melissa's going to be rounding out the day, and then it's going to be doing as much Q&A as I can. So with that said, I'm encouraging you guys, when we do break for lunch, please eat fast. But with that said, I'm going to bring up Icon. I met Icon. Icon runs events himself. And for him to say that this event is great makes me feel good, because Icon, I was wildly impressed the first time I attended an Icon event. It was a lawyer event. And Icon's team like greeted me, like I had like a concierge the whole time. I was like, what the fuck? Like, and it was a lot of fun, and every step of the way was super professional, you know, because you deal with a lot of bullshit at events. Schedules get fucked up the whole time. You're always trying to squeeze people in. And in fact, I had Icon come here less than a week ago because he just hit me up because he was excited about the AI account. And then 2 days later, he got reposted on Joe Rogan's account. And I was like, dude, can you come share that? I can squeeze you in for 30 minutes, please come. And that is why he's here right now. But Icon also runs what I would say an adjacent creator event called Creator Hub. It was Creator Fest last year. I went, they had like over 500 people, maybe even more. But statistically, like, people just don't show up to events. I don't understand that. Why buy a ticket to something you plan zero chance to attend? I don't get that. So you guys are not those people, obviously, but we sold like 250 seats to this, and you know, like, people don't show up. I'm like, I don't fucking get it. But Icon has an event called Creator Hub. It's gonna be in August, right? August 15th. I would encourage everybody to go to that if you can. It's in Orlando. It's another amazing event. But it's all centered around creators and creation. And there's not very many events like that. That's why I put the Attention Summit together. Piggybacking off what Ali said, there was no viral event, so that's why it exists here. Like, I wanted to take a risk and do this for people. You know, one, because it's really good for my brand, and two, it helps a lot of people because you don't get this knowledge. Like, you might off a few creators that decide to share things, but like, he doesn't need to share how he cloned himself to get shared, reposted by Joe Rogan. It's really hard to put an ROI on that, but I'm sure it's gonna be worth a lot of money for him. So with that said, I'm gonna bring up, you wanted to play the video? He's gonna play a video and I'm gonna get off stage.
What is up? Make some noise! Just so you guys know, I'm a video and I can't hear any of you. Anyways, by now you've probably figured it out. The ruse is up. What you're seeing in front of you is not only the most handsome man in the world as rated by Times Magazine, but it's also an AI clone manufactured by the Frankenstein man himself, the Icon Becker, aka Icon the Don. And if you're watching this, this means you're at the very summit that I've spent the last couple days at. And I just gotta say, it's been such a wonderful time getting to see Ryan's community, hang out with, go get to know each other. And in this presentation, I'm gonna try my best to hopefully guide you through this next era of the internet, of AI, and give a little bit of perspective of kind of what the future of the internet and AI clones look like, and maybe even drop potentially a little bit of sauce on how I was born. So if you're interested in seeing that, I'm gonna need you to make some noise.
Let's give him a round of applause. All right, Icon.
Guys, my mom is watching this live stream right now, so I need you all to stand up. Maybe you'll start clapping. Who knows? Fitz, can you go ahead and hit that song for me? Was it now that everyone's up? Awesome. Let's make some.
Let's bring in Icon. Attention Summit, how are we doing today? That was good. That was good. But it wasn't great. And we've got great people in this room, do we not? Do we not? I want to ask one more time. Attention Summit, how are you guys doing today? I don't know, was that a sound effect? Or did someone make that? Do you have, oh, we're gonna use that a lot in the rest of this presentation. Perfect, okay. Well, as you guys have seen from this video here, I'm Icon, and I'm here to give you guys one hell of a presentation today. Now, I'm gonna make this a little bit awkward, but I want you to get the most out of this, right? Because Ryan, he came to me, he said, I wanna make sure that these people feel like this was the best experience, hands down, that they've ever received at a live event. And for me to give that to you, there's a lot of sauce on these slides, a lot of information. And unfortunately, if you're on the left and right side of the room, I'm gonna tell you right now, you're not gonna see it very well. So, we're gonna make an awkward 2 seconds, but if you really wanna understand the full complexity of what's on these slides, I encourage you to move from the left of the room to the side of the room, because these are very text heavy. And people who are here in the middle, if you're one of those people who has a chair that's your hat, or for your camera, make some room and make some love. Yeah, we got some great spots here in front, guys. No reason to be weird. There you go, come on, get comfy. I'm looking at you, my brother. Come on, right there's for you. Oh, we got the lady. Gotta make sure we get both of them. Right there, there you go. Yeah, nice. Doesn't it feel better? A lot more community, a lot more intentionality. You guys don't want to see this, huh? I'm gonna be standing right here just to be that guy now. I gave you a warning, all right? Cool, okie dokie, sweet. So, as you guys might have told by this point, this is going to be a really fun presentation. We have a lot to cover in a very short period of time, and I'm going to have to drill down through it. So what did I have? Oh, shit. Did I put the wrong? Hold on one second. It must be the other one here. No, God. Yes, here it is. Here's how I took an account from 0 to 100,000 followers in 6 months, got featured by Joe Rogan, spoke on 3 stages, secured over $4,100 in brand deals, and never once used my face all on autopilot. Does that sound cool? Fucking yes. It's my favorite sound. I used to have like a little setup where I attached it to a toilet and people would open the lid and go boo, 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 boo.
Made my day amazing. Anyways, so we got a lot to cover, and a lot of you guys have come up to me throughout the event, and Ryan has definitely bolstered this presentation up a lot more than I originally intended it to be. So I'm really going to try to cover as much as I can to make sure that you guys have a really good understanding of kind of one, where the current state of the industry is in, and two, a little bit of where we're going, and three, how we're leveraging this and how you can leverage this to make a whole crap load of money. Does that sound good? Cool. I'm going to give you guys a lot of energy in this conversation, so I want to make sure I get just as much back because I am tired. So, who am I? Well, aside from, I didn't even look at these slides. My team put this together. Okay, so as Ryan mentioned, we are known as the event guys, and so pretty much we put on large-scale live events all across the world, and we create iconic experiences. Our events exist in 8 different countries. We've done over $32 million in track sales from our events for the past 4 years. That's a cool stat. Yeah, whoever gave me a whistle. That was good. And we do events for all kinds of really cool people, but really one of the best things that I want to be known for is our new creator event, which is very similar to this, which is, it's called Creator Hub. Maybe you guys have heard of our event last year. It was called Creator Fest. Anybody heard of it? Yeah, she was at it. You know what, you get a, there you go, high five, nice. There you go. All right, little interaction right there. So long story short, we make events where creators and entrepreneurs come together. We get the best creators in the space. We get the best entrepreneurs together. We literally had the COO of YouTube and Snapchat both come out, so that was pretty cool. And if you want to get more sauce and you enjoyed this event, you want to be deeper in the content creator community, this is the place to go. Plus, it's in Orlando. It's like an hour from here. Anyways, let's get to the stuff you came here for. So 0 to 100K followers, less than 6 months. So, the name of my presentation today is We Have 1,000 Days Left of the Internet. Ooh, what could that mean? Scary, spooky even, right? So, before I go forward, I want to give you guys a little bit of a history lesson, and there's going to be actually a lot of history in this presentation. And don't worry, I think we're getting the slides out. I'm pretty sure this is being live streamed, so I want you guys to be as present as possible. Don't worry about taking all the photos and stuff. You'll get all the goodies here. So, basically, that sure was bothering me. So effectively, I want to take you guys back to kind of the birth of the internet, right? The 1990s for a second, because the web moves in several stages. We have Web 1.0. This is, how many of you guys were there in the early stage of the internet, yeah? Okay, all right, good amount of people here in the room. So Web 1.0 was read-only, right? And what I meant by that was that wasn't an era where the creator economy was supported. It was where you came on and news articles and major outlets like AOL, they posted their content and that was it. You only could read the internet. It was a read-only state. And this went on for quite a while, almost an entire decade, until a little thing called Facebook came out. Anybody use Facebook? Boomer. Anyways, so Facebook started off with several different platforms. Then we had YouTube and Twitter and what changed was the narrative around how we use the internet. It went from read the internet for information to think about these taglines these companies use: broadcast yourself, upload, publish, post, tweet. The internet now went from listen to us to we want to hear you. We want to hear your voices. We want to see your content. And this ushered in a beautiful time in the internet. It was good, man. Back when Flash games were a thing and MySpace was around, it was kick-ass. And this went on for a glorious 10 years. You guys remember like the early days of the internet? You know, you had your friends on MySpace. Some of you guys. This went on for a while until we had a bit of a problem. And that problem was that there was too much content being posted. Back then, if you subscribed to one person, right, you just saw everything they made, no matter what it was. It was always in the feed. And as you started following more and more people, you would see more stuff go into the ranking. And Facebook realized they had a crisis, which was if they had one user that just posted a bajillion things, no one else would see anyone else's content. So Facebook has a genius idea. They say, you know what? We're going to rearrange your algorithm. We're going to change what you see based on what you interact with. What we know is good content, we're going to put that in front of you. We're going to take the bad content and put it to the bottom. And this went on for a while. This is a brilliant idea by Facebook. And it worked out so well for Facebook that every other platform copied it, right? YouTube came in, make the Cosmic Panda redesign. Twitter changed the feeds. I think all of us remember the day where we were on Instagram and you were scrolling in the feed and then you saw a post and the first photo you saw was like posted 4 days ago. You were like, what? And then the next post was posted 1 day ago. You're like, well, what's broken about Instagram? But this was the great ranked feed shift, and it also marked effectively the downfall of the Web 2.0 era, because eventually this nuclear bomb came along called TikTok, and TikTok introduced the final nail in the chamber. Ryan, throughout the event, has mentioned a lot that the follower is going down, the value of the follower is going down. I couldn't agree more with that, and if you don't believe me, I'm gonna prove it to you, because we don't check our subscriptions anymore. What do we check? We check, not even just views. You see, these algorithms have gotten so good, they say, I don't give a fuck about your subscriptions. I don't care what you're interested in. I know what you like better than you know what you like. That's why I'm gonna do it for you. The For You page was born. And the For You page basically said, cool, I don't care what you're subscribed or followed to, I don't care what's performing well, I'm gonna study your own habits. How many times are you guys like scrolling on your feed and you don't even use the For You page because the main feed that you're using, you're like, this is good enough. I'm seeing the creators I wanna see, I'm seeing some new stuff, a little spiciness into it, you know? That's the internet we have today. And so platforms have said, we don't need the follower anymore. We don't need the channel anymore because we're just gonna do it for you. And this marked the death of the follower. And the death of the follower means that we are now at the end of what I call the Web 2.0 era. Because Web 2.0 was all direct from creator to the audience. So now we're in this interesting dilemma here, which is Web 3.0. This new era. And what we got going on is that we have platforms that are focused on reach, and I'm sure everyone here is very familiar with how a funnel works, yeah? Yep. Cool. So we have reach, you have your following, and then you have your true fans. Now, as business owners, it's our objective to get from the top of the pyramid back to the bottom of this pyramid, right? That's our goal. We want to get people down here. But the issue is that your true fans are not up here. They don't exist here anymore. Where do they exist, Icon? Well, they exist down here in these new platforms, right? Fourth Wall, Kajabi, School, community groups, Discord communities. Like, that's the whole meta now, is using these platforms at the top as simply vehicles to get as much reach as possible, get down the chain, and get to the bottom of the bucket, whoops, where your real community is. Does this make sense for everyone? I'm trying to speed through because I want to get to the good stuff here. But ultimately, that's the era we're in now, which is we're defaulting back from getting as many followers as possible to now we're focusing on how many people can we max and cram into the reach category so that it trickles down to the final stage of true fans. And this is what Ryan and the entire team are absolute masters at. And that's why when he's telling you things like focus on views, focus on attention, that's the game plan here. That's the MO, is to get from here down to here, so then we can get into the community funnel. So this is Web 3.0, and in case I maybe not have made this clear in a little bit, I'm also in this bucket. So believe it or not, I've actually been creating content for 7 years, 7 long years. Look at this. I was making videos in the pandemic about redesigning my room, and you know, I don't even know what that was, but effectively, 7 years of making content. And I have tried it all. I've done different hooks. I've been to every mastermind in the game. Hell, we've hosted some of the top YouTube events in the space. And yet I took all of their things, I put the hooks in, the storyline, the hero's journey, and I was never able to bust past 4,500 followers. 7 years. Never could get past 4,500 followers. I never even had a video that went past 25,000 views. Am I just ass at this? Am I just terrible? Do people just hate me? What is the problem? And I tried it so many different ways. I did features. I did a freaking podcast with Gary Vee. Still 20K views. So what do you think? Is it me? Is it me? It's okay, you could say it's me. My last girlfriend said that too. So it's, the problem is that I kept trying to focus on building the relationships, and I put so much perfectionism in my content, and I built this well-marinated steak, and I was like, man, I can't wait for you guys to, and you know what? It just didn't matter. And I made a change here in January this year that brought us to 100,000 followers, and at the end of this presentation, I'm gonna walk you guys through that. So I just wanted to give us a setup first of where we've gone and where we're going, because guess what? We just are on the tail end of Web 3.0. So we're getting to Web 4.0 right now. Ooh. What could 4.0 be? The final internet, as I call it. And as I said at the beginning of this presentation, we've got 1,000 days. So genuinely, I think this is going to happen in the next 3 years. Anybody have any guesses? They want to just shout out what they think might be in Web 4.0? AI. Okay, that's a good part. Yep.
Clones.
Clones. Yep. Okay.
Virtual reality.
Virtual reality. That's a good one.
Clone influencers.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Dead internet theory.
That could be it. That could be another one. Anyone else? Anyone just throw another one in the ring? A hot tub? Oh. A hot tub would be sick. So, yeah, a lot of different things, right? Here's my theories of what I've put in here, and there's a lot to cover, and there's so many ways, and transparently, none of us know, right? Nobody has any idea where this thing is going to go. And so, here's a couple ideas that I have about where we're going to help you guys be more prepared for the future. So first things first, nothing is real anymore. How many of you guys watched that video at opening and didn't know that that was actually me? Right? That's not me. This is my digital clone. This is where you can say, ooh. Ah, nice, thank you. So essentially nothing's real anymore. AI-generated faces, voices, and stories are going to make trust obsolete. The internet is going to become a post-truth zone where you cannot believe your eyes or your ears. The things that we have defaulted to for literally centuries, we can no longer use. So what are we going to use? How are we going to know what's reality and what's not? How long is it before someone posts an American in Thailand beheading a baby and the whole world goes into chaos? How long is it before... I can go on a tangent on this all day, but I'll just get to the next point. Next is going to be AI versus AI, all right? Social media, put me on the books. Make sure I get this right here so I can have my Gary Vee moment of calling something before it happens. We're not going to use Instagram or social media 4 years from now. You have 3 years left to enjoy the internet. 3 years. Because what's going to happen is I'm going to make a Twitter post and thousands of bots are going to react to it. It's already happening. And if you are one of the people that think, oh, well, Zuck wouldn't allow that, YouTube wouldn't let that happen, they're building it. If you go on Facebook right now, you can make your own digital creator that will be your best friend on your post. It's buried in the settings, so a lot of people don't know about it, but you can make a digital avatar, and then you can make a friendship with it, send messages back and forth, and if you post on Facebook, it will reply to your posts. You post your morning bagel, it's gonna be like, dude, icon, fuck yeah. It's good looking bagel, right? They're funding it. So no, they don't give a shit, because it never made them money. We all know this. Ads makes them money, right? The leverage makes them money, but that's the whole way this thing is going. And at this point, we've taken the cat so far out of the box, we can't put it back in, whether we want to or not. If Facebook drops it down tomorrow and says, I'm gonna change everything, we will be able to, like, it's so far gone at this point, right? 8% of Facebook right now is dead. There are dead people on Facebook. Think about the fact that Facebook has 1 billion users, probably more. But like, if we would just take 1 billion, that's 80 million people. 80 million people that are just dead. What happens when Facebook drops a feature? Oh, you can talk to your loved ones again. Black Mirror, right? But they're already doing it. So we have 3 years left to enjoy the internet. You can quote me on that. Multiple versions of you in the meantime. Algorithms will tailor your identity to fill the platform. You guys ever seen that meme where it's like your profile photo on Tinder, and then LinkedIn, and then Facebook, and Instagram, right? That's what's gonna happen here. And so ultimately, it's gonna tailor it to where it's like, I'm gonna just have one place where I'm gonna post my content, and it's gonna be like hanging at Ryan Summit today. And then on LinkedIn, it's gonna be engaging with the infamous conference with Ryan Magin was such a delight on LinkedIn. And then on Tinder, it's gonna be like me and Ryan are doing things. So you get the idea. Long story short, you're going to become a different you on each feed. And Web 4.0 isn't going to reflect your personality. It's going to fracture. It's going to break it up into different things. It's going to take the different parts of you and put it in different sections. And if, yeah. Before I go to this next slide, I'm curious here. How many people in the room are feeling a little uncomfortable? A little uneasy now with the future of the internet, right? Okay. Well, that wasn't enough for the reaction I wanted, so let's go to this slide. Catfishing, gonna get extreme. This is a dude. And it's not a body transformation installation. That's AI. Those are AI. He does it on stream. And so he comes on, and he does these little videos, and on stream he turns his, cleavage on, and he makes little Fortnite videos about it. Here's the scary part about that, right? We wouldn't have known that. And maybe we would have if we're in this conference room and educated, but when I'm in the future, 5, 8 years from now, my 12-year-old son's not gonna know that, right? That's a dude. And if that wasn't scary enough for you, let's say one more. This is an AI mapping software that I've been exposed to very recently that makes it where some of the dudes in the room right now are thinking, it's my time for OnlyFans, baby! That's fucking terrifying. That's so scary, right? Now hands in the room, how many people are uncertain about the future of the internet? Okay. So, very scary what's happening here, and I wanted to introduce this to you because I want to be realistic. I'm not going to be one of those guys that's like, everything's going to be happy, lo-da, and there's going to be rainbows and unicorns, and the internet's going to be amazing. It's not. It's going to be a wild west, and I nor anyone else can truly tell you with 100% certainty where we're going, but this is just what I think. So, it is okay to feel fearful. It is okay to feel concerned, but I want to give you a ray of hope as well, because guess what? This has already happened. It's already happened. In fact, it actually already happened 200 years ago. What? Que posible? Well, anybody know of a little thing called the Industrial Revolution? Right? Big deal. You know, what happened back then, flow you back to a little 1770 here, human craft was replaced by machines. Artisans, blacksmiths, weavers who had perfected their skills over generations were immediately obsolete. Factory assembly lines became inefficient compared to mass production. Scientific rationalism, ancient Greek mythology, stories that have existed for millennia were instantly explained away by cold logic and science and math. People became cogs. Individual workers lost their identity and became interchangeable parts in a massive industrial machine. What did all this result in? Feeling lost and disconnected, yearning to feel human again, and nostalgic for the past. Now, does any other part of that sound similar to what we're going through today? Right? So what happened? Well, we're all here, aren't we? Clearly it wasn't that bad because we've got awesome stuff like football and TV. So maybe it was just bad for those guys, right? But actually, they did something really interesting at the tail end of this. And they introduced a little thing called the Romanticism movement. And so this took place in the early 1800s. And what was the Romanticism movement? Well, this was the human spirit. The indomitable human spirit came together here, and we went from Industrial Revolution to Romanticism. Machines that replaced human craft, artists started focusing on glorifying human creativity, right? Logic that explained away mythology created science fiction. Up until this point, science fiction was not a thing, right? H.G. Wells' The War of the Worlds, anybody remember that story? That came from Romanticism. Beethoven came from Romanticism. Beethoven actually had a factory job that he got laid off from, and instead of being in this machine, he just sat at home and banged out tunes all day. And now we got Beethoven, right? Grimm's fairy tales, which a lot of Disney movies that we love and enjoy, that our children have grown up on, all came because of the Romantic movement. And so we had it where the Romantics did not reject technology, they used it. They employed new printing presses and improved transportation to spread their message, to grow their audience, and to engage at a deeper level than ever before. And so here's our parallel. Back then, we switched to the printing press. Now we have the prompt. We went from soapboxes to now we have followings. And so we've been through this once before, guys, and it came out pretty good afterwards. So yeah, maybe the internet's going to get a little uncertain. Maybe things are going to be weird for a little bit, but there's a bright future ahead. If we just do what humans do best, just human it, you know? Now that you're seeing this, you guys still have that same level of uncertainty? A little bit? No? Yeah? A little, okay. Not as much. I'm glad. That's why I put this slide in there. And if you don't believe me about romanticism already coming back, think about the rise of the old, right? Vinyl is coming back. Film photography, huge. Who here owns a frickin' Polaroid? Why do you own a Polaroid, ma'am?
Because I want the memory set in stone. Like, I want to feel the picture.
But you can have that with a digital photo, no?
No. No.
We yearn! We yearn for the film. We yearn for the romantic. We yearn for the old. When technology comes in to replace us, we default to our origins, right? Just like the children yearn for the minds, this is what we humans yearn for. We yearn for the romantic. We yearn. And so I have a theory. And that brings us all full circle here to where we are today, which is, my theory is that we are in the best time ever to start a personal brand. Yeah, let's make a little noise around that. Let's do that one more time. Yeah, there we go. Yes! And why is that? Well, because, dude, Sam Colder came on the scene 5 years ago, busted down on some Adobe After Effects, and made videos that made us all feel like shit, right? But we don't have that anymore, because now, in an era where humans are so intent with machines and we're defaulting to human things, that's why you see thumbnails like this now. It's just a casual thumbnail, no giant like shocked face or weird arrows or Pikachu meme. It's human, it's authentic. We don't like high-end equipment. Where's Ryan? Ryan, are you in the room? Ryan, how many times do you shoot in the studio and it doesn't perform nearly as well as the selfie video? Every time. Right? You should rent the studio. And join Ryan's program. It's awesome. Anyways, so high-end equipment, not useful. Complex edit, say it with me. Not useful. All right, that wasn't okay. We'll come back to that one. Being perfect, not useful. Now we're getting it, guys. I'm like a conductor. Here we go. Cool. So now the question is what do we do? What do we do with this moving forward? How do we use this information? Well, basically, we need to put authenticity and human soul back into our content. That's the meta, right? You gotta make it more human now. But there's still an outlying factor, which is there are, unfortunately, these assholes that exist on the internet that are just making a fuck ton of content. So, the question is not, how do we make AI clones and never work again? The question is, how do we make AI clones to keep up with the demand of the internet while still focusing on the content that we truly love and keeping that authentic? Which brings me to my incredible theory: authenticity times distribution equals successful personal brand. Now you can take a photo of that. Tag icon Nick Becker, Conversations. There you go. Cool. Authenticity times distribution. All we got to do is we just got to make more content. But it's hard to make more content because it's exhausting. So it's like, well, let's let the AI do that. So now I'm going to take you back to January. January, my team called me and they were like, hey, we need you to make some videos. And I was like, guys, I do not have the time. It's New Year's Day. I'm hungover. I just want to stay inside. I want to play some video games. And they were like, well, we have to get this video out tomorrow. I was like, guys, I just don't want to do it. Right? I'm not in the right mindset for it. I'm just not feeling this right now. And they said, okay, cool. Well, man, it would be great if we could just clone you so we didn't have to deal with this. And I was like, you can't clone me. You kidding me? Just my hair alone would be a nightmare for any machine. And one of my editors, who I hope is watching right now, said, I think if you gave me like 12-pack of Corona in like 2 weeks, I could definitely get it done. And I was like, that's it? Let's give it a try. So we had an idea, and our theory was that we needed to create an ecosystem that would allow us to mass produce content that people would find useful. If you go to the standard coach and you just say, cool, we're just Skrieg 100 videos and then post every single day, people are going to catch on immediately. There's no reason for them to be posting that much with just the AI. It does make sense if it's authentic, real content, but not if it's an AI content, because eventually people become aware of these things. So we said we need to find some sort of idea. So our idea was, well, AI news is happening so quickly, man, I can't even keep up. So I said, well, why don't we do it where, let's just post about AI news. I think it's interesting. I'm a nerd, and I think there's cool things about it. So we looked for a specific niche, and we decided we were going to go with AI, just because it's what's hot, people are following it, people are engaging, and there's new stuff happening every day. So we tried random video ideas about AI. Now, let me move here. So January, here we go. We started this thing out, look at that, 1 follower, baby, and that's for my mom, who's watching this live stream right now. So we posted these videos, and just like everything else that I've done in my life, it was 100 views, and I was like, God damn it. Why is this happening to me? And we were like, all right, I said I was gonna be committed, and so these videos were 100% AI, right? And so we were like, all right, let's stay at least committed for 2 weeks, let's just see it through. So we're posting, none of these videos are taking off. And then, on the 8th day, so we weren't posting these every day, but we were basically posting like every other day. On the 8th day, a new Chinese AI came out. And the thing is I was up cracking dubs in Fortnite at 2 in the morning, and I was just hitting W's after W's, lots of W's here. And as I'm going to bed, I see a Twitter post that's like, China just dropped this new AI. And I look at it, I was like, well, that's pretty damn impressive. And I was about to go to sleep, and then I had a realization. What could that realization have been? It was that by the time that everyone else wakes up, they're gonna have this story covered, and they're gonna be hitting it at 9 a.m., but I don't have to get to the studio right now. So I text my editor, who's in the Philippines, and I was like, hey, can we make this video about it right this second? And so at 7:30 in the morning, that video was already produced, edited, and set up, and it was released. And I was the first person to cover this because I didn't have to worry about my studio time. Because of that, this video blew up. 400,000 views on an account with 242 followers in the first frickin' week. Whoa. So, even through that, and my 400,000 followers, I still only gained a measly 600. My curse continues. And so that's when I was like, okay, we're onto something. But here's what's crazy. The AI wasn't even that good. If you look at it here, I don't know what happened with my eyes. I don't do any form of paraphernalia or drugs, but I look really stoned here. Like, it just could not figure my eyeballs out. And we had to do some really unique training to fix this phenomenon. But effectively, you can see here that the non-followers was 99%, and even with all of these interactions, we had 4,800 comments. And there wasn't any call to action. There was no ManyChat bot on it. People were just engaging with it. They were like, holy shit, China's whooping us. Oh my God, what's your thoughts on this? And I was like, yo, these guys think I'm a person. These guys think I know about this thing. I don't. So I started looking up. I started responding to some of the comments. I was like, okay, guys, well, actually, this one has this much of a model limit. People be like, great, can you make a video about that? I was like, holy fuck, this is a real thing. So we started cracking out these videos, and pretty much it started growing slowly and surely, and we had it where we had an ecosystem that every other day there was a video posted. For a long time we were doing daily posts, and that brought us to about 9,000-ish followers by about March, okay? So as things working, we're moving along. What was the big jump was I started feeling like, even though the comments didn't say it, I felt like the AI wasn't good enough. As you can see, my hair's all over the place. This shirt, whatever this thing interacted, it would like easily, it would like blend into each other. I looked super high. My hair would like whisk in and whisk out. Hair is really complicated with AI, unfortunately, so whenever you are filming, just try to reduce your hair as much as possible. Does not mean shave your head. You're definitely not gonna have a problem. But like, ponytail it up, basically. And so we really couldn't figure out how to get a model that looked good, and we tried HeyGen, we tried Syntax, we tried all these different things. Everyone here this weekend has asked me what software we use. We could not figure out one software that got us consistent results and kept me looking like a real human, so we made our own. We had to make an offline profile that combined 8 different plugins and bases to essentially create the AI, and it went from this to the AI you see in front of you on the right. This is where you go, ooh, again. Ooh, very nice. So we call this the AI icon model, and as you can see, it even got things down, like when I get nervous, I put my hair tie around my hand, and it looks really good, whereas this one, like, pretty much my thumb would like blend into my hand at some points, and then as I was talking longer, it made my ear look massive. I don't know what was going on there. Like, it just didn't look very good. And I was super like pink and red. I looked like a little salmon. So anyways, what were the results of us making this investment into this operation? Well, we made a hell of a lot more videos, and my God, did they kick ass. Look at this one, 2.4 million views, 300,000 views, 1.5 million views. Like, all of these different videos, they were just cranking it. And so I just said, you know what? This is fun, but I'm not making any money. And I was like, just for a little hoorah, I just want to see how far I can push this, right? Wouldn't it be funny if the news did an interview with me, as in like a local AI like knowledge expert, you know? So I was like, I just want to see if we can get it to that point. And then we did. CNBC 6, did a courtside interview with us. And they were like, local interviewer AICon. I just submitted a clip saying like, hello, CNBC, like, it's great to be here. It was the AI. They had no freaking clue. And then I was like, okay, that was fun. Let's see how much farther we can crank it. So I started applying at different universities, right, as myself. And I was like, hey, I'm a certified AI expert. I'm not. And I'd like to see, you know, what you guys think about me presenting to your students. And then I get a call back from Sarasota Film Festival, which was here in Tampa, I believe, a month ago. And they had Richard Brand, I think his name was, Richard Brand, get him with the Greek guy? That guy. He sits there and he was like, they were like, hey, Richard Brand would like to have you on his podcast to debate the future of AI. And I'm like, what the fuck? What the shit? What's happening? Then I had brands hitting me up and they were like, hey, we'd love for you to use our software. Can you put in your videos? And I'm like, no one's caught on yet. Let's keep this thing going. Let's see how much farther I can take it. And then I was in Panama last week conducting completely legal business, and I was in a coffee shop. And I sat there, and I left my phone at home because I wanted to be present. I wanted to be deeply engaged in the Panamanian culture. So I'm sitting there having a nice little coffee, a little chai, and my roommate comes through, busts the door in, and he's like, Icon, you gotta get back home right now. And I'm like, why? And he was like, your phone won't shut the fuck up and we can't turn it off. And I was like, what could be wrong with my phone? We run back home and I open my phone and it's just, I've never seen anything like it. I thought I was arrested. What could it have possibly been? And it was, well, I happened to be someone of these viewers here. I always thought it was just random guys like me that were interested in AI, you know, little gamers, things like that. And I actually had someone that maybe some of you guys know. I don't know if any of you guys know this guy. But not only did he didn't share the video, he didn't share it on a podcast, he downloaded the video and went out of his way to re-upload it to his Instagram page. Boom, there I am. Look at that. This is the part where you can clap now, it's pretty cool. Thank you. And so we're here, and I thought, okay, Joe Rogan's gonna make some sort of comment about like, oh, AI influencers are really becoming a problem these days. He bit the fucking bait. He sits there, he just posts it, and he responds to this story. It was an incredible story about the University of Zurich, but he also watched it and was like, yeah, really interesting to see what's going on here. And I was like, holy shit, nobody's catching on. This is crazy. So long story short, that blew us up to, we went from like essentially 30K to we jumped up 65,000 followers. Someone here was my 65,000th follower in the room. There you are, yay. So, that happened as of yesterday, and here's the stats in this little practice. So we went to 100,000 followers across all platforms, 26.3 million impressions in 6 months. My daily reach is 1 million. Average comments per post is about 100, and the real number that I like here is average views 192,000. On an account that I have never touched. I've never even logged into the Instagram page until today to start this live stream. It runs 100% on autopilot. I have it where the video are generated, goes to the team, it gets uploaded, I don't see it, I don't touch it. And it's the editor that is assigned to this account is connected to a bank account that I've deposited a certain amount of money into. God forbid I somehow got eliminated off this earth today, this thing will make videos for the next 2.5 years, if nobody lets the editor know. How crazy is that? What a conundrum, right? And so, that's how I did all this. You know, I'm pretty proud of this. I've been making content for 7 years, genuinely trying, partnering with people, doing everything the right way, changing my hooks, everything left and right, and I never got even an ounce of this. And so it felt good, but it also felt like, damn, why didn't you guys like it when I was the real me? I'm the same freaking person. It's not like I even changed faces or anything. And that's what happened. So you guys wanna see how I make it? That's how I'm not that. That's how you guys over here. You guys want to see how I make it? They're a little bit louder. They're more engaged. So basically here, it's a very difficult process for me to walk you through everything because ultimately, this is actually the software. It's 8 different elements all stitched together in custom efixes and a bunch of numbers and nerdy things that my CTO told me about that I just don't understand. But what I can tell you is that this is kind of the rough overall process. So essentially we find an article, we script it using Poppy. We love Poppy, Poppy's great. We script it, and then essentially we generate the audio. We use a combination of 11 Labs and a Hugging Face plugin that kind of fine tunes the 11 Labs. It makes it more natural. Something that's really interesting, a lot of people don't know about 11 Labs, is that you don't only have to put a script in, it will just pop out an audio. It will also go ahead, they have what's called director mode. So let's imagine that you had someone that, you have an editor, and they were like, hey, this audio that's coming from 11 Labs sounds like he walks the dog. It doesn't sound right, right? Your editor can actually record an audio of himself saying he walks the dog. And that will be fed to 11 Labs, and 11 Labs will now perfectly replicate it in your own voice. So whenever I don't have time to film a video, I just have my editor do all the audio for me. So not only is he my editor, but now he's my actor as well. So we have the AI audio, then we go into our custom AI con software, and that's what you see here in front of you. This, seriously, I shit you guys not, this took like almost 3.5 months of fine tuning and work to get here. I've tried HeyGen, I've tried Synthesia. Everything looks super robotic, it just looks completely off, and that's why we built this. I originally built this just because I wanted to see how far I could push it and see if I can get like a White House press pass. I think that's like my next achievement I want to go for. After the Joe Rogan thing blew up, now everyone's hitting me up to buy it, so I guess we're gonna have to revisit that one. But so once we've got that, then we hit a thumbnail. I found that thumbnails, and Ryan was actually the one who inspired me because I thought I would just keep a picture of my face on the thumbnail. But Ryan was the one who originally walked me through that you should have title cards on all of your TikToks, because when people send it, then they know what the video's about. Because if they're in the messages, the video doesn't autoplay. So the title card basically tells you what the video is about now. I do this, you don't have to make it as pretty as this one does, but you should always have your title card. And then essentially we send it to a editing company that we've partnered with called Story. They're pretty incredible, and they go ahead and they help us mass produce the rest of the edits. So this is the flow. It's very difficult, and I'm gonna explain this when I have more time and depth. I don't have a lot of time. So some of you guys are wondering, okay, Icon, well this is great, yippee-ki-yay, good for you, dude. How the fuck am I gonna use this to make money? Is that anyone in the room? I'm looking at you, okay, all right. I just want to have my moment here. Now you want to hear, that's all you want. You just want money from me. I get it. All right, anyways, medical influencers. Who here's got medical clients they're making content for? Okay? Try this out. Crank out React and advice content as long as it meets whatever HIPAA thingies you got going on. Here's an example.
Weed is relaxing you. It's actually rewiring your brain for depression. Here's why. 1, weed lowers dopamine levels. Your brain's...
Good video topic, right? Here's the crazy thing.
Oh, weed.
That was also AI. And that AI looked authentic, and did the comments care? I sleep like a baby and wake up so refreshed. Coming to comments to see everyone rejecting the science and arguing that they're the exception. Talk about all the negatives of alcohol in your next video, please. Not true, remember 98% of... Nobody cared. Nobody was like, oh my God, burn the pitchforks, this guy's an AI. They didn't care. Because the information was good, the story was good, the content was good, the scripting was good. And this guy is 100% AI, but because he did it in a format where he does like the lower thirds, it looks more authentic. So if you've got some medical clients, instead of having to go to their studio and sit them down, you could try this out. Second idea, some people don't like being on camera. You can do what's called multi-style references. This is done through a combination of softwares that I don't have enough time to explain. But effectively, you could say, hey, you know what? We have one doctor that's really good at being on camera. Let's make a fish version of him. And then that's the thing that makes medical advice. And if you think that people would not follow a fish for their medical advice, then no one here has seen the talking fish on TikTok that does the news. Where it's like, breaking news, it's a fish. It's a fish. But people watch it. Like, you know those like Bass Pro, like little talking, singing like basses statues? All right, maybe not. But long story short, maybe I boomed myself on that one. But there you go. So it's like that fish gives, I learned about the Syrian crisis through that fish, right? I didn't go to the news for that. So you can get the same thing. You can have a Simpsons effect. You could have a Marvel character. You could have Spider-Man talking about colonoscopies. Isn't that fun, you know? Right? Okay. I had one more in here that I don't know where that one went, but basically the other one was, even if you maybe didn't want to do a full character reference, you could do what that gentleman did earlier with AI, where you can essentially have a female do it, right? Maybe you go to your practice and you say, you know what, we have a man and he's great at doing the content, but we also want a female lead. Well, now you can essentially clone him into a female lead. Exact same story, exact same hook. You can go back to all of the content that's already worked for you, the hooks are already proven, and you're just slapping a different person into it. In fact, if I was starting a new content agency, this is the first thing I would do. I would just swap out. I'll go to their best videos and I'd say, hey, I've got a cloning service. We're just gonna make a different character of you. Instead of cloning you, because cloning the person is the hardest one. Recharacterizing them is actually a little bit easier. And people accept that it's fake because it's fun, you know? So it's like, imagine a stormtrooper is giving you updates about the Forex economy. There's so many ways we could do this, you know? Anyone got any kooky ideas for a character they'd wanna try? Okay, that's a good one, I like that. You know, Al Pacino, Al Pacone, you know? Cookie Monster, that would be a sick one. Imagine Cookie Monster giving you fitness advice, you know? Anyone else got any fun ideas? A worm. A worm could be cool. Yeah, a little wormy thing.
I saw some videos last night of Yetis like tracking humans.
Okay. You could do that. There's so much applications we can do, so if you're like, man, I just don't know what else to do, you can just restitch your audience and go from there. I don't have a lot of time, and I know there's a lot of areas I didn't get to cover as well, and I just want to be as respectful to Ryan and the rest of the speakers, so I'm going to be here all day. I'm going to get swarmed with probably a lot of questions, and some people that are going to say all different types of things. Ultimately, guys, if you want to learn how to do this at baseline and to be able to grow not only yourself, but also connect with a lot of really amazing content creators along the way, we do have a live event. It's called Creator Hub. It's August 15th to 17th in Orlando. Last year, our amazing host, Ryan, give it up for Ryan for hosting us, by the way. He was one of the speakers last year. He's going to be a roundtable host this year, so you're going to not only have Ryan. Who here was at Creator Fest last year? Give it up for her right here. Yeah. So essentially, like who we would have as speakers, we have literally the platforms. We have Snapchat. We have a Nickelodeon child star. We have Eddie Malouf, $1 billion in revenue. We have School of Hard Knocks, walking through how they grew to 200 million views a month. Everything here is centered around not just how do you get better content, but also how do you actually monetize and economize that content. And so it's August 15th to 17th in Orlando. It's an incredible hotel, and we have about 1,000 people that come out. It's really awesome. Whether you're a creator or an entrepreneur, you should be here. And I'm going to spend an entire day, the first day of the event, actually breaking down the entire AI protocol, walking through my frames, how we do the scripting, how we do the setups, the staging. We're even going to have podcast studios on site that you'll be able to clone yourself at. So if you're thinking like, I don't even want to figure all that hullabaloo out, I just want to get it all done in a day, that's going to be the place to do it. I have it where we have 2 ticket prices. I'm not going to go too deep on this, but I told Ryan that I would hook up the gang with some great access. So if you want to come and you're here, we've basically slashed the prices as low as we can get them. So they're basically 50% off and $200 off our VIP. You can use these codes to get that discount if you like. Here's a QR code that you can actually just scan. And depending on whichever one you want, if you want to come as GA, you just put the attention, so ATTN GA, ATTN VIP for the VIP. These are going to close out tomorrow, so definitely make sure that you grab them. Again, Ryan's going to be back here. And also, who here is planning on joining Ryan's incredible mastermind? Hey, make some noise there. I'm also going to be doing a virtual masterclass in Ryan's mastermind here, even before that as well, so that you can get access to that information. So there's going to be 2 different ways. If the dates don't make it for you, grab VIP. You can get the recording and replay it later. But yeah, long story short, guys, the internet is dying. But if you remember anything from today, I just want you to remember that humanity is just getting started. So that's my presentation.
Oh, no, you're all good. That was incredible, right? Again, it was like less than a week ago. I happened to be, I don't know, the universe puts things in situations, and I was delayed, actually myself and Kim, who is your next speaker, with Savannah. We got stuck in Milwaukee, Wisconsin from filming with a client, and I was sitting in my terminal, and Icon just randomly called me. And that was like a week and a half ago. Prior to that, I was like, I should reach out to Icon, but then you get busy, but Universe gave me, we talked for like 45 minutes, just me pacing in the airport like I always do, just like this, with AirPods in, because my ears hurt because I'm in for so long. But, okay, so I'm gonna bring up Savannah and Kim, and they're gonna go over exactly how we manage, they're gonna give you the counts. It's a shit ton of videos. And I would even go out and say that there's a lot of people that have copied not only a lot of the styles and things that we've created, and a lot of those are from the minds of them and the people on my team, but also all of our systems and the way that we are able to manage that many videos, because I only know one other company and they're friends of mine that even do the volume that we do, and they don't actually create the content. Like, these are individual videos, hundreds, thousands per month, filmed, edited, managed, posted, put out, and it's all responsible from them. So I want to keep this moving. Kim runs an incredible dog nonprofit called Compassion Kind, and I think Biscotti is on his way. Biscotti is a product of Kim's dog nonprofit, and Sav is incredible. I met her at a coffee shop 12 years ago. I know her family. She's like a little sister. She's incredible. I could go on and on about how great they are, but I want you guys to hear that. So if you get hungry during this presentation, we're gonna break for lunch after this, but you can order stuff over there. You guys are all adults. You can get up, be quiet, go over there, come back, sit down. I'm not stopping you from eating. We have cameras, not guns. But point being is, I really, really want you to hear this presentation. Similar to Gary's, this is the shit that when you get to a point where you're mass creating content, whether it be for yourself, other people, yourself and other people, the systems and everything and the processes here is built to mass scale content, which it's a theme. You need it. Everyone needs it to some degree. And you can make a lot of money if you can do it for other people. You can make a lot of money if you do it for yourself. But you will run into storage, files, infrastructure, creativity. All these things will break, and they'll break horribly. And I do and I do a lot of things, and again, to talk, amazing things about Kim and Sav, and my whole team in general. I go and I do events and I speak and I make videos and I say a lot of shit that I just hope my team doesn't get mad at and they just make happen. And somehow they make it happen. And that's how the company has grown. That's how I have grown, not only as a person, a leader, a business owner, as a brand, but I do some wild shit and they're like, how the fuck are we gonna do that? I'm like, I don't know, you guys figured it out the last time. So point being, they're incredible and they're gonna go deep in this. And then after that, if you want to leave for a second, go get lunch. But again, right after that is gonna be Jaden, and then Melissa, Credit Brothers, Christian Bonnier is here. We got a lot to get through. So, it's days like today where I call myself professional, and I just don't eat. But also, the bar is, I believe, open if you guys wanna grab a drink. Drink a lot, by the Attention University. But I want to go bring Sav and Kim up. They're incredible, and they're gonna, I hope, blow your minds, which I think they will, because they always blow my minds with how they manage a lot of this stuff. It's not one person. And if you're a single person or even one or two people and you want to grow a business, I learned really quickly that you can't do everything yourself. Great people are hard to come by. They're two great people. So, Sav and Kim.
Hello. All right, while we load that up, I'm Kim, this is Sav, and we both have been with Viral Edit since pretty much the very beginning, and as a result, we now both manage a team of editors ourselves, and through our own edits, through our teams, we have both touched thousands of viral videos by this point, which means views or videos that have gotten millions of views each. So we're going to walk you through our processes a bit, and then a few of you submitted your own videos, and we're going to live edit and revise them. All right.
Yeah, so similar to what Kim said, I know we don't have a whole lot of time, but the main part of this presentation we want you guys to get from is we're gonna go through some of your videos. Like a week ago in WhatsApp, we asked anybody to submit some that either underperformed or they think could get more views. So we're gonna live edit those, but first, we wanna start going through some of our processes that helped us get to that 300 million views. That's so crazy to even say. 300 million views on average a month. And with that, we were trying to do the math earlier with Katie and Ryan. It's like 4,000 to 5,000 posts a month, too. And a lot of that's the same. We put the same video on every single platform, but I mean, that multiplies really quickly. But with that, I don't know where our slides are, but we'd like to show you some stuff. Not a jab at Fitzy, just don't know how to get them up. I can. I got that. Ooh, I'm so sorry.
You're good. And please take pictures of our slides if you want to. They are our processes and our lists that we use for our editors. These are a few examples of some videos that we have gotten. Grant Cardone, Mr. Ballin, Ryan's account, and Modern Wisdom. So we have 13 million, 6.4 million, 12.6 million, and 4.6 million. But that's just a few examples.
All right, so I think it was yesterday, our VIP day, most of the agency owners said they're working with around, a lot of pictures already starting. I see you guys, feel free. With around 3 to 5 editors on like the upper side. So this is the editing process that helped us be able to get to that 5,000 posts a month, 300 million views. We're on average working with around 10 reoccurring editors. It's give or take depending on the season, I guess. But I'll just really quickly walk you through this so that we can get on to the revising process, and then we'll jump into the live editing of the videos. So the editing process, it starts after the filming process is done. So the editors would go in, they would review their schedule. Typically, we used to do it on Monday.com. We switched to Asana. I think it's way better now. It was a hard switch, though. I didn't want to at first, but now we love it. So they'll review their schedule for the week. They go to the raw files folder, and they choose the files that they're going to edit for the day. They then mark those files used, move it to the used. I can also show you this too afterwards. I was trying to get it through it quicker. This is all in our Google Drive that they're operating here. So once the file is marked used so nobody else grabs it, they move it to the used folder. They then watch the file all the way through. Ryan hit on that multiple times yesterday and throughout the week. And then they upload it to the editing software, structure the video. It's the most important part, structuring the video. Then we go into the Cub framework, which is what Luis went over. So after they're done structuring the video to what they think would be the best for maintaining the views, they have to run it through that, which is, to remind you, the confusing, unbelievable, or boring. If it is any of those three, they shouldn't even continue with the edit. They should just go back and revise the structure on their own until they get that. So once that passes our Cub framework, they're going to move all the way down to, it's kind of making the file pretty. The subtitles, proofread the subtitles, review the audio, add any pictures. What am I missing? I feel like I'm talking too fast. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, making the video pretty. But the structure in the Cub framework was the main part of that one. Second part, if anybody wants pictures. Do you want to do that one? All right. All right, so this is where we get into our non-negotiable list, which we will put up. Next slide, last year, it was definitely the most photographed slide of the event, so it'll be really helpful if you're working with any editors or your editor yourself. So after they finish their video, they are going to export it, and they're going to run it through our non-negotiable list. I guess I could actually just throw that up because we don't even need this here anymore. Everybody got their picture? All right. Okay, so after the editor exports their video, we have them put every single video through this list. I would recommend, depending on what software you're using, if it's Asana or Notion, to actually have it where when they submit the video, they have to physically check it off. We've played with doing that and not doing that. Right now, we actually aren't. But if it depends on like your guys' system with accountability for that, but just make sure they're running it through. So that would be that all images are clear and they match the client's brand. That's one of the most important things. We've had some crazy images being added on there. I feel like Ryan keeps using the naked baby example. That was really weird. We have perfect grammar, strong hook. That's arguably one of the most strong points on this one. 0 black bars, audio's in both ears. I don't know how that gets messed up, but some programs will just export it all sounding funny or robotic. TikTok safe zone filter applied. That's what this is. That's a big pet peeve of mine when you're looking at the captions and they're like stuck behind like the little like icon or like the caption you add when you're uploading it. You can't see the subtitles because they're behind that. Like I don't know why editors would think to put captions there instead of there. But anyway, no audio pops. Lighting is good. Useful, engaging. Video has a singular point that can be described in one sentence. With our example videos that we're going to go through, I think that's going to be something we'll definitely be hitting on. People want to cram way too much into a video, and then it falls into the confusing, unbelievable, or boring framework. Mostly confusing. And then the final two, must watch video all the way through before submitting. That will help you not miss any of these. We're almost like we can make mistakes, but just watching it all the way through is crazy that most people don't. I don't understand why. And then clear conclusion takeaway. So with that, you can give it over to Kim, the queen of revisions.
All right, so after our editors upload their videos, we have a revisions process, which I highly recommend everyone have one. It is a bottleneck at times. Even though we have the non-negotiable checklist, a lot of things can still get through. So that's what we do now. So the videos get uploaded and we quality control. So it really is to make sure that it's that final line of defense before a video is sent to the client. So we're checking for spelling errors, those black bars, the audio, the images make sense, are clear, are appropriate, align with the client's branding. Really just making sure it really is a good video and it has viral potential. So I also recommend taking a picture of this one as well. So our editors upload their videos to Asana. We always have them upload the raw file, so the original file that they edited, and their final version as well. So we go in and we watch both. We first watch the edited video, and then we make sure it makes sense, but if it doesn't, we're then watching the raw file to see what may have been missed that can then be added. If we have any feedback, we're going to type it on our Asana task or whatever anyone decides to use. We used to do that on Monday, but Asana has really been working for us recently. And then we will submit that feedback. The editor goes back in, they revise with our feedback, and then upload again. Ideally, we have either no revisions or just one round. And then once it is approved, everything is aligned, it's a clear video, it has potential to go viral, the hook is strong. Then we approve the video, it goes to our ready to post folder, and that's where our poster will then grab it and post it on the client's account.
Next time we need 2 plates. All right, so that's the daily processes that we live in every single day with the editors. And with that said, we're gonna get into the live edits. Kim can answer any questions while I pull these up.
Go for it.
What level of like, how many employees, when would you decide like, okay, we need to start using Asana in this company versus just like, it's just me and an editor, so I just send them stuff?
So what are you currently using?
I'm not currently using anything.
But like, is it WhatsApp, Slack, anything? Oh, okay. I mean, if it's just one, and depending how many clients you have too. If you have like 10 clients, it can get very confusing if you're keeping it in one chat. So I'd recommend finding something, even a free app, that might just help you upload the links separately and then keep the feedback there. We have had situations where we have done some revisions in Slack, but once it gets into a long thread, it just gets confusing. So pretty much once you reach that point where you are giving feedback and going back and forth on multiple videos, it just makes it a lot simpler to have something like an Asana, Monday, of that nature to help. Any other questions? Oh, go ahead.
How quickly does it normally take you to get each short out? So, yeah, what does that mean?
So our editors, our full-time editors have a workload of about 6 videos every single day currently, and they have a hard deadline of 5 p.m. Eastern. So we don't really mind how long it takes them to do those as long as they hit that deadline. So we do have those 6 videos done every single day. So once it hits 5 p.m., we go in and we revise them or push them forward. So it's usually a pretty quick turnaround within, I'd say 24 hours after they first grab that video and then send it to us, and then it gets sent to the ready to post folder. Yes?
Do you have just like an SOPs or like a team calendar where everyone knows like what you are doing, like how do you work?
So that's in our Asana. So everybody knows how many what clients they work on. We do split them among our teams, and then our specific editors have about 3 clients each that they focus on. So with those 3 clients, they do 2 videos per client a day to hit that 6. So that's something that we task them in Asana. So they have that schedule ahead of time.
Yeah, so back to our pod structure too, of Kim's pod, my pod, Dre, Luis. It's pretty much like a lot of what the pod leader is doing is managing between the media management filming process to the point of posting. So essentially we create the schedules with the editors. So it just depends how you want to communicate that. Dennis, he's awesome. He's here, he edits. With my pod, I just send him a Slack message of this day we need this day, like try to give it ahead of time. But it could be up to interpret whatever way you want to do it. Whoever needs the most post, that's who I usually schedule it. Yeah. Any more questions? Edits? All right. So, who should we start with? We should start with somebody who included their name, because we asked you guys to include your name.
That's a big thing. Do you want to touch on that? Following directions? Okay. So we have, okay, so out of these 7 videos, so we did send instructions with this, and the really only thing we asked for was that you put your name on it, and there are 3 or 4 that did not. So that's just an example of just following directions. We get that a lot with editors we've had over the years. Just quality control, attention to detail, very important.
Yeah, it's a fact of life that we'll never get out of the attention to details. So this video is Sebastian. I thought he was right. Yes, Sebastian. I want to start. This is a really great video, but you submitted it to get critiqued, so we're going to critique it. All right, so I'll play it all the way through for all you guys first.
The day I met my wife, I told my best friend, I met the girl I'm going to marry. But if I had told her that, I would have had to go marry someone else. Instead, I took her out on a few dates. We went skiing, we went hiking, and I didn't miss a single day of texting. You see, it's said that a person has to spend a minimum of 7 hours with you before they trust you enough to want to buy from you. So if you're trying to sell your followers as soon as they meet you, it's like me saying, hola mi amor, will you marry me? Instead, focus on creating more content so your audience can get to know you, like you, and trust you. So when the time comes to ask them to take action, you'll increase your chances of getting that sale.
All right, clap for Sebastian. That was great. So the first thing, and I think the only thing really that we both noticed, is when you transition from the first part of the video, you hooked me in, and I thought it was going to be a relationship advice video about your successful marriage and how you met your wife. And all of a sudden, it switched into a business video of closing clients. So that would fall under the confusion of the Cub framework, confusing, unbelievable, boring. So I would have just included some sort of transition sentence to like prep the viewer for that switch. Because when I was hooked in for like 8 seconds, thinking it was a relationship video, and I was like, oh, it's a business, nope. If I was already hooked in for that. So either like beautiful, like crisp edit. I don't have anything more to add to that one.
Yeah, no, this was a fantastic video. And another thing that is always really important to add to videos is an example like that. So it makes it very relatable, but just adding a sentence of like, and this can also be applied to other areas of your life, and then lead into that. To just connect the viewer so they understand why you get to that point. But overall, really good video, great example, very engaging.
It's not AI.
What's the funniest thing has happened during your shift?
Alright, so the funniest thing that happened to me on my shift, I found out I was ugly. Which is weird because, you know, you don't normally find out you're ugly at work. So I take a delivery to this house, got like 4 or 5 pizzas, headed to this guy's house, knock on the door, knock, knock, knock. Guy comes to the door, hey man, thanks for the pizzas. I told him it's gonna be at 45 something. So he looks, he yells, somewhere in the living room for his daughter to come. He's like, yo, Stephanie, come help me with the pizzas. Here comes Stephanie's little 15, 16-year-old behind. And she goes, oh, hey, how you doing? Dad hands her the pizzas, and so another voice yells from the back, hey, Stephanie, is the pizza guy cute? And instantly she goes, no. And it takes the pizza, smiles, and walks off. Emotional damage. And then I'm sitting there with the dad. The dad's looking at me. I'm looking at the dad. We're like, dude, it's 45 something, man. Can I get my money so I can go and cry in the car? And that's what happened. That's a true story. On my mama.
Yeah. Your video?
That was awesome. My favorite thing was you brought out, you heard everybody laughing. You did a great job of bringing out his personality, just with the edit. I think do this and split test it. If not, I don't have time right now, but after this, I will edit it right on the spot if you need. But you really should just remove the double hook. Like you hooked them twice. Let me just play the first like 5 seconds again, I'll explain it.
What's the funniest thing has happened during your shift?
Alright, so the funniest thing that happened to me on my...
It's the same thing twice. After you ask him the question, just jump right to I was told I was ugly. And that's like the only change I would really make with this. Anything else you would add?
No, that's really it.
All right. Yeah, the back-to-back hooks. Lose it.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Question.
Yeah, what's up?
So since it was a double hook,
Yep.
which one would you have preferred?
I would split test both. Yeah. Do it like cutting out the second part and then both. That would be a good split test. All right, who made the food truck video? Oh, awesome. Okay, I can see the similarities with the editing style. I'm digging it. All right, let's play this one.
3 reasons why opening a fucking food truck is better than opening a fucking restaurant. Number 1 is you don't have to be open every day. You get to go wherever you want, open wherever you want, set up wherever you want, well, with the right permits. And not only that, but if you get really good and people start recognizing you have really good food, then they'll start catering you out. You go work for 2 hours, make 5K, come back home and jerk off for the rest of the day. Reason number 2, you get to travel everywhere with this business, depending on how you want to run the food truck business. So I want everyone to know about my food, so that's why I travel the whole state and go wherever I want. What's really fucking cool is like meeting these really awesome people, like at Bike Week or for Daytona, or like we go to Palm Beach to see Cars and Coffee, or like we do Baycare Sound, we get all these fucking awesome concerts. So it's really fucking cool. You get to travel, and then after you're done working that really big event, you take a couple days off. And reason number 3, overhead is super low. You don't really need much on a food truck because you're specifically making that one item that tastes fucking amazing, not like 30, you know? So you can build a truck for 10K and still make money off of it. You don't have to go crazy with building a truck.
All right. Really good video. So this captured the personality again really well. So you're doing a fantastic job with really just showing that character, keeping it engaging and funny. With this one, just a couple of things. So one, you mentioned how much it costs at the very end. That is something that we found that people like to know right away because that makes it relatable or not. So people could be thinking it costs like 50K, so they're like, oh, this doesn't apply to me, I'm not going to do this. But if they find out right after the hook that's only 10K, it makes it a little bit more relatable and reachable for the average person, and that could mean whether or not they continue the video. So I just recommend putting that a bit sooner. And then something else we found is that with the sound effects, we now mute our curse words just because it's a lot softer. So especially if you're listening with headphones and you're just going through the app, it can be even more jarring. So that can mean like if it's too loud every time there's a curse word, someone might just swipe. So just mute it, keeps it a little bit softer, and they don't even notice it. Mm-hmm. It's awesome. It was a great video. Those are just 2 minor little things that we could suggest to see if maybe it will perform a little differently as well. Mm-hmm.
I think too, when we started muting videos instead of using the bleep sound like a long time ago, I don't know if Luis remembers the video, but I think it was you, Luis, we got some comments on a video that they're like, oh, I just like blew out my eardrums. I had headphones on, I was like, beep, beep, beep. I don't know if it was Grant or Ryan back in the day, but we ran with it ever since that. So it started just from a comment, but it's not the end of the world either way. I would test it if they're fine with leaving it in. Just like, he has personality, let's show it. I'd rather that than like the beeping. All right, cool. Who should we do next? Kim, do you have any suggestion?
Let's do that one. Yeah, that one.
All right. This one's more of a motivational style one, is what I gathered.
I have written these 9 words in my journal every night for the last 35 years. You see, what you tell yourself is what you're going to become. If you tell yourself every day that you can't do it, it's too hard, you need help, someone needs to save you, then the story of your life is going to be generally miserable. We get programmed from birth, from our parents, TV, friends, you name it. So if you want to change your story, if you want to change your life and live the way that you were meant to live, the way you dreamed of living, you need to get up and change your story. It's not going to change by itself. I've kept a journal for the last 35 years that I write in every night before I go to bed. And the last words that I write is an affirmation of who I am, to remind myself of the commitment that I made to be the best that I could be, to live my best life, to give my family the best life that I possibly could. So every night, to remind myself of that commitment, I write these 9 words. Thank you, Lord. I will persist until I succeed.
right. Whose video is that one?
Good. This is another good video. These are all really good examples. Just a small few suggestions with this one. So one, we have found through a lot of videos that the motivational videos are a bit harder. They don't always hit as well, so they don't always go viral unless they're super, super polarizing. With that, I feel like there might be two potential videos here. So you could try split testing, but in the beginning, he mentions the 9 words, and then he doesn't say them until the very end. So people may forget that while they're going through the video. So I recommend hooking them right away with those 9 words. So he says the hook, he explains what they are, and then he goes more into the why, and then the motivational part. You could also just do, so without the guy, you could just do the motivational part too, as itself. That could be its very own video where it's just empowering while you see all the motivational footage behind it as well. So you could make 2 to 3 videos out of this and split test all of them and see what performs and what the audience prefers as well. But it's good video. And I can tell this took a lot of work too.
For one of those split tests too, if you would like to keep the payoff at the end, like I think that's a good, like it could go either way. I would try both. If you were to keep the payoff at the end how it is, I would just recommend shortening the video. Because when it starts with him, then it goes like, it was like a minute of motivational B-roll, and then back to him, and then back to him. It kind of just felt disjointed of like not one congruent video. Like I really like the like just all B-roll idea. Or, yeah, give it right away, exactly what Kim said. But we have a few more. Are we good on time? 2 o'clock. All right. So who else is here? All right. Let's do this one. Are you here? Raise your hand if this is your video. Awesome. All right, let's do it.
You know who this is. You know this video is about to be useful because this is Matt Gray, an amazing content creator, an amazing business owner, and he just dropped a 40-minute YouTube video explaining his best social media strategies over time, and I watch it so you don't have to, and I'm going to share the one biggest golden nugget that I found from that video. He was talking about hooks. Obviously, you know that's the most important part of the video, and he said the most effective hooks always have one of these 4 words. Okay, ready? I've, when, and if. See, most people when they do hooks, they put you, but he's noticed through going and analyzing all his best performing videos that these are the 4 best words to use when you're creating a hook, and I just wanted to share that with you.
All right. That is interesting because for all of our hooks, we had like a few hundred, like first 1,000 or so. A lot of them, like you was like the most common one that worked. But totally. So for this video, first thing I would work on your tonality. Like it was very like it was an authoritative video if you were teaching us something, but it didn't feel like you were confident of teaching it. Or even you could go like a route of what's like the trendy. I would see people like you could be like, I watched this 45-minute video from this, so you don't have to. Here's the biggest takeaway. I would just work on how showing up on camera.
You know, the reason why I did that is because my other viral videos, I spoke in that tone, and a lot of the engagement came from people commenting on my voice.
Okay.
So I like kind of purposely, just for
Okay.
that video, did that, and then the same thing happened. So a lot of the engagement came from that, so I was like, is that actually useful? Should I be speaking in that, like, is that what is attracting people? So I just wanted to test that. But I agree, like, it was a softer tone, but I got a lot of positive feedback on that, which is why I was kind of just curious.
No, that's good then. If you're getting a lot of positive feedback, like I'd recommend keep doing what's hitting on your account. So if that tone is what's hitting, then ignore what I said. Like just keep make more videos like that until it doesn't work or if it like goes off. So.
I agree with what you're saying, the tonality, because like I do speak like that in general, but those videos do well. So I was kind of like, let me just try. Like, yeah, that was
Good. That's good insight. So, I mean, overall, I think we have to wrap for lunch. We will, anything else? We will stick around for any Q&A, or if you have any videos that you'd like to bring us up on the side, we'll help work you out, any of them. But, yeah, I don't know where anyone is
going until, yeah, we'll just keep going. And then I did have one more suggestion on that video as well. We didn't get to the words until about 32 seconds, I believe. So I would just recommend saying that a little bit sooner, just because those first 30 seconds were kind of talking more about like what the video was in a vague way. So if someone's not very familiar with him, they may have swiped at that point. So I would just recommend testing, giving that information right away, and then you explain why it's valuable. You could even give your opinion too of why you think those words may have done better than others too, just to give a little bit more education on it as well. And then just like a little aesthetic thing, it was a little tough to see the words themselves, so I just recommend like blowing them up a little bit, zooming in, something of that nature, just so it's like really in people's faces. That can help. Thank you so much. But, yeah, thank you for submitting.
Depends how it's framed, but just wherever the eye naturally lays would be, we tend to look at people's faces, day-to-day life. So like just below, kind of like here on their chest, or like the middle of the video. If you frame it right, it should be around the middle of the video for that.
What they're wearing too sometimes, but that's typically where we stay.
Sweet. I don't know where Ryan is or anybody, but we're wrapped. We can break for lunch.
Hey guys, obviously we're breaking for lunch. What time do they need to be back? Jaden is speaking next. And out of respect to Jaden, I need you all to be back in 30 minutes. Either go there or there's a really great deli, a half a block. Wait, 2:30. 2:30. Be back by 2:30 because transparency, I paid money to get Jaden here. Out of respect for him, I want there to be people in the room to listen to him talk. Not only because I think he's incredible and you should listen to him, but it costs money to get nice people to places. So, also the bar is open, and tonight there's a party on the rooftop. I have a tab and a budget, and if you would like free drinks, you must have a wristband, okay? If you're under 21, I'm not supposed to tell you that you can't come, but if you have a good ID, I'm not gonna turn you away. But either way, it's 21 and up. I will encourage everyone to drink their faces off. You're not gonna be judged in any way, shape, or form, because that's just how I operate. But yes, we have a tab. The bar is taken care of, basically until the tab runs out. And then it's open till 3 a.m., So at some point, grab a wristband. Katie will be out the front. Grab a wristband. If you do not have a wristband, you're causing all of us stress. So you're that guy. Thank you. Do you love biscotti? Hold on, Allie. Okay, so like I did yesterday, if you want to grab food and come over here, this will be a working lunch Q&A. I'm sure I can grab Sav and Kim if you have more questions for them. But if you want to ask questions, gather around. We will do the best we can. But yeah, I'm up here now, and so is Luis. So you guys look like you want to talk. Specific to you, I can make it work. Here. Hey, Dre, can you grab some chairs? Like 2 or 3, 4. You can come up too, Dre. Dre's looking for that one pick for his Tinder profile. I want to make sure he can get that. But anyways, what you got, bro?
So we had a conversation yesterday about my social strategy in any business possible that I have raised introducing affiliate content. I'm struggling with, in general, finding a viral that is so focused on very specific, very targeted part of
Yes.
and so the client that I built is essentially a paid community.
Okay. Well, I guess the easiest question to ask yourself, if you're making the authoritative content, what content do you want to make for fun? If it, don't attach a money number to it, it doesn't need to make money, what do you want to make?
That's what I mean, because I've never had that thought process. I've never gone through the creative process to do that. That's what I struggle with.
Okay.
I enjoy health, wealth, and fulfillment. Like, those are my three things that I enjoy talking about is really simple.
Have you ever filmed a workout?
No.
I'd start there. Do you have any biohacking routines or things you do to be healthier with less effort? I mean, you look in very good shape, so I'm assuming you do a few things that arguably the general population might seem weird that might make for a great video. And this could go as specific, and again, I'm generalizing. Maybe your specific arm routine is different than somebody else's. And you being, it's all about like, you have to think about yourself holistically as a person, and you sell products, you make content about one specific area, and that's fine, but to truly build a personal brand, you need to make videos about other aspects of your personality. Now, if I was to like look at myself, and we try to do this a lot, like I do generally have good social skills and connection skills, so I make videos about that. I can help people make friends, I can help people meet rich people, I can help people network. So that's like a content bucket that I put things into. Then I also, I'm an avid TRT user. I have a lot of knowledge on that. I've been doing it for 4 years. I'm fairly knowledgeable at helping somebody if they're thinking about starting or not. I can make videos about that. I love cars. I used to be a street racer. I have a lot of experience. I don't do that anymore, but I have a lot of interesting stories and viewpoints on cars and how they affect, lifestyle and different things that I can share videos about. I also am a dad. My daughter's here. I like to think that, I've managed to make, $4 million while also, in my opinion, having a healthy family relationship. People struggle with that. I probably have some advice. Not saying I'm always perfect, but I got advice. It's just finding those areas of your life that when it comes to like, oh God, I gotta make like 50 videos. It's like, okay, 5 car videos, 5 workout videos, 5 social skills, 5 this, 5 about video editing. And it just helps you compartmentalize you more holistically as a person, because if you're trying to make money from that, which everybody is, and there's nothing wrong with that. I wish everybody makes a shit ton of money from their personal brand. But it's more so you want to show the qualities of you as a person and your values and your beliefs and your opinions, because that's truly what makes people buy from you. Me having a dog I relate to dog owners. Does that mean every dog owner needs to hire me as an agency to do their content? No. But if I find out on a sales call that somebody has a dog, I have a commonality. But you end up attracting different pockets of people. And that's truly what it's about. It's just bringing people back to you that maybe at some point will invest money in whatever you have. And it might be years from now. It might not be real estate. It might not be investing. It might not be any of that. You might just make a cool hat 5 years from now that Ethan, who you met at an event, who follows you on Instagram, buys from you 5 years from now. Now Ethan just paid you $40. Like, this happens in a myriad of different ways. So, yeah, it's truly what, like Luis kind of said, coined a term, was like, we put the personal and personal brand, because most people have a brand. My brand is, I help video editors make more money. I help video editors get clients. I help video content creators go viral. If you only build a content around that, you are only as useful as that information. You're not useful as a person. You're just useful for information. So at some point, though, a large amount of people will siphon the information from you and they will move on. You want them to stay because they like you. And then it doesn't mean that they need your information anymore. That was just their entry point to you. And you see this in a lot of different ways. As you kind of grow and get more views, it is, like I said earlier, it's like a post and pray type of scenario. You're like, I believe in it. And you truly have to believe in it. Like, I make videos because I enjoy making videos. I like making some off-the-wall creative videos. They have nothing related to do. Like, me getting drunk, drinking sugar-free Red Bull in different flavors is not, probably arguably, a horrible video for my brand. But it's an amazing video for my personality. And I'm not afraid to show that personality, because if you're gonna be mad about that and not wanna do business because of that, I don't really wanna work with you. And even if you did come work for me, it's probably not gonna last. So it's more so, you know, because sales is very face-to-face. And I like to present myself on the internet as a person that you are open to listening to or doing business with. It might not be now, but, and then, you know, one more example. I have a friend of mine, Ryan Fisher. He runs a brand called Chalk Performance Training. Wildly successful. We helped him go viral many of times, and you know, we became friends, and he's a really great guy. And I was just like, look, you sell a workout program. If all you talk about is your workout program, people do workout programs for specific time periods. Like, I enjoy CrossFit now, but maybe next year I blow out my knee and I hurt my back. I can't do CrossFit no more. So now I'm gonna follow Allie's workout program. That doesn't mean that Ryan Fisher is bad. Yeah, hold your, only if I get hurt doing CrossFit. But, you know, the point of that is that I shared that with Ryan, and I said, that doesn't mean I don't want to follow Ryan Fisher anymore. That means I follow Ryan Fisher because he's got a sweet Bronco. Like, he travels all the time. He's in very cool places. I want to see that. Like, he, you know, speaks. He's friends with very cool people. I want to see that too. Like, it's just because they don't buy that, you know, it gives me reasons to keep following him after I've extracted whatever information, because also I may do Allie's workout program for a year and then go, man, I really want to go back to doing this. And now I'm back interested in Ryan Fisher. But I may have forgot about Ryan Fisher if his videos never disappeared from my feed. So that's also a concept too, of like, you're looking for longevity of like, why should somebody follow after they've paid you money as well? So, hope that.
All that to your stuff, like, you're selling a lifestyle. You're not selling an expertise. Like, you sell a lifestyle, you have to be an expert at that thing. So think that perspective. But who has a cool question?
Pass that mic around.
So, in our planning, we were moving into
I think we can all, because I do think you probably struggled with this when you started, about how do I maintain a professionalism about my brand while also venturing out and doing the more fun videos and the things that really show you as a person. So my thing there is you have to, it's a lot of convincing. And you have to constantly reassure them that this will pay off in some way. And you need like bite-sized wins, okay? So you need to get them to film a couple videos. And one of them will probably do better than the rest, and they'll get that first dopamine spike of this working. But more importantly, it's ask them what people they follow, and then ask them what is the last video you remember from that person. I guarantee you, if they follow a Grant Cardone, it'll be a Grant and Sabrina video with his daughter. It might be a jet video. It might be a political video. It will probably not be that video where they break down how to sign a contract for somebody for corporate law to not get sued. Like, those are specific bites of information that people get, take, and then go do what they need to with it. They don't live on. And that it's kind of a reframe that you have to kind of instill. It's like, who do you follow? What videos do you like? Why do you like those videos from them? That's what I want you to do. So it's like, you got to find who they like and follow and then kind of build on that. Yes, baby?
I'll add to that it's a lot on the directing when you're filming with them. Because if you give them ideas, do you give them like ideas or topics or scripts that they're going to talk about prior? Yes. Okay, so that's where you're messing up too.
Yeah, so we'll give them notes, we'll give them concept ideas, 6 to 7 prior to the shoot.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times we'll talk about professional stuff.
Yeah. So, because it's on the frame, because you're already given them permission to select all the things that they feel comfortable talking about. So they already have this idea that like we're gonna hit all these 15, 30 expertise things. With us, like we just do the onboarding, which is more of like, who are you? What do you like? What do you want to be seen as? Who do you not want to be seen as? So now we have a frame of like, all right, so Adley wants to be seen as a men's expert that's like, I can fuck with you. Like no one's scared of her, even though, like from a comfortability, but like we magnify that personality when we're in person, where it's like, all right, she's comfortable talking about Sour Patch Kids, calling men out like they don't look good. She called that away, which was it, Tiger Woods? He's not big enough, and like people got mad, but she can clap back basically. That's like you have to find the backbone of your clients too. But you more just want to do like who are they? What do they stand for? What are they willing to fight? And then in the moment, just ask more questions. Like, tell me a story of like, did anybody ever sue you? How did that feel like? So you got to go into the emotional side of things. And then they'll just say that blab like greatness when they're telling stories, especially getting sued. Yeah.
If you ask them, who are you? When they answer, ask them again, who are you really? So they feel comfortable like really telling you, because they'll probably tell you what you want to hear that you're going to be able to film on, but then they should really tell you who they really are.
Yeah. And disclaimers, like if you don't feel comfortable, you don't want to talk about that, you don't want us to post that on video, or like you mentioned the name, like just tell the camera like, hey, don't post that. And like I think that gives them that comfort of like everything is editable, like editable. So those disclaimers help a lot. The best advice, though, is get drunk with them prior to working with them.
I think, I know quite a bit about who you work with, but I think the differentiator is you want the client to feel rapport with you as a friend. And it's like, if you are about to sign a client or work with somebody or do video, and you're like, I would never get drunk with this person, and I'm not saying everybody has to go get drunk with that's not what this is about. It's just like, if I was gonna call somebody to ask questions at 3 o'clock in the morning because I'm stressed, would I talk to this person? And it's like, you gotta kind of have that friendship, and a lot of people would argue, oh, well, I don't wanna be friends with my clients, it's a business. It's like, to a degree, there has to be that professionalism, but, if you don't feel comfortable hanging out with them, it's going to be really hard to extract good videos from them. And they're not going to feel comfortable enough with you to truly open up and give you that type of information. You know, and it's the same way when you're filming videos. Like if you just say, I'm going to go film videos with people, it's like a vibe. Like it's a vibe check, I guess is the best way to put it. Like, and not everyone's going to be, they're all guarded. Like everyone's guarded. They have an opinion about what they think the world sees them as. And you got to kind of break that down and be like, okay, I know you think the world sees you like this, but they really don't. Like, here's why. Who do you follow? What do they do? Why do you like them? Do you truly only watch a Cody Sanchez because she buys businesses? Or do you watch it because, like, her husband's pretty fucking cool. He's jacked. He's an interesting character. He was in the military. Or that she has, like, she owns, like, 50 companies. What's that like stress level-wise? What's that like? How does she manage that? Like, those are the true reasons why people follow people. But there is an inherent facade that they feel like they need the internet to see. And you can get trapped in that facade, you know? And it's once you're in it, it's very hard to get out of it, you know, because this is and it's also explaining to them, like, I mean, I told Adley before the videos even started, I said, Adley, I joked, don't read the comments. These are not gonna be good. You're gonna trigger people. You're gonna make them uncomfortable. They're gonna get pissed off at you. But most of the people that you're working with are probably smart and intelligent with marketing. And they know the concept of, there's a certain type of person I wanna work with and there's certain types of people that I don't wanna work with. It's usually the ones they're trying to attract the ones they don't even wanna work with based on a facade that they don't even care about. So it's like, you know, be like, that's fine if you make them mad. Because you want all the rest. And, you know, unless you're selling a mass scale product, like a sponge, like the personality matters. Like mass scale products sell to everybody. Everyone needs a sponge at some point in their life. So that it's just like, well, do I buy a scrub daddy or a scrub mommy? Or it's like if you're selling a service, like an attorney, if I'm hiring an attorney, have you ever been in trouble before? Like, if you were your own attorney, how would you get yourself out of that? Did you become an attorney because you got in trouble and you got fucked over? Those are the things that, like, once they pull that in and they start sharing that, it's like, you'll see it as like a person filming with them. They open up and like their complete vibe changes. They get comfortable talking. And it might take 10 to 15 videos before this happens. You know, that's not saying those previous videos are ones that are like, I'm not using those. Like, it's just like, you see it visibly. They open up, they start laughing, the energy gets better, and then you're like, I'm there. You know, and that's why, I don't know your 100% process. That is my goal for the whole onboarding process. The onboarding process is not to tell them, you're gonna film a video, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this, you're gonna sign a contract, you're gonna do this. That, I can do that in a PDF. Here's how it works. Contract signed here. Here's your payment link. The whole rapport, like before Adley started working with us, I already had rapport with her. Like we had already laughed and had fun and filmed videos together, so it was a no-brainer for her to be like, hey, I had a lot of fun, I wanna film with you guys more. What does that look like? You know, and that's, a lot of things factor into that, like your social media presence, that's why I am encouraging my team to make more videos, which I know Tony does that with you guys, and I think, and you doing your videos, like you got 100K on TikTok, like, I wanna know, like, who I'm working with, like, because I can hire any agency, but like to know that, like if Tony does a sales call, it's like, no, my guy Ethan's gonna come out, he's gonna film. By the way, Ethan also creates videos. He got 100,000 views last week. And I was like, yeah, he did a skit. He made fun of like awkward people in elevators. That's funny. I'm like, I like Ethan now. So it's like, it's more deeper psychology, but at a surface level, it's like you got to build rapport. So like that's where like, you know, if you've never read a pickup book or like, you know, what's the Art of Seduction? The Art of Seduction, Robert Greene. The Mystery Method. I think I didn't get a good vibe check from Mystery, but you know, but I'm more of a Robert Greene guy. But you might be a Mystery guy, and it's the same overall principles of like building rapport, connection. Because in sales and in business, it's pickup. Fall in love with me, pay me money, and then never leave. And then if you tell them to go away, then they never want to leave. The guys probably get that, and girls get that even more. I want you as my friend. You're friend zoned. Can we go out to dinner? Can we eat lunch? Can we do this? Can I buy you this? Can I get you flowers? So similar principles apply. Okay, send him that.
So if you're doing the onboarding, and they're like, I don't really want to talk about how much money I made, and I don't want to talk about my nice watches, because maybe they're like worried about what their friends are going to think. Like, they don't necessarily like showboat a lot. They don't want to tone down, so they don't want to talk about numbers. Like, what do you tell them?
Well, so the money conversation is difficult, and it's flexing. And I'm good friends with Brandon Carter. He was a client for a long time. There's an art to flexing, and certain industries respond to flexing better than others. So it's one, who are we talking to, or ultimately, what is your product that you're selling? And then it's like, okay, well, if you give me an example of who you're selling to, Christian.
So as of last night, we're now selling executive presence to CEOs.
Executive presence. What is an executive presence?
It's basically like sales.
Okay, so you're sales. So, sales and status. Well, if I'm trying to teach you how to make more money selling, right? How do I prove that to you?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, that.
No one's gonna, I don't listen to someone unless, if they're talking about money and they never made like $1 million a year in their business, I'm like, who are you?
Well, that's the thing. So for me to instill trust in everyone who came to this room, I have to uncomfortably show a really large number from my Stripe account. Because if you have an agency and you want to make more money in your agency, and I say I can help you do that, and you're like, how? I'm like, I made this much money. I'm not saying I made that perfectly. I'm not saying that you're gonna make that much money, and I'm not saying I keep all that money either, and you know that, you're a business owner. I said, but does this instill trust? Do you think I can help you a little bit? So it's like breaking that down, and then it's like, what's their comfort level on sharing the flexing? You don't have to make a video saying you're a pussy if you never buy a Rolex, but you can be like, I bought this Rolex as a gift to myself when I made my first $1 million. This was my celebration. The irony is I bought that Rolex for $10K, and immediately next week I lost 3 clients, and I had to pawn the Rolex. You still bought a Rolex, or you just show the Rolex and not say anything about it. Be like, yes, I have a watch, I have a car. It's not about that. It's like, but there needs to be those status triggers, and you're very familiar with Jason Capital and his work. You have to, it's a framing of I want to be like this person or have something in which he has. I don't know that many people want the business that I built, but they probably want access to the clients that I have access to. So if I don't show the clients, how do I build that trust? So I have to, in some way, shape, or form, show the clients, flex the clients. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing, and there is a level of respect. One, to respect to your audience, because I don't want to be the guy that offends the audience and makes them feel inadequate or inferior. Certain people do that very well. I'm not that guy. So I look at it, and you can talk to your clients or potential clients. It's like, what are you comfortable talking about? We ask all of our clients, do you have children? Do your children go to private school? Yes. How much does that cost? $2,000 a month. That's a flex. You spend $2,000 a month on your kid's education. That's pretty fucking cool. I have a daughter. She's not in private school. I'm thinking, man, maybe do I need to make more money and put my kid in private school? Grant Cardone's kids fly on a private jet. Chandler's been in first class once. Now she expects that, but she's 9. But yeah, it's what are you comfortable sharing, and how can we share it without you feeling like a douchebag? But you do have to be like, how do you trust somebody on the internet? Why do you trust Grant Cardone or an Andy Elliott or any of the people? Some people are harder to trust than others, but it works. ultimately, I believe in, like, I deep-rooted my values of, like, I'm only gonna flex what is actually true. I can trackably say that I made this much money. I'm building this house. 2 hurricanes destroyed houses. You know, this many people came to an event. If it's not factually able to be proven, then I wouldn't say it. But if it's factually provable, then you're not flexing, you're telling the truth. Yeah. So if you make a bold claim, in this case, the bold claim from your grandfather is, I spoke to 200 college kids. Being that he's older, I have a certain level of trust for that, because it's like, why would this old guy be lying to me? But to further, like, we talk about it, that's social proof, okay? If you make a bold claim, how do you factually prove that? And the best way to factually prove that is show a picture or show a video or show a screenshot. So like, when I say we don't do pictures or B-roll, we really only do those in the supporting of, like, we need to prove it really quickly by some sort of visual. You know, so, and you don't always have that. And I'm not saying that, you know, so for you, if you're helping your grandfather, the next time he does that, you just grab a few cell phone clips of the crowd, put them in your little memory bank, and whenever grandpa says that screenshot goes up. It doesn't always have to be from that specific time. It is better if it is, but you proved it, you know, and that's kind of like a mindset you have to adopt. It's like, big bold claim, factually prove it. Keep talking, big bold claim, prove it. Bold claim, prove it. I think a lot of people are good at making the bold claims. They're not good at proving it, because the proving it makes them uncomfortable. And I'm gonna say that most people, when they make a bold claim, it's probably not even false. We probably should believe them, you know, but we believe them more if we see it, you know. We try our best to do that in all the videos, like, and it's also, it doesn't always have to be, I spoke to 1,000 people or 200 people. It could be like, I sat in a chair and I did Q&A with 8 people for 3 hours. Why were there 8 people there? Why did I like this guy so much? So it's like, I think people think it has to go super, super extreme just to prove your point, but it really doesn't. You know, so that's my rant on that. Next question. Grab that mic. Grab that mic. Oh, we're here.
What are like the, so I would like to see or ask you how when you're dealing with a client like one-on-one and they're like a little bit nervous to like speak on camera, how you usually go about listening and get them thinking more.
Yeah, well, first things first is you got to kind of find out what they're uncomfortable about. And there's levels to that. It's like, are you uncomfortable? One, because you're just not used to filming. That's usually most people's case. And this is where an iPhone comes in handy. They've all been on a FaceTime. They've all filmed a cell phone video. Put the camera down, pull out the phone. It's way less intimidating. And I would argue 9 times out of 10, that will solve your problem. If they're still stuffy for some reason, maybe it's like, where do you want to, if we can move locations right now, where are you more comfortable? Is it in your kitchen? Is it in your office? Is it at your studio? Then it's like, do we need to change locations? It could be driving in a car. Like, just figure out what's making them uncomfortable. And then your goal is to just get the content. You're not caring where it's filmed. Like, yes, that does matter to a degree, but in your case, if it's like the first time you're filming, you want to just get the content, get it out so they can see that your shit works. You know, and once they see that it works, next time they're going to be like, oh, okay, I get it. I felt uncomfortable there, but then that got 10,000 views or 20,000 views or it went viral. Or like I got a DM and then I got a client. It's just like those little steps. It's like, go from camera to phone. Because if you show up and you got lights beaming at them, you got a fucking gimbal, it's intimidating unless you're somebody like me. Like, there's cameras everywhere. Like, I'm not uncomfortable with like my life being out there, you know. So they just got to kind of build up that muscle, you know. But the iPhone is the fucking best. We love the iPhone. Yeah, it's good enough in every scenario. Yeah. 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 And then you got to coach a little bit. Like, calm down, man. You're talking to me right now. It could be putting the camera over there and you just have a conversation straight on. Like, is that going to perform if they're not in the camera going like this? Who knows? But they might not be able to get there yet, so you're both wasting each other's time. You just got to get something. So you being like, because I'm assuming you're pretty confident that if you get footage, you can make something out of it. Yeah. So like, that's where you show your expertise and that you know what you're doing. So then the next time you come back, they trust you. So, but everyone deals with that problem. Yeah. Yeah, jump up and dude, take a lap around your kitchen, bro. Calm down. You've had too many Zins, bro. Calm down. Yeah. No, I don't experience that with the bigger clients because a lot of the bigger clients, they've already filmed thousands of videos. And a lot of, you know, before you go into a scenario, if the person that's about to be filmed has filmed like 100 videos in some way, shape, or form, they're going to be much easier to work with. Like, and if you don't have that, you need to get them to 100 videos as fast as possible. Like, and I truly believe that number is magical. 90 days, 100 videos, like, or 90 videos, whatever. But like, yeah, because it's like, look, hey, you know, he's in shape. I bet he didn't bench 225 the first time he walked into the gym. Might have taken him 3 months. You know, or, you know, you don't lose 25 pounds overnight. It takes like 90 to 120 days. It's relating to like that or whatever that is specifically. Like, how many attorney clients did you work with before you won your first case? Or did you win right out the gate? Because if they won right out the gate, they're probably pretty confident on camera. You know, so, yes. So we got to get moving? All right. Does anybody have a question for Allie? Because I drug her up here and I feel bad. All right, let's do 2 more questions and I want them directed to Allie.
Hybrid athletes we have, yes. What do you mean, what do I tell them? I mean, that's such an individual question. So we can work with anybody who is training for anything, but when it comes down to what the program and the food looks like, it's gonna be very individual. Like if anybody here was like, how many calories should I eat? I'd be like, I don't fucking know. Like I need to know more about you, you know? It's very contextual, so I hate saying it depends, but like it really does depend on a lot of things. Yes, or you know, sign up for coaching, like just saying.
You got a question?
Yes.
Pass him the mic. 1 second.
What type is it?
Oh, coffee, 6 milligram, definitely.
So I've been struggling with something early on in this content journey and doing trying to make more of health, fitness with medicine. Opinions on like sexualizing myself in terms of like shirtless videos. I mean, I know it's different guys versus girls. Something I'm struggling with as I'm like starting out is like that's something you think like is worth displaying and you see that as beneficial, not just for the client, but just within like the social media realm. You live in that world, you know. Part of me's like, hey, you know, I have the physique showcase, and part of me's like it's a little vain and like distracting credibility, especially you know, because of your life.
Who's the audience?
You know, health enthusiasts, people infusing medicine, people working in the space, professionals, you know, seeking
I would mix some of them in. I wouldn't do all the videos shirtless, but you look the part in fitted clothes, so that tells enough to not have to go that route. Because when you see fitness influencers do everything shirtless, it's like eh. You know, it gives the ick factor. Working out shirtless is like it. No one works out shirtless in the gym. I don't know where that came from, but I mean, I do, but I have a sports bra on. But you don't see men working out shirtless in a gym. It just looks weird. Like, they'll do it for photo shoots and stuff, and I'm like, but no one does that in real life. So you can do, like, if you're, like, meal prepping at home or something, like, that is normal for a guy to walk around at home shirtless. Like, you can definitely mix it in because it is important to see, especially year-round. Because, like, people know I have a six-pack year-round. So that says something, but not every one of my videos is shirtless. So when you mix it in, they notice, like, throughout the seasons, okay, you can maintain that, and then you look the part in T-shirts that are fitted enough, then they're like, oh, okay, how do I do that? Yeah, especially for higher level clients. Plus, every, like, younger fitness influencer does everything shirtless, and I'm like, why are we doing that? Slinging protein for $20, like, why are we doing it?
All right, I have to kick everybody off.
No.
There will be more Q&A at the end of the night, as well as into the party too. If you're outside, please come back in. You're all adults. Who is it? Yeah, he's after Jaden. Yeah, Christian. All right. Everybody make their way back to the seats, preferably in the front seats, because it looks better on camera. Christian, people are asking about you. See, Christian's right there. He's actually here, just like the event is actually real for all the people that bought a ticket and didn't show up. I don't know why people do that. It's offensive. Everybody.
Once again, everybody come on back in, find your seats.
I'm going to be bringing up Jaden. I don't know where he is.
Seats in the middle row, in the middle section
Jaden
there,
here.
if you don't mind. Let's get everybody in so we can get our next presenter and speaker on stage.
Don't be shy, like Icon said. Go to the center. And I'm going to keep yapping. Where's Jaden? Is Jaden in the room? Where's he at? Okay, we have some time to kill, but I know, he's so chill. Hey, Grant, what's up, dude? Hey, Grant. Oh, I should charge more. I should. Hey, is everybody gonna donate another $100 for the event? Cool, I charged more. What are you doing, baby? You good? All right, do your thing, girl. Ask for forgiveness, not permission. That will bite me in the ass someday. 100%. I love you. All right. So what's their biggest takeaway, Sergey? And I could totally see you, like, you know, if anybody in the room just leaves here and crafts a one-man OnlyFans million-follower account and 27,000 $5 a month subscribers, it's Sergey. And then he's gonna call his homies in Russia and be like, bro, we can scale it over there too. Yeah, they got houses for that over there. But.
All right, guys, let's go. Come on.
Yeah. No.
Fill in these seats in the middle so we can get our next presenter on stage. Attention Summit. Let's go. The louder my voice goes.
That's a DJ Fresh voice, man.
The more annoying I get. Normally I say the more you drink, the better I sound, but.
All right.
Actually, Ryan, you've been doing a lot of talking. I don't mind picking up some slack over here.
Hey, I'm on like 17 cough drops, so throat is feeling good.
Shout out to Icon, too, for going around cracking the whip on everybody.
Icon, bring it out.
And all ivory, too. All ivory outfit. Woo.
So Icon runs events. He knows the struggles of running events. And you saw that very well with how he orchestrated his own intro. Like, I feel like a bad host that I didn't orchestrate that for him, but he knew what he was doing there and he made it happen. So, all right. Okay. Yeah, he's gonna make an AI clone of you that will do OnlyFans and ruin your reputation forever. But honestly, it's hard to argue if that is not probably your most successful business. So, because that's what people make content about. People love that stuff. I have a daughter. But, all right, so we're looking pretty good. Where is Jaden? I'm like, no, there he is. The light was blinding me. But, all right, so my next presenter is Jaden, and I reached out. Actually, I've seen all of his content. He makes incredible content. And I've also watched it kind of evolve, and he's made even better content. And he's also younger, and I was like, man, I really want to bring in, somebody that's like kind of what I would deem killing it in the younger demographic, as far as like what I would say, these are the guys that are kind of coming up doing really cool stuff. And there's, and he also isn't some weirdo in Miami with a McLaren, although he might want a McLaren, no judgment there, Jaden. But he seems very trustworthy. And then I actually met him for about 5 minutes at Funnel Hacking, and we had a great conversation. And then like, literally I think that same night I DM'd you about coming to speak here. And he should also charge more for his service, like everybody tells me to do. Seems to be a pattern. But I just think he's doing great stuff. And he grew his account very fast. And arguably, like we've been talking about, it's very hard to grow right now. And he is still growing. And he's doing a great job at it. He's also built a business at a younger age. And that inspires me as being 42 next week. A lot of the opportunities the younger demographic has is incredible with the internet. And it's cool to see people doing it at a young age. That inspires me, gives me hope for my kiddo to do some really good stuff, So, with that said, I want to bring up Jaden Lee. He's awesome. He came all the way here, and he's going to drop knowledge.
Thank you. What's 50 grand to it? Okay. All right, you cut it. All right, what's going on, y'all? How y'all doing today? Was lunch good? Lunch was good. Ate some good stuff. I just want to say, everybody that didn't come back from lunch, they about to miss out on some goodness. That's all I got to say. Y'all ready to talk about some content? Yes, good. I need y'all to keep up this interactivity, okay? I'm a big energy guy, so I give you energy. You give me energy back in forms of just doing what I tell you to do, and then that allows me to give you more energy. Cool? Yeah. Cool. Y'all want to practice real quick? Yeah. Good. So this next slide is about to be a word. I'm not going to trick you. I know some of y'all dropped out, including myself, so it's not a big word. But I'm going to say it, and I just want you to say it back to me louder than I said it to you. Cool? Make sense? Yeah. Good. Now, do I have to point it here? Good. Attention. Attention. Good. Let's do it again. Attention. Attention. One more time. Attention. Attention. I love it. So, my presentation is surrounded around nothing but attention, point blank period. And a lot of people are very surface level with content, and I'm the complete opposite. So if you like that oppositeness, you're gonna like me. See, the thing about attention is this. Right now, all of you, every single last one of you, whether you have a business or you're just a content creator, every single last one of you are at war. And I don't mean that lightly. I'm so serious. See, here's the thing. You're not at war with any of these platforms. You're not at war with Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, no. You are at war with your competition. People who are trying to steal your attention away from you. People who don't have as much competence as you do. People whose product isn't as good as yours. People who just don't really care and who's in it for just the money. Right now, you are at war, and I'm gonna be honest with you right now. Every single last person, I see you looking at me in my eyes, you, every single last one of you has a duty, a genuine obligation to take the best attention, because if you're in this room, that means you are the best at what you do. Come on, make some noise for being the best at what you do. Yeah, let's get it. So, attention equals fuel, point blank period. I'm pretty sure if you're in this room, you've heard that before in some way, shape, or form. Attention is fuel. And see, without fuel, your car will not run. It literally will not. It will just sit in the garage. Without fuel, your business fails. And without fuel, you do not grow online, point blank period. Which simply means this. If you cannot capture attention, you will not win the war. And I'm going to be very cliche and have a very crappy picture on the page and say this. Which one do you want to be? Do you want to be the victor, the person holding the sword, the person with the proper attention, the person who is able to actually convert attention over into cash for your businesses? Or do you want to be the person that just gets looked over by everybody else who isn't even as good as you? I really want you to think about that as I'm speaking today. Now, do I have your permission to teach you something different? If I do say, that's cool. That's cool. Oh, I like that. Say it again. That's cool. Solid, solid. So, who I am and why should you even care in the first place? I'm not going to give you some sad story. I'm going to just be real with you for a second. I am no different than you. Well, a little bit. The only difference is I have executed on the information that has been given to me. All of you for the last 2 to 3 days, for some of you, have been getting some amazing gems. I've been in the back of the room listening every single day. And most of you just need to execute. You don't need to do anything special, just execute. And that's what I've been able to do. Can I be real transparent with y'all real quick? Yeah, you can. Okay, this was very recent, like about 2-3 years ago, okay? So don't laugh. The picture's a little messed up. I look depressed, that's number one. Number two, this is my business's bank account about 2 years ago. It has negative $59.59 in it, and then the savings account had $58 in it. So I wasn't even net positive, I was just struggling. I was freeballing. And see, the problem with this was this. Before I discovered how to make content to actually grow my business, this was my reality. I was a glorified freelancer. I was struggling to get business no matter how good I was at what I do. And right now, that's a lot of you right now. You're probably getting looked over by brands from creators who actually suck. That's just the realness of it. And so once I discovered everything that I'm about to show y'all to do, can I show y'all something I'm a little proud of? Yeah. Solid. I was able to grow my own following to over 370,000 converting people across accounts. And the reason I can say converting is because it made me multiple 6 figures last year. And the beautiful thing about this is, well, why I'm proud of this in the first place is because this was my total for last year. This year, we've already surpassed this. And we aren't even done yet. Thank you. Thank you. And that's just from what I'm about to show you and some dope stuff that Ryan has talked about, etc. Now, the first thing. Okay, there we go. Everything I'm about to show you is exactly how I grew my brand and my business, point blank period. I don't speak in hypotheticals, etc. So first is a mindset shift. And I'm going to be walking back and forth because I have ADHD, so sorry about that. Here, first is a mindset shift. I want every single last one of you, before you leave here today, to start identifying yourself as a problem solver. Simple as that. Whether you are curing somebody's depression, whether you are helping them with their lack of knowledge, whether you are just becoming their digital friend for all of my people who are entertainers out there, or if you're just leveling them up through their journey. I want you to really start to think about the people that are on the other side of the screen that you are creating for. These aren't just numbers. It's not AI like icons. These are actual people. You showed up here, why? Because of content. You are a person who is struggling with something. Start to think of your audience as the same. Your journey should be helping them out through their journey. And last but not least, whether it's just showing them that there is hope for their future. Now, even if you do solve their problems, this is what's going on the internet right now. The Spider-Man meme. This is you. This is your competition. This is also your competition. No matter how you try to set yourself apart, you always start to make content that looks and feels like everybody else's. And what happens is this. If you have a business, raise your hand. Solid, good. What happens is this. Your audience watches your content, their content, and when they are ready to buy, they have no fucking clue who to buy from. All because you haven't done what I'm about to show you. That's what I like to say. So, what makes you different? This is something I call the internal database. No joke, if I were you, it's going to be small. I'm going to give them my slides. Y'all going to get this, but I would highly take notes on this. Why? Because I used to sell this thing alone for like $3,000. And it's made my clients, everybody that has bought this from me has made over 7 figures with it, no joke. So I don't take this lightly at all. Internal database, AKA how to never look like a guru, which is a lot of you are struggling with that right now, or how you never have to try to stand out. That's a big thing. So the internal database is 5 different and unique categories that you can pull content from at any given time. A lot of you right now are struggling with, okay, how do I think about this content idea? And then you have full days where you go by and you're trying to come up with all this fresh and new content that tries to beat out the next person. All you have to do is follow this. So these 5 different and unique categories is what I call the internal database. Category number 1, experience. Most of you have been doing the thing that you do for either weeks, months, years, or decades. That means you have wisdom. You have something for your audience, even if they're at the same playing field as you. You have something for them called experience. You need to be pulling from that every time you make a piece of content. Me being up here is pulling from my what?
Experience.
Thank you. Are you listening to me? Your audience will do the same. Experience. Next category is lessons. I don't know about y'all, but I throw shit at the wall in hopes that it sticks sometimes, which means that I fail a lot, which also means that I learn from those failures. What is that? Lessons. Pull lessons from internal. Like, you don't have to look at anybody else. You don't have to make a folder in your Instagram called viral videos and try to recreate and make a Frankenstein piece of content. You don't need to do that. You just need to think, what are the lessons that I'm going through? How can I convey that for my audience? How can I help them level up from the lessons? Next is frameworks. Most of y'all are just gatekeepers, I'm being honest with you, and it sucks. Because you gatekeeping is the exact reason why nobody's buying from you. It's the exact reason as to why brands overlook you when they may want to give you a sponsorship. That's the exact reason. And so you need to give out your best frameworks. I like Ryan said, the people with the purple book, they do this the best. They give out their best frameworks. And the reason why people are willing to throw thousands of dollars at them and brands are willing to throw thousands of dollars at them is because now I know that your free shit is better than most people's paid shit. And if that applies to you, then you will have no objections when it's time for somebody to buy your service or product. Next is principles. Now, if you are a decent person, that means you follow a set of principles in your life. And this could be in business and in your personal life. Show that. Talk about your principles. This helps people connect with you. Everybody knows the know, like, and trust. And yet you don't even share principles that you follow in your day-to-day. Start unlocking this every time you make content. Last but not least is beliefs. Same thing goes for principles and beliefs. You have beliefs in your life, whether it's religion or just strong beliefs and opinions within your industry. Share that. Talk about that. Most of you are gatekeeping this, and this is the exact reason why you're not getting the attention that you need to get. Even when it comes to beliefs, I'll be completely honest with you. So I had a client, this was a done for you client. He was very conservative. He was like, Jaden, I want to make content for everybody, but I don't want them to know a single thing about me. I said, well, you hired the wrong person. And so what I had him do, I said, what are your top 5 beliefs in your personal life and within business? He said, I don't know, that's too controversial. I said, just trust me, if you pay me thousands of dollars, just trust me, like I'm gonna do this for you. So he wrote those down, and we made videos on every single last one of those. Within 2 months, every video, and this is no joke, I can show some of y'all after this if I wanted to, I ain't put the screenshots in there. Every single video that we had for his beliefs category did over 1 million views and brought him in a crap ton of business. And all he had to do was share genuine beliefs about himself and his business. Now, I really want you to think about this as you continue out your journey of creating good content. Your internal database should equal goodwill. And goodwill is really just the amount of value that's built up within your audience. I want you to really make this the backbone of everything you do, especially if you create talking heads or a little bit more educational style content as I do myself. Goodwill. Goodwill is gonna take you to the next level. So here's how I want you to start to think about the value and the goodwill. How many of y'all remember Monsters, Inc.? Yeah. Solid, yeah, I like this crowd. Cool, so Monsters, Inc., remember the scream can. The goal, they went in the room, made the baby scream, filled up the juice in the can. The juice in the can is fuel. Why? Because it helped out with electricity. It made the whole little Monsters, Inc. university run. Simple as that. And so, obviously, the more juice within the can, the better. That's what they wanted. However, when it's empty, not so good. You don't really want that. And so I want you to start to think about goodwill equals trust that pays you back, which means when there's fuel in the can, AKA when you have that goodwill, when you have that trust, when you build up that value, the better. People will literally praise you. I have people in my DMs like, Jaden, oh my God, I've been looking for you for so long. Where have you been? All because I gave real value. I built up my goodwill. People literally throw money at me. And this is no joke. I'm pretty sure this happens for Ryan too. People are in my DMs like, yo, I don't care what you sell, I just want to buy it. And that's because goodwill. However, most of you, and this is no shade, this is what y'all are struggling with. You have no built up goodwill, which means you don't give any real value. So there's no fuel. So every time you make a post, your audience is like, oh, what's that cat over there? And then every time you make a post, you have crickets. 200 views, 300 views. It's because you have no goodwill. And so, do not try to maintain goodwill like this. What I'm about to show y'all, I'm gonna be honest, matter of fact, I'm gonna make y'all raise your hand. Is this you? You make a video, then you're like, okay, how can I make a brand new video? Then I gotta make a brand new video, then I gotta make a brand new video, brand new video. Raise your hand if that's you. Good, I like the honesty. Don't do that. This is what you need to do. And this is my personal humble opinion. You need to figure out how to make different variations and iterations of the same video over and over and over again until it works. And when it does work, you keep going. So here's what that looks like for me. I keep it very simple. I don't overcomplicate anything, as you can probably tell by these slides. Do not make a video one time and then keep trying to make fresh content. That's the wrong way to do it. Here's how you turn one video into multiple. No joke. First is the obvious one. You change the hook. Ryan talks about this so many times. Change the hook. Same video, change the hook. Second thing I like to do is I like to go back to front. Not in the way that you're thinking, but in a different way. So back to front is this. Most of you, when you try to tell stories, you go in chronological order. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's one video. Then you flip it. So now you start with the result. You start with the end story. You start with the punchline, as comedians call it. Flip that to the front, now that's your new hook. So technically we're doing 2 in 1. So for example, I could get up here and say, yeah, so this client paid me X amount of dollars, and then we posted 7 videos a week for him, and then we did this, and then we did this. And what happened was he got 100,000 followers in 7 days. That's so BS, but for story purposes. Wouldn't it sound much better if I said, this one client got 100,000 followers in 7 days by doing these 3 steps? Back to front. Same exact story, back to front. Next thing is change the location. Just move around. Most of y'all are stuck in the office, stuck at the podcast studio. Move around, go outside, have something interesting going on. A lot of y'all, if you make cooking videos, you can't even get out the kitchen. If you make gym videos, you can't even get out the gym. Now, the gym helps, right, because it's obvious context, but your audience may want to see something different. Do some push-ups on the top of your car. I bet you that performs well than you just doing them at the gym. Next is green screen. I love green screens. I find articles or I make fake articles. If you can't find an article that has to do with your thing, give it a BBL, make it fake. Create a fake article that literally supplies exactly what you need it to. It's almost like an article made in heaven. Do that, green screen it, talk exactly and say exactly what you need to say. Next is demonstration reaction videos. Where's Ryan? Is he in here? He doesn't like reaction videos. I love them. So screw you, Ryan. But reaction videos are amazing, and here's how I personally use them. Raise your hand if it's hard for you to articulate certain thoughts and things that you want to convey in your content. Good. There's somebody out there somewhere that has a video on the internet that demonstrates exactly what you're trying to articulate. First of all, let me give this disclaimer. If they're in your industry, don't react to it, because then you make them look better than you. So find somebody who's in a separate industry, react to their video, and talk about how great their video was, specifically for the thing that you're trying to convey. So for example, I have a thing called retention by action. It's one of my favorite things, which is where you create a video, you have really good retention because of some action that's happening on the screen. So I was on TikTok one day, I was on the toilet, I was on TikTok, and I came across a Fashion Nova video. It was them hiring, so they had a girl, 2 sides, it was split screen. They had a girl, she was reading a hiring script. She was like, we're looking for so-and-so, so-and-so, and you'll get paid this much. And then on this side of the screen, her coworkers were dragging another coworker. That is retention by action. Somebody's gonna watch and be like, oh my God, is that person okay? But then they're also gonna listen and be like, oh shit, you're hiring. That's retention by action. Fashion Nova is not in my industry. So what I did, I took that video and I said, I've been telling you this for 10 years, and Fashion Nova just demonstrated it perfectly. Boom, stitch. And react. I don't like the reaction videos where you're just like, don't do those. Don't do those. Instead, just cut it into your video, or just make it the first half of your video. Double points if it already performed well. Obvious one, B-roll with text. Say the same thing, text, just B-roll. And then another one is B-roll voiceover. So if you get tired of the text, voice it over. Use your voice. Be a real person. And then last but not least is comment reply. That's a very simple one. I don't recommend this, but we have seen success with this. But again, I don't recommend it. Do what you wish, you're grown. You can do comment replies under other people's videos. And they have comments under there like, yo, but what about this? What about this? And you're good at what you do. You can comment reply to them and be like, yo, this guy's an asshole. Look, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I like doing that. I did that a couple times. I got some views and followers from it. Next is the more intentional content that you make, the faster that you build momentum. Momentum is going to be everything. Most of you start making content consistently. You do it for like 2 weeks, and then you stop for a week. You did nothing but hurt the momentum. It's harder than ever to get followers. So it's almost like this. It's harder to get followers, and followers are dying. So it's already hard to get something that's dying, and you just hurt your chances even more at achieving that thing. Momentum is going to be your best friend, and here's what I mean by that. Most of you think social media growth looks like this. You think it's like, oh, shit, I got 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 followers, etc. It's not linear whatsoever. Here's what it really looks like for everybody, Ryan included, my clients, his clients, all of you. This is what real social media growth looks like. It looks like this. You eat shit, you eat shit, you eat shit. You have a decent video. The people that watch the decent video, they go back to watch your shitty videos. And then what should happen is the video that performed well, you make better iterations of that one. And then you grow over and over and over again. You have to keep going because most of you get here right before your big bang, and then it resets. And then you have to do it over and over and over again. You're doing nothing but hurting your chances at growing, baby. Get it together. So here's how I build momentum for myself and my clients. So 2 videos per day is what I like. I've found personally that 2 videos a day is like the perfect medium. We have a client where we post 4 times a day for them. That's OD. Don't do that. You don't need it. 1 a day is kind of okay, but 1 a day I've found is more maintaining than growing. So 2 a day is kind of perfect. The way I run it is, my first post is a top of funnel video. Top of funnel, the way I think of top of funnel in forms of content is this. If there was a street, long ass street, cool. It was 2 sidewalks on the end of each street or on the sides of each street. One sidewalk had like 3,000 of your ideal clients or ideal followers on it, and then the other sidewalk had just you walking down. What would you do in video form to get the attention of these people on the other side of the street? That's what I think of top of funnel content. And then next is like a mock podcast or a YAP type of video using the internal database. The internal database is the backbone of everything that I do. There have been people here, they're like, Jaden, you just seem like you know what you're talking about. And I could be a complete asshole and not really know anything. But if I make content that sounds like I do, then they instantly trust me more than the person who just looks like a dickhead. So I'm being honest. Now, this speeds up your momentum, plus your trust. And speaking of trust, I want all of you to insight. If you don't listen to anything else I say, I'm so serious. Okay, I'm very playful, but I'm serious. If you don't listen to anything I say, listen to this. I call it a future person click. Okay? Future person what? Click. Future person what? Click. Okay, I had to make sure y'all was woke. Future person click. So, can I tell y'all a story? Yeah. Solid. So I moved to Houston about 2 years ago. Houston's okay. But when you move to a new city and or a new state, what do you have to do? You have to find a new everything. You have to find a new gym to go to. You got to find a new tennis court to regularly attend. You have to find a new hairstylist, a new nail person for the women. And what I had to do, I had to find a new barber. That's difficult for me because I don't want any grown man just touching my head. And so I went straight to Instagram. I typed in barbers in Houston. And I kid you not, the first 20 profiles that popped up were nothing but guys posting before and after pictures. And the issue with that is this, and this is in many industries as well. Anybody can cut good hair now. Anybody can be good at anything nowadays. So you have to have something that sets you apart. Insert future person click. So I came across, I kept scrolling. I'm on like my 25th profile. I'm like, Jesus Christ, I'm gonna just come on here at this point. Then I found one guy. His top 3 videos were a client interaction, a client interview, and him showing his personality. This motherfucker wasn't cheap, but I pay him every single week to cut my head. Why? Because he was able to demonstrate for me, from a content perspective, exactly what my future would look like if I bought from him. I know exactly the type of person I'm gonna get. I know exactly how you interact with your clients, and that makes me trust you more. Because I don't know who this asshole is on the other end of the before and after picture. Future person click. And when you do that, it clicks in their mind that you are now the person to help them get to the next level that they desire to get to. And this is the same whether you have a business or whether you just make content for fun. Future person click. Absolutely love it. Now, some fun stuff that I don't really talk about anywhere else. Y'all want to know what really blew me up? Yeah. Say yeah again. Yeah. Say hell yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let's get it. So, biggest thing that blew me up is something that is extremely overlooked, and it's called an anti-campaign. An anti-campaign is kind of like this. So 9 times out of 10, everybody else in your niche or your competition, they all kind of agree and hover over these certain beliefs, and everybody says the same damn thing, and it sounds the same, and it absolutely sucks. I know for a fact everybody in this room has like a couple things where they look at the majority and they're like, I don't agree with that. I don't like that. I absolutely hate that. You start an anti-campaign where you make a bunch of content going against that thing. And the reason this works is people bond over things that they don't like. And if people can bond with you over the internet over something that you mutually don't like, it's money reign for everybody. So I'll give you an example. So in our industry of the content world, there's a big thing called personal branding. I'm pretty sure you've never heard of it before. Personal branding is a big thing. And I have a anti-campaign going on right now called anti-personal branding. Now, I'm not anti-personal branding. This is where words come to play. I'm not anti-personal branding. I just don't like the way everybody do it. And that's the thing. You don't have to dislike the entire concept. You could just take one thing in the concept that you don't really like and go against that. So I don't like the classic, okay, you make a TikTok folder with 10 viral videos, you steal all of their hooks, and you just remake it, you put it in AI, you change it, you tell it to put it in your voice, and now that's your content. That's the way that most people teach personal branding. So I'm anti-personal brand, where I teach about this stuff. Find your anti-campaign. People will bond over it. People will be in your DMs like, oh my God, I thought I was the only one. And then you're like, oh man, really? And then you send 2 to 3 text messages and now they're a lead. And once they're a lead, I hope you're good at sales because you can close a lead really fast. Next is calling out their real pain. A lot of you are struggling with this and you don't even know it. Calling out their real pain is more of a subconscious thing that a lot of us are doing because we think we're doing the right thing. So we need to go away from pain instead of towards pleasure. A lot of our content, especially if we're making more educational styles of content, is more aimed to the pleasure of our audience. They don't give a damn about that. They really care about their pain. Here's what I mean. Let me give you a good example. So here's the wrong way to do this. I'm going to help you lose 10 pounds with this one workout. For you, you think you're being a good person. You think that this is what they want to see. Yo, they're fat. Like, they want to lose weight. Let me teach them how to lose weight. One workout. That's it. But instead, you need to say this. You'll be fat forever if you don't stop doing X and start doing X. Which video would you rather watch?
I want to be fat forever.
Exactly. Let's go. It's your pain. What are they going through? Or what is their pain? They don't want to be fat forever. So instead of you sugarcoating it and saving that to the very end where they won't be anyways, because they don't even make it to halfway through your video, you start with that. Start with the pain. Don't start with the pleasure. Next is searchable content. Now, before I get into this, don't overthink this. It is as simple as I'm about to say it. Your people are actively searching for the solution that you provide. And I'll go even further as to say this. There's already a big group of people, of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people, that are actively looking for the information that you have. Or there is a big group of people out there that is actively looking for a personality like yours to connect with. And you haven't given it to them. You're selfish. Listen, make content that people are actively searching for. This is responsible, out of my 250,000 followers on Instagram, this is responsible for a minimum 150. A lot of my content is search-based, meaning if you go to Google, I didn't even say, most people like TikTok search, YouTube search. That's cool. There's a fat group of people that are on Google typing in the thing that you have the answer to. And there's a little page called short videos that sometimes, not all the time, it didn't in this screenshot, but sometimes it pops up before the regular videos tab. They will go to that tab, they will scroll a couple times, and if your thumbnail looks good, Icon talked about thumbnails, that is extremely important. If they can tell what the video is about, and it serves them, and it's not this, but it is this, they will click it and they will watch. And if you're good at what you do, they will watch to the end. And if they watch to the end, the more your videos is pushed to your ideal audience. This is responsible for, I kid you not, like over 80%. But please don't overcomplicate it, okay? I kept this presentation short, but listen, this is the last thing I really want to leave you with. And this is no joke, and I don't know if this is me being cocky, but I'm so serious. This was me. I started off in the photography and the videography world. So I may relate to a lot of you here. I was begging for clients. I mean, I'm talking, please, I'll do it for free. I'll do it 3 times today. Like, I was begging for clients that were gonna pay me niche. And until I built my personal brand using the stuff that I talked about today, I literally have client overload. And here's the funny thing about it too. A lot of you find it hard and get some objections like this, so hopefully this helps. I have a client now, they bought. I have a client where they sent me a DM, they were trying to buy, a little product that I had. And they were like, okay, Jaden, I'm this close to buying, but like, can you send me some other client work? I already know what that means. So I said, have you seen my Instagram? They said, yeah, no, I like it. I said, good, because that's what you're gonna get. A lot of people here can't say that because you're not practicing what you preach. So if you make fitness content and you're a little bit chumpy, they won't listen to you, they won't respect you. Think back to high school. There was always this one damn gym teacher that wanted to tell you to run laps, but they was the chunkiest in the room. And you didn't respect them. It's like, no, motherfucker, you run. It's the same principle. When you make content that serves your audience, that entertains them in a valuable way, that gives them value in an entertaining way, and you practice what you preach, you will never have to worry about making money ever again. If I go broke, matter of fact, I'm not even gonna say that. Not gonna worry. If something bad were to happen, hypothetically, like Ryan said earlier, I can make an Instagram story right now and pay my rent. If I lose 3 clients today, I can get them right back by the end of the weekend. All because of a personal brand. So please, for the love of God, implement this word. What's this word? Implement. Yeah, I ain't sound confident. What's this word? Implement. Please, implement the stuff that you're learning here. If you don't implement anything I told you, implement something that Ryan told you. Implement something that another speaker told you. Implementation is the wall between where you are and where you want to be. So if Ryan tells you to buy a coaching program, you buy that goddamn coaching program. And you implement. Yeah, he didn't tell me to say this. I'm serious though. No joke. Start building your content funnel today, please, for the love of God. And you can scan this and follow me if you want to. Thank you.
You're hanging out tonight? All right, he's going to be here all night. So I'm going to do a little giveaway. You can hang out, Jaden, if you want to. And so the first person that says the name Chandler, raises their hand, gets a prize. Oh boy. All right. It's up to you to pick. You're going to get an autographed hat from my daughter. Thank you, baby. Sorry, she's been wanting to do that, but you're good, baby. I have to finish the event. But I love you. All right. So, thank you so much, Jaden. He's going to be around all night. I hate rushing people off for Q&A because I am a huge proponent of Q&A, hence why I sat here for like 2.5 hours last night and just answered questions. Actually, I don't know who's next. Is it Credit Brothers? Okay. Yes? No?
Yeah, Credit Brothers.
Okay. So, all right. Whew, sorry. A little intense. Lots going on. But, so I'm going to bring up my friends, the Credit Brothers. And, you know, myself, Luis, Sav, Kim, we've been working with the Credit Brothers they were like probably the second or third client we ever took on as an agency. They reached out to me through a mutual friend, Michael Sanchez, and we've been working with them ever since. They, at the time, were already really great at creating content. I think when we first started working with them, they had 500,000 followers, and they were this is an instance where they were already going to be fine. Like, they did not need our help. But what they did need our help and what we would be able to provide for them was the scaling and the consistent distribution of their content. Because they were making enough videos, and one, they were getting burned out, and they also had a credit repair company at the time that was starting to ramp up, and they were actually building a business, employees. And that's kind of what happens at a certain point in your business. Always, if you're building a personal brand, you eventually have to run a business. They are truly content creators first. And they leverage that content into credit repair, business funding, and also they basically became the face of credit education on TikTok, which is now YouTube. And there's a lot of other copycats. A lot of people teach credit and financial repair. You know, says something about culture, doesn't it? But they would also be considered, like a lot of people say that they are niche creators, and that bothers me because does everyone in the room have a wallet or a purse? Yeah. So credit is kind of culture, as well as, you know, financial and investing in money is a niche. That's why I get upset when people go, no, it's a niche. I'm like, no, it's money. It's life. It's everything. So their content by nature goes extremely viral a lot, and they are really, really great at presenting. You know, also a duo of the two of them together as well. They polarize and contrast each other very well, and not a lot of people can do that. So I'm going to go ahead and bring up Josh and Chris from the Credit Brothers. Give them some love.
This is us for the Credit Brothers, Chris and Josh.
And they came out to Post Malone. Thank you, brothers. I don't know who wins the mic. You might fight.
I guess we're going to have to fight over this. Okay, so one clicker, it's already good? Yeah. Okay. Maybe auto placement it does, but just go back. Okay, sweet, sweet. What's going on, everybody? How we feeling? Woo, there we go. Get some noise. Yo, just want to say big shout out to our man Ryan, who just left the stage. He was kind enough to invite us back here for the second time. And we're very, very excited to be here because we're talking about something completely different than we did last year. In case, oh my God, is it already going? Oops. Okay, yeah, turn that auto off. We want to control this. Figure that out. Sweet, sweet. So my name is Josh. This is my brother Chris. And in case you guys were wondering, we actually are brothers. You can kind of see there's like a difference between like me and him. He's like tall as hell. I'm the more handsome one. That's what our mom says, right? That's what mom says. Anyways, I think she's watching. Shout out, Mom, if you are watching the live stream right now. We love you. All right, we're good? Hell yeah. All right, so this presentation, guys, this is going to be our content to cash system, our viral video system that sells for us. And I know that a lot of guys and gals in here are here for various reasons, but what I want to know is who here wants to make money? Who wants to make money? You want to make money? I see some people in the back. You want to make money back there? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So I like to make money. He likes to make money. So this whole thing is ideally going to help y'all make some money. And in case you've never heard of us, seen us before, we'll get into that in a second. Here's what you're going to learn during these next 20, 30 minutes. Is number one, how we make viral content. Number two, how we turn the views that we get from that content into leads for our business. And then lastly, how to get those leads to actually buy some stuff, aka make some money. So who are we? Like I said earlier, my name is Josh. This is my brother Chris. Over the last 5 years we've been in business. We've done some really cool stuff. We've been featured in Times Square based on the content that we create. That was a really cool experience. We met Alex Ramosi when we won the school games for our membership community that we launched last year, if you guys are familiar with that. And then just last year as well, we were nominated and won an award for Best in Credit Education presented by Debt.com. So that was a really big honor. We got to accept the award at FinCon. If y'all are familiar with that, it's a big nerd conference, but we've done some cool things. We know how to make content, we know how to make money, and we're gonna teach you guys some stuff about how we do it in our business. So, come on, clicker, there we go. So our content to cash system is very simple, and we're gonna go through every part of this, starting with content, right? So we gotta create content, get some views. Number 2, direction, right? We gotta give a direction to people. Thirdly, we get leads for our business, and then finally, we get them to buy some stuff. So, we've used this exact framework to get a lot of views, a lot of followers, just some data from the past few months, over 11 million views on Instagram alone. We have over 300,000 followers on Instagram alone. That doesn't even count TikTok or YouTube or all the other stuff. We do this to get leads so that way we can talk to people, right, through email and SMS. We get new community members. We get sales calls that are booked. We do product launches, right? So we've done a lot of stuff in our business, and this whole system that we're gonna go over with you guys is exactly how we've been able to be and stay in business for the past 5+ years. So let's dive in.
So phase 1 is gonna be content. Just click it.
To the laptop, to the laptop.
And so the goal of this stage for us is really just to get as many people as possible to know who the Credit Brothers are online. And we do this through short form content, primarily posting on platforms like Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, all platforms you guys are familiar with. And so what things that we like to cover and make videos on are gonna be things that are in our niche, right? Makes sense. We like to talk about credit cards, travel hacking, things around credit repair, business funding. We also like to talk about things in the news, travel news stories, things financial, government. Makes it really easy when Doge is making massive downgrades to student loans, and student loans have negative impacts on people's credit reports. And then we talk about some fun stuff like snacks on airplanes, which went really viral for us for whatever reason. And so how we make content is really broken into 2 different phases. Number 1 is education. So the education piece is gonna be teaching people actionable things like maybe if they get denied for a credit card, how to actually call the number on the back of the card and get that application approved. So things that they can literally watch the video, implement, and see results on. The second thing are more like entertainment videos. Like I made a video a couple weeks ago on India Air. Every single one of the bathrooms on the plane stopped working mid-flight. And they literally had lines of people that couldn't access the bathrooms and literally had to turn the plane back around. Zero value in that video outside of entertainment, but it went viral and caused a lot of people to know who we are. And so, who here is already making content?
What kind of content are you guys making? Like videos, long form, short form? I wanna hear. Short form.
Google.
Long form? Okay, anybody doing podcasts? Okay, sweet. Oh, we got one. I saw you.
One podcast.
All right, cool.
Right? So most people, I would expect, content. And who knows they should be making content, if anyone in here, right now that is not making content? Awesome, we got 1 brave soul.
Yeah, she's brave.
Brave. 2 brave souls, okay. So this is gonna be really, really great for you guys. Age does not matter. So starting off with how we create content is we have to get an idea. And so things that we do for ideation, really simple. There's no reason to reinvent the wheel. We look at what is trending, what is being talked about, what are questions that are being asked on Reddit, what are other creators making content about that we could possibly draw inspiration from and create our own version of it, right? And then we also look at hundreds of videos that we've created over the years, sort them all out by most viewed, most comment, most shared, and go, are there videos that we can recreate again and again and again? that are already proven to go viral.
And I want to point out this software, which shout out Luis for introducing, I don't know where he went. There he is, my boy. He introduced me to this little software tool here. It's awesome. It's called Talk Sorter. When we look at inspiration, not only from other creators, but also ourselves, this tool works for both Instagram and TikTok, where you can filter and sort videos based on views or different engagement metrics. So if you're trying to see Talk Sorter, T-O-K Sorter. Now I'm just going to speak loud.
Go.
So love that tool. Been using it a lot recently, not only for other creators but also ourselves. And I did a content analysis on our page. That's this little screenshot here. And there's two of us, as you guys can see. The videos that he does, that does well, are way different than the videos that I do that do well. So when we're thinking, okay, what videos should we create? What I've noticed, by example, is when I talk about credit cards, whether I'm talking head to the camera or if I do on the street type interviews or at conferences, right, and people are, conversating with me all about credit cards. What card should I get? What's the best card for this? X, Y, or Z. Those videos crush. He does really, really good with news stories, with just opinion pieces about things that are going on. Like he said earlier, one of the videos that was kind of like a funny one, but also we genuinely, introduce things people don't know, like PPP loans for you guys that might be familiar. There was a whole scam situation that went on back in the day, and he did a piece on that. Crushed, did 1 million, 2 million views. So when we're thinking about content to make, a lot of people discount. Since a lot of you said, hey, I'm already making content, right? Don't discount the stuff you've already made. Go back and figure out, how can I spin this differently? How can I take this topic that maybe I did talking camera, and how can I do it in a back and forth? Whether it's one of those styles where you're the same person in both the videos, you're just playing both perspectives, right? So when you're ideating, it doesn't have to be brand new. So I just think a lot of people discount that. So I thought it was super sweet and something that's helped us a lot. But back to you guys.
So then we have scripting. Well, sometimes we literally script word for word. And especially in the beginning, we used to only do heavily scripted videos. It would take us like 6 hours to sit there and script, and then like another 12 hours to film, mainly because we forgot the camera was on for the first 6. So nowadays, when we do these word for words, we do use the help of AI to get at least 80% of the script, and then of course we're going in there and manually editing it. And I know Josh likes to use this teleprompter.
Anybody who wants to do teleprompter, the Elgato teleprompter, I'm telling you, yes, yeah, it's been a freaking game changer. Your camera sits right behind it. It's very clean. It works. I was using a different one. There was glare. I couldn't see the shit I needed to see. This thing's awesome. So total, unsolicited plug for that. Elgato, which they make a ton of other awesome camera and film-based equipment. So our lights are Elgato products too. I'm not going to go off on that tangent, but so word for word is what we do sometimes.
Other times, we are literally just recording on a camera and just talking.
Just riffing. If y'all don't know Casey Rocket, he's an awesome comedian. And honestly, I watch him for inspiration for how I can get into the mode of riffing. Because he'll just talk about anything and everything. That's his comedic style. He's actually one of the first comedians to really master that craft. So you can get into the mindset of creating by watching comedy or whatever it is that gets you going and kind of gets the creative juices flowing, where it's like, hey, I just want to talk about this topic. Boom, pick up the camera, selfie, whatever it is, and just riff. So we do both.
When it comes to productions, sometimes we are in studio with the help of Ryan's team. They have a bunch of different sets. We have the professional camera, the professional microphone, and of course the professional backdrop. And other times we are just filming on the back of our phone with a selfie camera, making the most mundane edits possible, usually just for captions, with beginner software like CapCut.
So again, drawing the point of, you can create content however you want to create content. You can do it professional, you can do it selfie freaking outside with a glare and somewhat of a blurry screen. It really, at the end of the day, what we've seen is both work. Literally, both of them work very well if the video itself, if what you're saying is awesome, then the video will likely do really good. And then...
Which brings us to posting. Don't get hung up on the last 3 things and then not post. This is all about posting content, right? And so from us, we like to post at least once a day. Ideally, we like to post multiple times a day. It's not super consistent, but we at least get one video a day. As far as the times that we're posting, we found absolutely zero difference. We post 2 p.m. in the afternoon and 4 a.m. in the morning. Does not matter, we just get the videos there.
Yeah, so many people overcomplicate that, just post. So, let's talk about direction. I'm just gonna keep yelling, I like yelling.
Cool.
I don't know, y'all can hear me in the back, right? All right, bet. So, let's talk about phase 2, direction, right? So our goal in this stage is we want to create content that is going to point people in the direction of the thing that we know can help them with the problem that they have. So I'll break this down. So what could they need help with based on our page? Again, this is for us. They might be trying to build their credit score. They might be trying to book a free flight or a hotel using their credit card points. They might be trying to fix their credit, get funding for their business, make money from their credit cards using some little strategies, right? All sorts of things. And how we know, this is what Chris and I know. We know we can help them through a variety of ways. They can join our community, right? We can help them directly through our services. They can buy one of our digital products and it's more do-it-yourself type style, right? We know that's how we can help them. But trying to sell them something right away could scare them off before they're even ready to buy. I mean, I'm sure you guys have heard this where you got to see something about 7 times before typically you're ready to buy the thing. If they just saw our videos for the first time, they're probably not going to buy something if we try and immediately sell them, right? So we gotta take a step back and say, okay, well, what can we do? Well, we can give them free stuff. So, for example, maybe we give them something that teaches them how to get credit card points every year effortlessly. Hey, here's a little 1 to 2 page guide on how to do that. Maybe it's how to build your credit score in 2025, right? The latest strategies or whatever, and it's completely free. And these things are lead magnets. I'm sure you guys have heard of them before. We love them. We make so many of them. This is just a little screen cap. I mean, we've got ones on travel hacking, profiting from your credit card, building credit, paying down debt, transfer guides for credit cards. It literally can be as big or as small as you want. That last one, Travel Tuesday. If you guys are familiar with this day, it's kind of like around the Black Friday time period. It's like this big day in travel where everybody books, deals or whatever. We made a lead magnet just for that one day, and we promoted it just that one time, and that was it, right? So we've got evergreen lead magnets, ones that we're just always cycling through because they're always going to be applicable. And then we have other ones that we just kind of make because it's in the news and it makes sense to make it, right? And they're all simple. It's 1 to 2 page Google Docs, guys. This isn't some crazy design, and we just pack it with value, whether it's a template, a walkthrough, whatever it is. So this direction-based content is distinctly different because rather than trying to create content for the purpose of getting as many views as possible, we're actually creating the content with the lead magnet in mind. So what we're trying to get them to learn about and kind of like the free thing we're trying to give them, we'll create the video around that, right? So these are just a few examples. Sometimes it's a very direct type of video where I'm like, hey, here's how to turn credit into cash. And I walk them through the lead magnet in the video, and then at the end of it, and I'll show you guys how we do this, but at the end of it, I tell them to do something. And then this video in the middle, I'm actually just telling a story about the cost of having bad credit in America. This is how much money you're losing here, whatever. I cite some studies, and then at the end of it, I tell them to do something, right? So it can be a direct type of video, it can be a story or a research paper that you talk about, right? This is one Chris did on literally, this is a green screen of our actual guide, and he just puts his face on it and says, hey, here's how to remove stuff from your credit report, and he walks you through the steps to do that, right? So this content doesn't crush. I mean, just by happenstance, that video on the left did do like 1 million views. That was not planned, but most of them are like 10,000 views or 20,000 views, but the views that we get are super, super valuable, right? So ultimately what I'm getting at is that people watch this content that's explicitly designed around the lead magnet that we've created for them, right? And so they get interested in the free thing and therefore they want to get it. So you might be asking, well, how do they get the free thing if they're interested in it?
Well, this is phase 3, where we start creating leads for our business, right? And so we use things called call to actions like this one, where we have a comment CTA as a in the description of this video. And when it comes to CTAs, we put them everywhere. So sometimes we'll put them only at the ends of the video. And I think this one is like the standard of how a lot of people think about CTAs. But when you guys look at your analytics and you realize people are only average watching 17 seconds, zero chance they even see the CTA at the end of the video. So what I did is I started going, let's just throw it in the middle of the video and at the end of the video. Let's just throw it at the beginning, the middle, and the end. Sometimes I'll only put it at the beginning, and I'll look at the analytics of prior videos, and I'll plant it. If it's at 17 seconds, I'll plant it right around 15 seconds. So now I'm getting so many more people to possibly comment that are just simply not even watching the whole video. Other times, I won't put it anywhere in the video. I'll just randomly, for 5 seconds, put a small block of text on the video with the CTA. And then other times, we only put it in the caption. So there's no one place to put these. You could put them everywhere. You could put them nowhere. You could even put them in the comment section as well. It's another one that's not on here. And what happens when the CTA happens? Well, maybe you guys are familiar with ManyChat. If you're not, it's really, really helpful. There's other tools that do this, but they comment a C word, a keyword like this one. They'll get an automatic message confirming that that is, what they want. They click yes. There's only one button there. We make it really easy. And then we send them a link for a opt-in page. Opt-in page, all we're trying to get is their name, their email, and maybe their phone number. Once they give us that information, 100% for free, we will send them the guide. And now, we've now created a lead. Our lead goes into our CRM. It's all tagged with exactly what that is, so later we can identify, well, why did that person get interested in what, and can we create a product to help that person exceed even further? And now, with these free lead magnets, the strategy that we're teaching you guys, we've collected over 7,000 emails just from this and a handful of lead magnets that took us, 20, 30 minutes to create each one, sometimes on the fly. Like we create the video and we're like, oh man, we kind of need a lead magnet for this. Let's just create the lead magnet. And these are 7,000 new leads that we just got. And so at some point, right, you're gonna have the leads and you're gonna be like, cool, what now?
Yeah, you might be proverbially holding the Krabby Patty formula and wondering, okay, I didn't think I'd get this far. What do I do? This is the exciting part, guys. Phase 4, how do they buy our stuff? I'm gonna show a few examples of how we've sold, and this is not comprehensive, these are just a few of them. Because it's time to nurture and sell the leads, right? And I want to break that down for just a moment. Nurture could be a short or a long process, right? We showed you 7,000 emails are collected. Some of those people have opted in by getting a free thing 6 months ago and just yesterday bought something, right? So a 6-month process where they're getting emails every so often and just very, very slowly they build up the trust they need to buy. Other times, the nurture process is immediate. It goes free thing, they get to click a button to go to a page, and they get to immediately buy something, right? So nurture can mean different things, and here's a few examples of how we've nurtured and sold to our audience, right? Number one, a webinar funnel, right? This is a free class we put on, once a week. They get to come on and learn about building their credit, making money from their credit, like whatever the topic is. And they give us an hour of their time. We give them a lot of value. And at the end of it, we'll sell our community. Because we say, hey, you've been with us for an hour. Look at how much information and value you've gained. Wouldn't you like to do this every week? Or wouldn't you like to spend a year's worth of time with us and learn all of these things? And they go, well, hell yeah, I do. Because you just helped me do this one thing. Imagine what I could do with more of your time, right? So our community offer, selling through a webinar funnel. Another one is a book a call funnel. So all we're trying to do is get somebody to set up a time to talk to our sales team, right? Get on the phone, talk through their situation so we can sell our services, right? Whether it's credit repair, whether it's business funding. We're not trying to sell them through the page itself. We're just trying to get them to book a call to then see if it makes sense and get them to sign up through the sales call itself. And then another one, this has been one of the coolest ones that we've done, is product launches. So you might have heard this term, always be selling, but you might have never heard this one, which is always be launching. You should always be building anticipation, building hype around something coming next, right? Because that gets people to pay attention, because they're like, wait a minute, what's this thing that I can't buy right now, right? And we have a whole other method that we use that I won't go over, but basically the end result is that you can nurture them over weeks or months if they express interest in a wait list for, in this case, it was our inner circle. That was before our school community. We had our inner circle program. We opened it up once or twice a year, and you could join a wait list to find out when we would open up spots to it. And when we would launch it, we'd say, hey, today's the day, like spots are open, we're only taking 100 people. We'd send out one email and one text message and just crush. Like we just get tons and tons of people to buy all in this concentrated amount of time because the nurture process was so long that the buy was instantaneous, right? So it's a few different ways that we've done that we've actually implemented this framework. So putting it all together, just as a quick summary, we've got content at the top. Goal, just get as many views as possible. Go broad. Talk about shit that interests you. Talk about shit you think people are going to find valuable and make a meaningful difference in their life, right? People undermine how much nonverbal communication happens in videos. I'm sure you guys have watched content creators that you're like, that person's just making this to sell me something. Versus you've probably seen others that you're like, I just fuck with this person. Like what their demeanor, like the way they say things, the way they move their body, right? Like make content that feels natural to you. And as long as you're doing that, I promise you're gonna reach way more people than you think. And then when you're trying to make money, you can start making content that's direction-based. Think of free things that's gonna help your audience. We talked about stuff that we make, but we talk about credit and finance, right? It's a lot more straightforward, whereas sometimes personal brands are like mindset and philosophy and kind of very abstract, right? Figure out what's the direction you can give somebody that's gonna lead them to solve their problem, right? And then you can get into the technical side and get them into a CRM through an opt-in page with a landing page that you developed with a VSL that you wrote out and like all that freaking marketing stuff, right? Ultimately, getting them to become leads in your business is a way that you can nurture and sell through a variety of different ways. So that way they buy your stuff, you make money, and they are helped because you created something awesome that's benefiting them, and you get money to reinvest in the business, build it bigger, and then, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So, with that said, we're here for, I don't even know how long, maybe not at all.
5 minutes.
5 minutes?
So take 3 really incredible questions.
Okay. You guys, anything's on the table,
They're
guys.
staying all night too. Just an FYI.
What does like a year of product launches look like? Like how many products do you make in a year? Stuff like that.
So on any given year, we're averaging about once every 4 months or so. So most recently, our 800 credit score blueprint, we did like a relaunch of it. So that was something I didn't talk about. You can relaunch a product you've already done by updating it and saying, hey, this is like the refreshed version, right? So we'll, at times, if we don't have like a brand new thing, then we'll just kind of respin, update, improve something we've already done. But yeah, once every 4 months is about the average. Good question, good question. I see you. What's up, man?
Oh yeah, hey, so I'm in a similar industry. I'm the CMO of a software company that helps people recover missing tax credits.
Okay.
But I kind of struggle with making something that's non-visual, like fitness, you can show off abs, or food, you show off your food. How do you make something like non-visual, like exciting, like credit or taxes?
I mean, I guess it is visual, but I go, the easiest thing I think of taxes is every news article that's written 5 times a day. And just play off Trump, political, you don't need to be political in the video, but you'll get people to comment on the video because they hate Trump. And you're just literally, I've done videos just on Doge, and people will be like, screw Elon. I'm like, I didn't even mention Elon in the video. But like that will create virality for you. And when it comes to taxes, I mean, we're still in tax season right now. People still haven't even filed their, we're in extensions, and people have tax credits. And there's also a lot of fraud program, like things that have happened in the past around fraudulent programs of how people got tax credits that you can comment on.
Yeah, I see you as a lawyer. So we do ERC, like some people in our company did ERC, which there's
my opinion, shitty videos in the repair space of people teaching basically straight fraud. And I've just literally done a dual. You go on Instagram or TikTok and you do the dual feature. So it's their video and you're reacting to it and you just put a caption. You'd be like, this is the dumbest advice I've quite literally ever saw. This is why the FBI has arrest warrants for, 100,000 business owners, And now you have a video that you quite literally put almost zero effort into that already did well by someone else.
Get opinionated.
Yeah.
Get opinionated, make a stand on something, and you'll probably find that those videos do well. People like to hear what you got to say. I want to see from the back, actually. Anybody from the back over here got a question? Back over here.
He's for sure got a question.
Yeah, I know that you have two characters on my phone. Since you have two characters, have you ever done like Q&A back and forth or whatnot?
Yeah. So like I've done ones where like I'm like the credit is king guy, and then he's like the cash is king guy, and we'll kind of like go back and forth where it's like, oh, like why would I get a credit card? Like money matters more than credit. And he's like, yeah, but like what's easier, having $100 grand in your bank account or $100 grand that you could spend on, a credit card or something? Like just riffing that way.
Something not a main style.
Not a main one for us. I would say if anything, I do it more when I'm both characters. Where like I'll play both roles. Where like I'm character one, and then I'm character two. Right? You're probably familiar with that style. That's kind of more so how we've done it. Because again, what I said earlier, like his content style is just different than mine. So Luis and Ryan are pretty good about getting the brother side of us out, though. I will say that.
Well, they each have their individual strengths, and also like in this case, like Chris really breaks things down very well, like statistically, and and whereas Josh is like he'll take the energy from that and be like the charismatic, more over the top, like I would say more entertaining, more acting, if you will, like in that type of situation. And like Chris can do that as well, but that's not his strong suit. Like Chris is really strong at like Amex, a press release comes out and he green screens himself and sends us a file. And I'm like, where's this been all along?
Yeah.
This is awesome. Like, and I think when you have like a dual dynamic, it's not making one do something other than it's just like amplifying those set strengths on each individual person, and you being director, creative director or filmer or whatever, being able to like talk to them and be like, hey, you should do this, and then hypothetically position them together. It doesn't always work, but we try. And they try when they're doing it as well. So they're really good at like experimenting as well. Because like I said before they came up, they were already really skilled content creators before we even like met each other. They were already. I mean, before you met, you had like you already had like 500,000 followers. Right?
Yeah, on TikTok.
Yeah, and it was more so. It's like, okay, how do we take what's already working and amplify that for them? Because it does become, and that's not speaking for you guys, but like you get a creative drain when you have to deal with. Not only am I running a business, but I'm also creative face the content, plus the creative brain behind the content, plus this.
Yeah.
And they're editing it too. So it's like you have to start removing those small pieces to even make one side work. And it's always a constant balance. There's always something going on.
Which is why with our production, when we selfie video it, we're pretty much just putting like captions on it so somebody can watch the video without the sound on. Totally different than the way you guys will do some of the edits, which are a lot more like every 2 seconds there's like something happening on the screen. And like a lot of our best videos have came from you guys because of the ability to produce it.
And then, another thing, like when you're working with clients that, like, partly, I know you guys want to, the previous 2 days, but like, they are truly, in my opinion, they're incredible business owners, but they're creators first. They started as creators, and the creativity brought them a business, and they've learned to kind of adapt the business to creativity. But also, when we film with them, unlike some of the clients, and you'll know these clients as you work with them, like they come with ideas, and they're really good ideas.
It's a running joke. I'll be like, Ryan, it's that time again. I need to hit a welcome offer. Change the card on fine.
And then I'm like, hey Chris, check this out. I need that new Marriott pass. But,
Yeah.
But you know, it's in my opinion the best clients that you can work with. I would encourage you to find clients like them. Like they don't always come. They're not always going to be there. But it's when you get them, like there's a mutual respect and I do whatever I can to make sure they don't want to leave, and I'm sure they probably do the same thing for me. And that's again, we've become friends. I value their opinions. Like we talk more about content marketing. We talk about a lot of stuff. They text Luis, they text Jen, they film with staff. Like it's that's where the relationship comes in. And again, I'm teaching them about the value of it's hard to unplug.
Yeah.
I think we're hard to unplug. Yeah. Like the pain of us leaving is greater than you guys doing it yourself. So that's a thing that, and again, most people be afraid to even talk about this in front of their clients. I'm not, because I talk to them about my business, they talk to me about their business. I do think that you're moving to a world where that kind of collaboration needs to happen between content creator, videographer, or video agency. And if you don't have that, you probably have high churn. And that's ultimately a problem that businesses deal with. So.
And one thing I'll say, well,
I think one of the things as someone that works with an agency, from my perspective, that's really nice is like, if my idea sucks, they'll just be like, that idea is awful. You're absolutely not going to do that. As owning a company as well, sometimes we can be too agreeance with the customer. And so even in our own business, like clients, they'll think, oh, I want to do this. It's like, we're not going to do that. We're going to do it this way. But I hear what you're saying. I keep telling you stuff. And I think that's important, right? Because obviously you guys know what is going to drive views. And if that idea just simply sucks, it's going to be awful for you and it's going to be awful for them.
That's good. But there's also the same pride that's, rooted in their experience too. It's like, I'm also, not agree to stuff to be like, they had to have enough thought before we started. That might be a good idea. Maybe we can make this work. And we try. But it's like, again, it's the collaborative thing. So I think, I would encourage you guys to, approach or try to attract clients like that. I think that comes with experience and as you guys are growing, that's when you recognize a good client, in your potential clients. You're like, oh, I'm gonna work with them. And I'm also very honest with them about how things work. And I think a lot of agency owners are afraid to say that stuff, whereas I'm not. And they own businesses too. They get it. They're like, I can't do that. I don't do it live. Yeah. So
I don't fit in the stream. But use the mic.
Anybody have one last final question for them? If not, they're going to be here all night. One more over here. I saw that hand right there.
So do you both have your own individual personal brands, or is it just collaborating together, or is it on a business page? Because I think that's like the biggest thing that we struggle with, is trying to create our own personal brands, but also we run the same business. So.
That's a great question. So we don't really have personal brands. Everything was done through our Credit Brothers page from the beginning, and that's what we grew and scale, with the exception that somehow I have 200,000 followers on my personal Facebook page. That's the exception. But I am no means I only have 200 followers on my personal personal Instagram. So the aspect of dual, I think, hey, posting the videos, we have a VA that posts videos on our individual pages just because regardless if it's me or Josh, we're just taking videos and we're just well, we might as well post them. But I think the aspect of maybe what you're struggling with is man, I got to make a video for me. You have to make a video for you. And we got to make a video for the page. In my opinion, I go make the page priority and then everything personal second. But obviously posting on all three is good. If you don't really have the brand, obviously people are more likely to, because if you have a face to the brand, we are the Credit Brothers, we're not some faceless brand, so people start to really like the personalities of Josh and I, and then that might be through knowing us and liking us, and then they're more likely to follow us. So maybe they start to like you or you more, and then they're oh, let me go check out their business page. So I think it all works, but whatever is the easiest you should start with rather than trying to overcomplicate. I need 3 videos a day.
Is that good? thing, and then I've said it a couple times. It's really hard to grow one Instagram, one TikTok, one Facebook, one YouTube. It's exceptionally hard to grow 3. So I would start with one, and then grow that, and then maybe start to splinter off. But attentive focus, because you could have a business page with 2 personal brands on that page, because naturally one person's gonna gravitate towards your information or theirs, and they're all on the same page. So I would more lean into that than I would worry too much about doing 3 separate accounts. And I hope this is really quick, because I can't say no to a question. What's that? Oh, what's that?
So I have a personal, creators page, and that seems to have a lot more engagement than the business page.
Yeah.
That should be the way I should push it.
Yes, I mean, naturally people are like Christian said, they're gravitated towards people. So if your company is even me, Viral Edits doesn't have an Instagram. We have a Viral Edits team.
So more a better page,
Mm.
which is really interesting, but the personal one seems to, remember when they changed it over?
Yeah, the creator versus professional.
And I went that route, and I make $8 a month, but I feel like I even get a check from it.
Yeah, I would just lean into the creator page, just because it's more human. Yeah. Last one.
So I have a time period sometimes that I call yell at Chris time, where I basically just call him and yell at him about all the ideas in my head, and then it turns into Chris yells at Josh time, and then he'll yell at me for a bit, and then once we've both gotten our yelling out, then we say, okay, objectively, what do we think makes the most sense here? So we're both very opinionated about the business, and this is very unique to us. Gary Vee has a great line where he's like, people will come to me for business advice and mentorship, and he's like, there's only so much I can teach you, because I will sit in a business meeting and get goosebumps when people say certain things. I can't teach you to get goosebumps. So for Chris and I, we get the goosebumps, the proverbial goosebumps sometimes when he says something or I say something, and we're brothers. We've fought and not fought and then fought again many, many times over the 27 years I've known him. So our decision making is not something I think most people can do and replicate, but it's what works for us. So I think trying to tap into whatever feels right, I think, makes a lot of sense. And for Chris, he's very analytical, so he's like, no, fuck feelings. What does the data say? And then we try and bridge the middle and do that. So.
Thank you guys. Were they awesome? I love you guys. Thank you. I'm a hugger, I appreciate you guys so much. And they're gonna be here all night, so please ask them questions. We could do Q&A all day, but I have to forcefully get the schedule going. So, I don't think Christian has slides, and that would not surprise me based on what he does. Do you? Oh, he does have slides. I thought he was just gonna, so today, this is Christian, what I would consider a professional yapper. He's also very successful in many of rights, as far as, I'll let him talk. He has multiple companies. He does very well for himself. But I just want to say, in knowing Christian, so I bought it, Client Ascension is one of a companies Christian is a part of. I feel like this camera's gonna fall off and stress me out. One of the companies that Christian is a part of is called Client Ascension. I paid to attend one of his events out of respect to Christian. I'm sure he would have probably let me come for free, but I paid him $1,000. And I went to the event, hung out all day, and then I've seen him many of other times at other events, because like I kind of preach, the more you can get in rooms like this, the better, I'm convinced the better your life will be. You meet people, you talk to people, you film videos with people, but he kind of forced me to change, ooh, was that me? He kind of forced me to change my opinion on everything Christian does defies the logic of even me having an agency and you guys having an agency. For most people, I think that would scare them to be like, you don't need to edit, you don't need my help. If I can take my phone out and I can get 1 million views at will, why the fuck would I need an agency? Now, I see that as a massive opportunity. And also, I have mental check boxes for things that I want to go viral, and I think my shorts video just kind of checked the box for me as far as I have a viral yap now. And he had a lot of viral yaps. And, there is something very intimate about taking out your phone and being close to it and somebody staring at your face for a long, elongated period of time. To get somebody to watch you, whether they love you or hate you, for, what's the average length of your videos? A minute six? They're always over a minute so he can get that creator fund money to pay his rent because he wants to get that rent for free. But the power to be able to do that, and I've witnessed him do it multiple times. He walks outside. He just filmed one out there. Like, to be able to just take out your phone and know that you're going to get 100,000 views, 500,000 views, 1 million views, that is a powerful opportunity. And I brought him here so he can hopefully give that to you because inspirationally he's given that to me. And that also, in addition to a content system, which is, I think you need all of it. I don't think one's better than the other. And he, in my opinion, is the best at it. I don't know anybody better. Arguably the only one that I would say maybe Shelby Sapp, but that's just because she's a hot chick. That's the only advantage she's got over Christian. But, the ability to be able to do that is incredible. And I want you guys, study what he does, study the videos. He's going to share probably everything about it. But at the end of the day, you have to go and pull out your phone and film the fucking video. And I know statistically, most of this room isn't going to do that. And I would encourage you to not listen to those inner voices because even though all the comments on my shorts video hate me, it's still got 1 million views. And I'll take 1 million views over not being seen all day long because there's money in that. And he's going to tell you why. So thank you so much. I know you were in Spain, 2 days ago? Yep, yapping in Spain and Europe. But I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Awesome. How we feeling? Good? End of day on Friday. I know how it can be. Your brain's a little bit shot, but we're ready to go. So show of hands, who has an iPhone? Who wants to go viral on social media? Okay, great. You're all going to learn something. So the point of today's presentation is how to go viral on command with short form video, basically reverse engineering the process of making a viral video so it's less guesswork and more, hey, this is going to give me the best possible shot to get as many views as I humanly can. Here's a little snapshot of a few of my best videos. That feed goes on forever and ever, but these are the best ones. Let's see if this works. Okay, so basically, I hate table of content stuff, but before we dive in, when I first made this deck, TikTok was on the verge of being banned, and I basically said, these principles work for any platform, so if TikTok goes down, you can use them on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, wherever the case may be. And I wasn't posting on Instagram hardly at all at the time, so I had 500,000 views to show. Since the first presentation, I started posting all my TikToks on Instagram, and I hit 24 million views in, 90 days? I'm bad at math. But I don't remember. No, I'm kidding. Probably. When you were doing a $20 hand and then a $500 hand right after, yeah. Yeah, no, I was just like, why am I not posting all these good TikToks on Instagram? And it ended up working pretty well. How many people here run paid ads? Anybody? Okay, cool. All of these principles on how to make good videos apply to paid ads. This is Hyros, a software that tracks your ad performance, and we generated almost $100,000 in profit from a single video that I made, which was a yapping style video that we ran on paid traffic. So if this works over organic, it works over paid ads. And if you're scared to post online, what if I get hate comments? What if people call me ugly or stupid? This dude on Twitter, who I am a big fan of, built a social media following calling himself a handsome Chad. And as you can see, he is, I'm not going to stereotype him, but you get the point. So if you're scared of a video flopping, not performing, not hitting the algorithm, these are limiting beliefs because content and paid ads are purely a volume game, right? You could post 10 videos, one of them gets 100,000 views or 1 million views, and your life, your business, your personal brand is changed forever. I like to call it a sandbox because you literally have a blank canvas to test ideas and hypotheses and validate these ideas by how many views you get. And with these algorithms, we all know how scary they are. They will target the exact kind of people that you reference in your videos, right? So you basically have a sandbox with the best technology in the world at your disposal. And the way I'm going to show you how to reverse engineer virality is with something I call the 4 buckets of content, because every single one of my videos appeals to the most amount of people possible, following one of 4 different kind of buckets: life advice, controversial takes, societal observations, travel content, city-specific content. I've had 34 videos get over 1 million views, and all 34 fall into one of these categories, starting with controversial takes. So who here has VAs in their business overseas? You pay them a living wage in their country, but in the US it's not a lot of money. We all know this. People online do not know this. So I made a video saying how some of our VAs get $4 an hour to format spreadsheets, handle data entry for our businesses. And this is the standard for anyone in online business, right? You use labor arbitrage to get cheap labor done. It's just the way of the world. But I made this video saying how I pay my employees $4 an hour. It got 500,000 views, and I made it onto r/TikTok cringe on Reddit, and there's over 1,000 comments there, and I don't think a single one of those comments was being nice to me. So if you're scared of posting a video because you're gonna get mean comments, just don't read the comments. But I actually wanna show you guys the videos as I go through this so we can get real examples of what I'm saying. So let me see if this will play real quick. Okay, that's not good. Wait. Can you guys hear this? Agency $4 an hour, and they're extremely grateful to be working with me. Let me explain why. For administrative level stuff in my business, like formatting spreadsheets, setting up email accounts, I hire a virtual assistant from Pakistan and pay them $4 an hour. Now, the average income every month in Pakistan is $280 US. With the $4 an hour they're getting from me, they get $160 a week or $640 a month, which is almost 3 times the average income over there. A really great living. Right, so in the hook, I literally say I pay my VAs $4 an hour, and they're extremely grateful to be working with me. Right then and there, people are either saying, well, that's weird, why would they be grateful for $4 an hour? Or they're saying, this capitalist pig, what an asshole. Or they're saying, this guy's right, I'm gonna go to the comments to see all the people that are disagreeing with him. So either way, it invokes a reaction and it gets people to stop the scroll. And the hook was, I pay my employees $4 an hour. So this is going to be very interactive. I want you guys to follow along. So take a minute to come up with 3 controversial hooks that you can use. Doesn't have to be business related, right? Here are 3 of mine. Tipping in the US is out of control. I made a video in Miami about how I had to pay a mandatory service charge at Pura Vida in Brickell, and I was not happy. Social media has ruined our generation, and then bring back stay-at-home Pilates wives. That was a real video I made. But take the time, write down 3 controversial hooks, and we'll do a little bit of sharing. But I want to see what you guys got. Thank you for the music. What's up? Cool. All right, we'll give it about 10 more seconds. Even if you only have 1, that's a start. Three, 2, all right. Who's got one? Yeah?
Are cell phones melting your brain?
Make it a hook. Cell phones are melting our brains. Period. You know what I mean? Stand behind the statement. That's good, though.
If you don't take photos of yourself, it's because you believe that you're ugly.
That's good. What's up? Okay. I would even elaborate, so it relates to more people, like Trump tariffs are ruining the economy or ruining e-commerce, right?
Mine was, COVID was the best thing that happened.
I agree. That's actually true. But people will hate that.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're dating someone longer than 3 months and you're not sure you're going to marry them, you're wasting your time.
Fire. Dating stuff goes super, super viral every time.
The biggest problem in the world right now is feminization.
Very good. Yep.
If you don't do marketing, you hate your customers.
Ooh, I like that. Why?
Because if people you can help, you're not fucking helping them because they don't know about you.
Facts. Or it's like if you don't market your business, you're afraid of success, yeah. You don't like your business enough.
The current education system is what's ruining society.
Fire. College is a scam. That one does good.
Social media has created the ADHD pandemic.
Yeah. Fire. That's good. Or like the attention spans are non-existent.
If your daughter's boyfriend is not scared of you, you have a problem.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Come on. I was just in Europe and all the people there hated me. You're an American, you idiot. Like, that's fair. That will work. Yeah. So like, I didn't know any Spanish. I was getting looked at funny, but. All right. On to the next bucket, life advice. If you're in this room right now, you need to realize that you're probably ahead of 99% of the population in terms of mindset, skill advancement, career advancement, the whole 9 yards. So I use this to your advantage, right? So this video got 1 million views talking about something that a lot of you have probably done, but moving into an expensive place, not inflating your lifestyle, but putting your back up against the wall in a way so you have, pressure to perform. So I made this video basically saying if you want to grow up really fast in your 20s, sign a lease on an apartment you can't afford. There's nuance to this. I'm not literally saying go sign a lease on a $10,000 penthouse and go broke, but put pressure on yourself. It's back? Okay. I'll play the video and let you guys watch.
If you want to grow up really fast, sign a lease on an apartment you can't afford. Once you remove the security blanket of your parents' house or your friend's couch, it gets real and you're either going to figure it out and make a ton of money or you're going to go broke and move back home. One way or another, you're going to move away from that middle ground. Oh, I'll try this next year. I'll start my business next year. I'll post on YouTube next month. Either you're going to figure it out and it's going to work and you're going to live in that apartment long term, or you're going to fail, move out of the apartment, go back home and realize that it wasn't for you. I already know people in the comments are going to say, that's a terrible financial decision. Why would you ever do that if you can't afford the apartment? It's actually the best financial decision you can ever make. Once your back's against the wall financially, you have to make rent on the first of every month. You're going to work your ass off every single month to build a business, excel in your career, make more money, grow on YouTube, build a social media following. When you eliminate the comfort of your hometown and your childhood bedroom, when you actually have to make money to pay your bills and make rent, you're going to...
Right, so right off the bat, someone sees this video, and they're either like, hell yeah, brother, I'm going to do that, or they're like, why would I sign a lease on an apartment I can't afford? I have limiting beliefs. I'm going to project that onto this guy and comment, right? So, similar exercise here. Let's do, okay, I don't know why the scrolling is so, whatever, I'll just reveal the next part. So 3 life advice hooks. Travel as much as you possibly can while you're young. The easiest way to make money is with a boring business. Nothing matters in your 20s. I want you guys to come up with a couple life advice hooks. We'll give it 30 seconds. Give it 10 more seconds. Speed right. Alrighty. Who's got some?
If you're in your 30s, and got this. In your 30s, you want to grow up fast, quit your job, and go all in.
On?
On business.
Yeah, fire.
You have to be delusional to be successful.
True. I would also elaborate, be like, you have to be delusional to have a successful business or something like that, just so it's like tangible, right? Like, yeah.
If you want to be successful, don't go to college.
Fire.
Don't ask your parents for advice.
That's a good one. Or like your parents will, yeah, don't ask your parents for advice because they'll just tell you what you want to hear or something like that. That's pretty good. What's up?
Fail as often as you can.
Fire. Embarrass yourself as often as you can. Go into a grocery store and approach a stranger and see what happens. Because whenever I'd give a hook, the next second I want to give like a relatable story or tidbit so that someone watching is like, oh, I've thought of that, right? Who else?
You don't actually have to pay your bills on time most of the time.
Paying your bills is a myth. Debt collectors don't exist. Or the credit bros, they probably don't like that. Credit scores are fake. What's up?
Staying in your hometown and growth.
Fire.
The more you start saying no to others, the more you say yes to yourself.
Get really good at saying no. That's good.
Always do cocaine in seminar.
We're at a seminar. I'm not going to ask any more questions. I actually did make a video like that. It's a little harsh and people have things to say, but it works.
You should be cutting off your friends every 3 years.
Ooh, that'll be a controversial one.
You need to fire your boss.
Ooh. I would watch that. I'd be like, how does that work? Okay, so let's move on to bucket number 3, observations about society. This one is probably my favorite one. I lied, the last one's my favorite. But observations about society work very well because every single person has experienced the observation that you're making if you do it right. So talking about society as a whole is the easiest way to go viral, right? Because it's universally relatable. Everyone's been to a grocery store and got stuck behind someone who parked their cart in the aisle, right? So this was one of my first mega viral videos that I made like 2.5 years ago at this point, talking about social awareness. And this one basically just talks about how social awareness is the biggest indicator of intelligence. So, biggest sign of intelligence is your social awareness levels. Being in public and saying things like, am I in the way of anybody right now? Am I bothering anybody right now? Is my music being played too loud right now? And if the answer is yes, immediately correcting course to fix those things. Perfect example of this is the airport. When you're in the security line, you can see people fumbling in their bags for their IDs when they're at the front. They could have had their IDs out 20 minutes before. When you're at the gate and they say we're boarding, everyone gets up at once and goes to board, even though only group 1 is boarding and they could have sat down for another 15 minutes. It's really... So this entire video is just peppered with examples that everyone can relate to, like... Intelligence is your social awareness levels. Right away I go, watch. Being in public and saying things like, am I in the way of anybody right now? Am I bothering anybody right now? Is my music being played too loud right now? So instead of just trying to like explain my point, I'm just providing examples that everybody can probably relate to. And they're like, oh, I've done that before. Yeah, I hate the airport. Like people are so slow, right? So right away you're invoking your reaction of this guy gets me, right? So observation hooks. Whoops. I'm revealing all of it. Oh no. So take a minute to come up with some observations. This generation doesn't have a third place anymore. That one did really, really well for me. If you cheated on tests in high school, you're meant to be a business owner. The kids that were cool with every friend group in high school turned out to be the most successful, right? So like societal hooks, right? Social settings, things like that. Let's see what we got. Give it 30 seconds. I'll either remake the hook word for word or I'll switch the hook up a little bit. So he asked if I use the same hook. Like I made a video that said nobody has social awareness anymore. So I took the theme and just reframed it and that did well. Or like the third place. So this video, this generation doesn't have a third place, got like 7 million. And I just did one in Europe that said everybody in Europe has a third place, which is why they're so happy. And that one got like 2 million. So it's like the general topic, if you know that it does well, you could just sub in a new block, right? So, all right, what's everybody got?
That thing when everyone's in a long line and one person goes and we all gotta do that stupid little shuffle step.
Yeah.
It's infuriating.
Yeah. Yeah, like long lines are the worst thing ever. People don't, my example's like the crosswalk, when you walk through a crosswalk and everyone follows you after, like why couldn't you decide to go on your own? But yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
90% of people don't know how to use a four-way stop anymore.
Correct. Roundabouts would be even better. Roundabouts break people's brains. That's a good one. What's up?
Handicap spaces at gyms are stupid.
That is a good one. Yeah.
Millionaires didn't go back to school to become rich.
Ooh, interesting. That's a thought-provoking one. I like that. Yes.
New Yorkers don't know how to use roundabouts.
Good one. Yeah.
Knowing what language is a crush.
Fair. That's it. That is fair.
People who leave their shopping carts in the middle of the parking lot are the reason why we need a government.
Yeah.
Women are masculine because you're not.
Yes. That's good. Women are masculine because you're not. That's a good one.
Real Floridians are not afraid of alligators.
Ooh. I'm a transplant. Everyone hates me because I moved here and talk about Florida. It's fine. Yeah.
If you only eat boneless wings, you probably only like missionaries.
You got to make that right after this. After a couple drinks when you're just feeling it, do it. I'll repost it. Yeah. I'll repost it. I will. Who else? All right. All right, the last one, my personal favorite, travel content. I travel a lot. I just got back from Spain. I made like 7 videos in Europe that all did very well, that literally pay for my trip through the Creator Fund on TikTok. So running an online business, I'm sure a lot of you here run online businesses. It gives you the freedom to travel the world and see cool places. Most people our age get 1 trip a year. They're chained to their desk job. They can travel maybe twice a year, right? So whenever I travel, I make a video about a cool thing that I notice in that city or area. Ryan said it. I made a video about Las Vegas, and like every club promoter there found it and DM'd me, and I got like a really sick weekend in Vegas through that. So the experiences that you can get from this stuff is really fun. Like I know a lot of people up on the stage have talked about like lead magnets and getting revenue and closing clients, which is great and awesome. But a lot of the stuff that I do on TikTok is more so for just lifestyle. And I lost the screen again. But when it comes back, I'll play the video that I made. Whenever I move away, it comes right back. But I made this video about a really cool bar in California. But yeah, I'll just play it.
Don't go in Huntington Beach is the coolest bar in California. Check this out. This looks like a house party, right? This entire bar is built like a house party. I feel like I'm back in high school. I'm not very far from the bottle spectrum. Look at this. Here's the living room, bar back there. Go over here to the family room. And here's the best part. The entire bar is a house party, and you go out back. It's like a back porch. Massive party outside. It was like you're at a backyard house party in high school.
Right, so it's like if you travel, there's probably a good chance that you see something cool or you observe something about the place that you're in. Like I was just in Europe, and I said everybody in Europe is really social. They're all at cafes and hanging out at restaurants all day, and that's like a cool topic to talk about. So the travel stuff, the lifestyle stuff, I do because I want to reverse engineer like building a network wherever I go. Like whenever I go to Las Vegas, I can text a few people and get a reservation anywhere, right? Just because I made one video on TikTok and it took 5 minutes of my time. So I want to take one more, this is the last bucket, so 1 more minute. Travel, lifestyle hooks. Here are mine. Where'd they go? Miami's not a real place. Tampa's the best city in America, obviously. Curacao is the most underrated vacation spot in the world, right? So take a minute, come up with, this is going to be easier than most. Like wherever you've traveled to in the past or you plan on traveling to, just come up with a hook. Yeah. I don't want to give away the rest, but oh no. Wait. Oh, right there. There you go. Give it 10 more seconds. All right, what do we got? Yeah,
If you don't like Miami, you don't know the right people.
love that. Yeah.
Miami is from that county.
You guys should fight. What do you got?
Yeah, if you went to Italy to order Alfredo, you should have probably just went to Olive Garden instead.
Fire. Yeah,
The US doesn't start until Boca Raton,
yeah. Okay. Why Boca Raton?
because Miami's northern Cuba.
We got some Miami beef in here. What's up?
Traveling on the subway in New York City is like drinking hot dog water.
Yeah. Yeah.
If your grandpa needs a 20-year-old girlfriend, tell him to move to St. Peter.
Banger. Yeah.
If you go to Mexico but never left the resort, you never went to Mexico.
Fair. Solid. Cool. So I want to dive into a little bit. So like I was saying, like a lot of my stuff is very lifestyle related. And obviously you're here to learn how to grow your business as well. So I made a video that was very broad and overarching, like the easiest way to get rich is with a boring business. And at the end of the video, I CTA, the program that I run, teaching you how to build a marketing agency, a boring business. And I generated, I don't know how many leads from this, but a really good amount of interested people. So I'll just let this play.
The easiest way to get rich is with a boring business. I guarantee you, if you ask the old guy in your town with a Bentley and a nice house, what he did to make all his money, he's going to say, oh, I ran a landscaping company or a trucking company for 30 years. If you ask your friend's crazy rich uncle with a nice lake house, hey, how did you afford this lake house and get all this money? I guarantee you he says, oh, I ran a dirt company or I built houses for 30 years. It's always the unsexy, boring businesses that know in a short time frame from your laptop without investing in a bunch of trucks or a bunch of lawnmowers like Uncle Charlie did. If you want more information on how to start a digital marketing company in the next 60 days and find your first client, DM me the word agency on Instagram and I'll send you more information.
Right? So people that try to CTA things will use like the most specific topic, like the easiest way to grow your email newsletters with this and that. Like that's not going to appeal to the general population of the world. But when you say things like the easiest way to get rich is with a boring business, and I give an example of the friend's uncle with the lake house who owns a gravel company, right away everybody can relate to that because they've had that experience in their life. They keep watching, maybe 10% of people make it to the end, and 1% of those people DM me the word agency, but I got 29,000 likes, 2,900 people saw the CTA, and maybe 50 of them opted in. 50 leads for $0 in spend is pretty solid, right? So once you get really good at content, you can kind of figure out what is a broad topic that I can talk about that dwindles down into a CTA if I so wish to have one, right? And the best part about content is the algorithms are so good that you can choose which audiences you want to target with every single video, right? So I made a video about how nurses are not real people, and I had a lot of really good examples about nursing in general because my sister is a nurse, and I kind of interviewed her for the point of this video. So I'll just let this play, and the comments were like, this is so specific, I feel seen, like all that stuff.
Nurses are not real people. Do you guys ever get tired? You'll work 3 12-hour shifts overnight, see 0 sunlight for days, and go straight to bottomless mimosas with your coworkers at 7 in the morning. If you talk to a nurse about their job, they'll casually be like, yeah, I had 3 patients code on my shift last night. Coding means that they stopped breathing and they're dead, and you have to put them in a body bag. Yeah, I had a couple codes last night. That's like, oh, I had a couple spreadsheets to format. How does that not faze you? If I was a nurse and I watched somebody die in front of me, I would be traumatized.
Right, so that example of coding, like every single nurse in the comments was like, that's true, you must know a nurse to say this, right? Like, how did you know this so specific? The disassociation is real, not your TikTok hitting my nursing friends for you page. Your TikTok was scary accurate, right? So if you can speak the language of the person that you want to hit with a video, in this case it was nurses for fun, maybe for you it's roofing companies or restaurants or plumbers or whoever you work with, if you can speak their language throughout the video and make a funny story about their industry, they're gonna know that you know your stuff and they're gonna wanna learn more from you, right? And then the icing on the cake is the TikTok Creator Fund is very solid, and I made $871 from that one video, right? Which my RPMs are a lot lower lately, I don't know why, but you basically get paid to get better at marketing and build an audience and have local fame and be better on camera. Like there's really no downside to posting on TikTok, right? So that's really the end of my talk. I was gonna dive into more ad stuff, but I wanna keep it so we have time for Q&A and not run late on Ryan, but cool.
I've lost track.
Yeah, but I know you guys probably have questions. Let's do some Q&A for as long as we're allowed to. Yeah.
How often and when do you know when to put your CTAs in like lifestyle videos like you did?
I mean, it depends what you're selling. What are you selling?
It would be like a paid community.
Okay. I mean, I probably could make a community like on how to go viral. Like DM me the word viral if you want to learn how to make videos like this, and I would probably CTA that every single video. Like my goal of social media in general is just, it's a fun little side thing. I run a marketing agency. So I want it, like, I get better at making ad creatives for my business, and I, cast a wide audience and people are still interested in my marketing. But if I was directly trying to get leads, I would probably CTA like every third video, maybe every video. Like, yeah, there's no harm in throwing a CTA at the end. Yeah.
Do you like pocket your thoughts?
Yeah, I have a notes app that's like miles long.
So like when you're recording, like you'll go for like maybe like 7 to 10 seconds and then you'll stop.
Yeah,
And start again.
yeah.
Is that you just like getting your thought out and you're like, all right.
Sometimes I'll, like, if I'm like fired up, I'll ramble the full minute in one take. But if it's like coding nurses, like stop, then start again, next point. Because it's like if you mess up 50 seconds in, you're like, damn, I have to delete this whole thing. But if you're like 10 seconds, mess up, just redo that part. And then you build like the whole minute piece and then you get monetized, right? So, yeah. Yeah, I film in TikTok and chop it up with their little editor and then post it. And then it downloads to your camera roll, then I throw it up on Instagram. Yeah. What's up, bro?
You doing right now?
Oh, shoot. Should I?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You got a great background.
Do the chicken wings one.
No, I'm saving that for him.
I DM'd you about it already.
What's the top? Someone give me a topic. No.
St. Pete.
St. Pete versus Tampa?
Yeah. Versus everywhere, yeah. Where's a better place to have a conference?
Damn. That's a good one. I'm trying to think. No, I'm the Tampa man. I can't. No, I'm trying to think of one. All right, I'll think of one. Someone keep new question. I'll think of one. That's a good point. Probably life advice.
When do you know when you're old?
Yeah.
Oh, about public speaking.
Ooh, I got one. I got one actually. Wait, I tweeted about this the other day. I'm gonna make it about how you're only nervous if you're underprepared. Okay, I'm kind of nervous now. I can't use the mic in it though. All right. If you're nervous for something, it means that you're underprepared. Remember when you used to speak on stage in high school and you had no clue what you were talking about because you crammed the presentation the night before and you were shaking and you were sweating? It's because you were underprepared. If you're talking about something you're passionate about and you have deep knowledge in, you can get on stage in front of 200 people and talk about it for hours without getting nervous. All right, see, so I just stopped it. Now I have to think of the next thought. I got to get this one to a minute, so let's keep going. I'll piece it together by the end. Yeah. Then I'd be actually nervous. Go ahead. Oh, let's go. Thank you.
That's part of the video, my man.
Yeah, that's part of the video.
Liquid confidence.
I was so nervous I needed a Corona. All right. Yeah.
Have you done with ListPan, have you run ads like you used to happen?
Yeah. So I've only ever done an iPhone for my content, but with ListKit we have like a camera team and I have like a whiteboard and I'm in a suit because we're. Yeah. That one, the whiteboard one, just does so well. Where I'm like writing on the whiteboard. I don't think I've outperformed it with the Yap, but we've had Yaps that work. Does that answer your question? Do a mix of both with paid ads, right? Yeah.
When you're running your ads, do you run like retargeted ads or cold ads?
Mainly cold. My business partner is like the media buyer. I just make the creatives, but we do retargeting. We do top of funnel. Let the meta algorithm just serve the ads to whoever. Yeah.
You have your Twitter post too, right? Of your whole process.
Yeah.
So he actually broke down a lot of this too on Twitter. I didn't want to share it prior because I wanted to talk about it.
Yeah.
We can put that in the WhatsApp group as well. It's super broken down on the Yaps. But if any last minute questions for him, he's gonna hang out tonight too.
Yes.
How do you come up with your topics and your hooks?
So it's At this point, it's like like I said, a formula where I can just tap into what I've already talked about. Like, I was in Europe. Let me observe European society. Let me talk about the city that I'm in. Like, I made Europeans have a third place. Marbella is the best city in Spain. I'm going to do one about how I made European alcohol doesn't give you a hangover. I'm going to do European food doesn't make you fat. Like, when you're traveling, you just get ideas in that sense. And then I'll just observe society. Like, the one where I made that. So I saw the TikTok today of the girl, like, life of an investment banker. And I stitched it and I said, women shouldn't work 9 to 5 jobs because she looks miserable. I've made that one in the past a lot, and it does like really, really well every time. And girls are surprisingly not mad about it, so I don't know. But
How long is it, like, the process from you coming up with a hook to putting it out? Like, I know you were pausing it. Like, if you're, like, in the zone.
in the zone, like 2 minutes. Sometimes I can't speak, and I have to sit there for 10 minutes and redo it. And I prefer to be alone, but I'll do one for you guys. I did one for you guys.
And what percentage, like, you could do that technically anywhere, but do you think it matters if you do it in location, on the spot, on that time? Like, you could make a Marbella video now, but you're not there. You think it's more important to do it there?
Well, if I'm doing a travel video, I'll like pan to the actual atmosphere. But if I'm talking about Europe and I'm in Tampa in my apartment, it's fine.
And just so you guys know, when it came to the shorts video, I wanted to film that video for a few days prior to that happening, and then I waited till I was at the pool in the background with the whole vibe there, and I do think that, based on what I've seen from his videos, doing it in the spot on the moment, I do think that has a huge factor into the success of a current video.
100%.
Cool. Does anybody else have anything for Christian? If not, he's gonna drink more Coronas and hang out all night.
I have a question.
Oh, last
Yep.
How much of your yaps are you just ranting, like, something that you're just wanting to make fun of about the culture or where you're at?
Let me see. Sometimes, like, it really depends. Like, it'll be, like, Fort Beachy in Tampa's getting evicted potentially, and I was pissed off, so I made a video, like, if Fort Beachy gets evicted, that'd be a catastrophe. Like, they're ruining Hyde Park Village. That was me, like, fired up about something. But then I'll just make a video like, oh, travel as much as you can while you're young. That's just like me thinking of a topic, right? So that's the fun part about TikTok. It's a sandbox. You could just post whenever you want, how much you want, about anything. Like, I have no niche. It's just all across the board.
And also, one perspective, because I feel like nobody would know it, but you've been on Fox News more times than
Yeah.
I know. It's always Fox too. I feel like Fox News.
Fox and Today Show, yeah.
Fox, so
They don't give me credit or reach out, but it's fine.
and they call him a little TikToker.
Yeah.
I know that made him mad.
I kind of liked it.
Okay, but like,
I had a Fox News anchor making fun of me. That's cool.
explain that. Do you, like, when you have certain topics, do you know that could potentially happen, or do you, like, because that's like true media exposure.
Yeah.
Like,
The observations one is the one that gets media attention. Like, tipping culture's out of control. Third places, everyone should have a third place. Like, those are the ones that get picked up by media. But it's super random. Like, I made the video 8 months before it went on Fox News, and then someone's like, dude, I just saw you on Fox News. I was like, what? Yeah.
People say short form content is short-lived. 8 months.
And you can just remake the same things over and over again. The video, where is it? The video I made about social awareness levels, I remade word for word, and it got 4 million views. So it went from 6 million to 4 million. Same video twice over, this little guy. This was before I was monetized, so sadly it wasn't a minute. But yeah, that got 6 million, remade it word for word, 4 million. So if you give videos enough time between making them, they'll work multiple times. Yeah, I don't know. I think you have to have 10K followers, and then you just submit an application and they give it to you. But yeah.
And based on what you're going to learn next, Facebook is very incentivized with monetization too.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like you haven't even tapped into that yet.
I just got on Facebook.
Yeah. Like,
So.
This as a strategy, not only like, does it grow his business, his multiple businesses, but like, if you were just trying to make money from content to kind of justify why you're making content and getting viral views, like, I think this is one of the best ways to do it, based on the fact that he's building a personal brand. You can't go anywhere in Tampa without somebody recognizing
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
Locally, like, he's achieved local fame to a level of like most people don't get to. And that isn't, it's like a byproduct of just what he's doing. It's not trying for that. But like, there's a lot of perks with that, I'm assuming.
Yeah, like I was at Yard House one night and there was a 2-hour wait and the dude's like, yo, I love your shit, let's go. I got you a table. I was like, oh, okay, cool.
Like, there's little byproducts of
same thing happened to me after did the hurricane experiment.
Yeah.
You just get recognized locally too, and for local businesses, it's huge for local business as a whole, like for agency owners and people to work with other local businesses. Like they see you locally, they see him on Fox News locally, they're like, I see that guy, and then he's at a bar, he's hanging out. It's like you have so much familiarity that I think it's unspoken in like these types of videos, and kind of what I've been, harping on about. It's like to get somebody to watch your face, in his case for a minute and 5 seconds, or a minute 6, whatever the exact count is, that is a lot of influence being built. Whereas like if you pull the camera away, now they're not really enthralled with you. They're looking at your outfit. They're looking at what you're doing. They're looking at the background. But it's like when you are here, like it's very intimate and voyeuristic. And I think it builds a level of influence. It's kind of unspoken that, they really either are drawn into him or repelled by him, which in marketing is one of the best things you can have happen. So that's why I wanted him to share this with you, give you guys that skill set. But you take this question.
Yeah.
I think you all should have this skill. Like I really
Yeah.
want everybody to get good at it.
Everybody here has a phone. You can leave this room and go make a video.
Just don't leave till after.
After, yes.
You're looking at your phone every time. Have you looked to see if looking at the camera and having actual eye contact?
No.
You haven't tested that out?
No.
Do you care if it's the selfie or the?
I think you're making eye contact the way that it's formatted there. If you're looking at the camera, you'd be looking up, I think. No? Let me see. Am I silly right now?
You just look at the screen.
Where am I looking?
Like you're looking,
I've never really thought about this.
You're looking at yourself.
Do you see how much that matters?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm the least technical person ever. I just talk.
I mean, also, have you done it 0.5, like reverse cam versus this way? Or do you not care?
Selfie cam.
Selfie.
Yeah. What's up?
Do you just go until you feel like you have nothing else to say?
I go until I hit a minute. 'Cause that's. Sometimes it goes over if I'm pissed off and I'm ranting, but yeah, usually I'll fill a minute. And if the first 30 seconds are really good, it doesn't really matter what you say at the end because people are either not watching or they don't really care. Yeah.
I have to see, so one's quick. So do you ever film in TikTok app?
Every time.
Oh, so it's basically
Yeah.
like that.
I film natively in TikTok because their editing's really easy. Like you can just clip when you the pauses you can trim out really fast. It's good.
And have you tried not, and then you're like, oh, TikTok rewards you for.
I don't even if you said make a video without the TikTok editor, I'd be like, I don't know. Snapchat? I don't know. I don't know.
Also, do you do brand deals, and if so, how much do you charge and how much?
I've done a few one-offs for people, like $250 for a quick video because it takes me no time. But
How many hats
dude, yeah, it's funny. I've worn my hat in so many viral videos, and I've got decent sales, but not as many as you'd expect, honestly. But
He inspired me to make the agency at hats.
my hats have been on Barstool and Tom Segura and all this stuff, so it's pretty cool to see. Literally, my first video ever popped off, and I was it was like crack. I'm like, oh my god, I'm addicted. It was about how to land your dream job without LinkedIn or Indeed, and I was just talking about cold DMing, business owners and bosses, and that I woke up to 100. I went to bed with 100 views, and I woke up and refreshed it and said 110K, and that was crack in my veins. I was like, oh my god.
I'm telling you, it's a great feeling, to go viral.
Enjoy your first viral video.
Yeah. Well, cool. Again, Chris
Now I'm
is gonna be
whatever.
here all night. He drinks Corona or maybe vodka later. I don't know. But
Espresso martini, bro. Come on.
espresso martini. I need to put a caveat on the espresso martinis because last year there was 37 of them put on my tab. And so this year you cannot order espresso martinis on my tab, but you can walk 5 feet to the bar and order them on your tab. My tab has the beer, wine, premium liquor, but no espresso martinis. But I'll get you an espresso martini. So, well, can you get a big round of applause for Christian? I appreciate you coming out, man. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you, brother. All right. So, this is technically the last speaker. Do we have her slides up? And I want to give a really great introduction because, again, if you guys haven't got it by now, I've worked with Adley for a long time, and I've been very, Adley and her concepts on content have basically is one of the reasons why viral edits exist, and even why I go viral. And I've said it a couple times, multiple times on VIP Day. She changed my thought process on what really matters. And up until I was a cool TikToker, or I don't even know if I'm cool, but I identify as a TikToker. Nobody gave two shits about my videos. Like Icon was showing you, I made a lot of videos. I did have moderate success with teaching men's style and fashion on how to get laid. I think that was just basically because I was the only one ballsy enough to say, wear this, get laid. Which there's merit in that. You should do that. But when it came to TikTok, I was aggressively making videos that were about making videos. Niche-based content, because marketers told me that you need niche to make money. And like transparently, I had the idea of a TikTok agency based on the fact of I had a thought that maybe TikTok was gonna be popular. And I only had that thought because it already was kind of popular, but it was for the younger generation and everyone was dancing. But when it came to, 2020, the first time Trump was gonna ban TikTok, maybe that was Biden actually trying to ban it behind Trump's back. I don't know, political. But the first time TikTok was gonna be banned, I was speaking with a good friend of mine, Jason Capital. And at the time, there was only really 2 or 3 people that were blowing up on TikTok. One of which was Jason Capital. He already had like 1 million followers. Scott actually worked for him at that time. And he was like, dude, you're really good at vertical video. And I don't even know why I was any good at vertical video. It felt more natural to me. Like the thought of going like this to watch a fucking video feels weird to me. So, and Scott remembers because he was here, same with Wally, if Wally's in the room. Like, I have videos, and Luis is gonna make some clips of it, from like 12 years ago on a Jason Capital stage with like 800 people going, you guys think this is gonna be weird as fuck now, but you're not gonna go like this to watch a video. I predicted that shit. It's weird to go like that. But, in hindsight, when it came to vertical video, I even went as far as making my own 3D printed GoPro mounts to film vertically. I learned really quickly, because I thought I was gonna get rich by that. I spent like a couple $1,000s on 3D print molds, and I had somebody do it. It took a while because I would do in-camera transitions, so when I would flick the camera, the mount would break. Because apparently there's different strengths of plastic. So I also broke like 5 GoPros because I went like that and I shattered the GoPro on the ground. They're not as tough as they want you to believe. But I learned a lot in that process of like using vertical video, and that was through Instagram stories. And then when TikTok came along, Jason Capital kind of gave me a little nudge of confidence to be like, hey, I think you're onto something with the vertical video. And at the time, he had already had like 1 million followers. So that was one of those decisions where I'm like, well, he's really smart. I trust his opinion. He thinks I should go hard on this. And from a perspective of at the time, nobody was really educating on TikTok. It was dances, weird skits, and all these things. And I was like, okay, what are my assets? My assets are I own an expensive camera, and I can set up a set in my room, and I can make edited content for TikTok. And I started talking to the camera, and like I said, I put stringed like LED lights behind mine and Kristen's bed. I turned them on. I had a tripod like that. I only had a wide angle lens, so I had to sit kind of close to the camera, and I started teaching how to make videos. And that worked for a little while. Like I grew to, 30,000 followers on TikTok. And JC was like, dude, keep going. I think you're onto something. I think this is gonna work. And I was like, cool. So I needed that push. And at the time, everyone told me TikTok was stupid. And I was like, I feel like it might be onto something, but we'll see how this goes. So I committed to like 90 videos over 90 days. I like force constraints. I like to do that. And I also said, I'm also gonna try to find some people to do this for, to grow their TikToks, because I wanted to build an agency because I had been late to YouTube. I was late to Instagram because I was focused on YouTube through the men's style and fashion. And I was not late to what might or might not be TikTok. Turns out I was actually a year early, which actually worked out to my benefit. But there was a time there where I didn't make any money. It was really hard. But I still kept going because JC was like, I think you should go all in on this, and I think you have something. And I joined a lot of Facebook groups. And the first Facebook group I joined was TikTok Marketing Secrets, and that's actually where I met the Credit Brothers. They came from a Facebook group through a guy named Michael Sanchez. He owned the Facebook group. And I bought coaching calls from him, not because I needed coaching, but because he was charging $100 an hour. And this was over Skype. You guys remember Skype? Like, so I bought 3 Skype calls with Michael Sanchez. We're still friends to this day. He runs the software Talk Audit. I think Luis might have mentioned it. He's got like 5 other softwares. He's really smart with that. But through that group, and because I did 3 coaching calls with him, the last call of my 3, and I also bought 3 individual calls, because if you buy one $300 charge, nobody cares. But if you get 3 PayPal notifications back to back, that shit hits different. So I bought 3 individual calls, each for the accounts I was working at the time, which was my friend Chris Barnard. He had an account called Overtime Athletes. Elliot Hulse, who was a controversial YouTuber. Both those accounts I was trying to grow. They were almost at 100K each. And then I had Ryan Magin account. And that was the 3rd account I went on the call. Michael loved my videos. He's like, dude, I've been sharing some of your videos as to what I think the TikTok is going to become. And if people do not do this, they're going to be left behind. So right there I had rapport. We became friends, we exchanged phone numbers, and shortly after that call, Adley, at the time her name was Stump, she wasn't quite married to her husband Blake yet, it's Adley Kinsman now, made a post in his Facebook group looking for somebody to take my already proven viral videos to go viral on TikTok. We don't want to be left behind, we want to be early adopters, we don't have time to do it because we're so focused on going mega viral on Facebook. There was like 75 comments on that post of, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it. And then Michael, the guy that owns the group, with the check mark that said admin, goes, I only trust Ryan Magin. I didn't ask him to do that. It directly came from those $300 calls. And what I had already provenly done with my videos currently, which were all at that time based on making videos. So still not really going viral. I think at that point, I did have one viral video. It was because I was in Bora Bora. It's when I got engaged to Kristen. And I got like 10,000 followers of 18-year-old girls who love engagements in Bora Bora. But still, I went viral. I was like 2 million views on that. So, with that said, I started working with, I got on a call with Adley, and I was like, what the fuck do I charge for this? We negotiated, and Adley said yes for $750 a month. So, but that was, and again, I always like to add context. Nobody was paying for this shit back then. So she saw that as like, I'm making an investment here to see if this works out. I don't have the time to do it. I trust this guy. So I was like, fuck it, let's roll. And then I think we worked together for like 3 months, and her videos did instantly good. They were already proven to go viral. But we had one video specifically, it was her and her friend Taylor. They were in a Starbucks, and it was, well, I originally thought the video was real. Turns out it's all fake, and Melissa will talk about that. But she finds out her boyfriend's cheating on her, throws a coffee on him through the drive-thru window at Starbucks. I took that video, which already had at the time like 85 million views on Facebook, and I was like, this has to go viral on TikTok. I just have to get it down to, at the time, I think it was 30 seconds, because that was the limit on TikTok. Posted the first time, 50,000 views, 50,000 views. I kept getting 50,000, and I was pissed. So finally, I got, like the 9th or 10th time I re-edited the first 10 seconds of the video, it did 55 million views or 49 million views, something stupid. World Star Hip Hop picked it up. It went mega viral. It was on Daily Mail. And that was like still to date, my most viral video. But in that process, I'm sending Adley like little emails with like, here's your follower count, here's what we're doing, blah, blah, blah. And she sent me a text, she's like, hey, like, how are the views? And I was like, oh, you got like 180 million. I think that's good. She's like, awesome. I was like, yeah, you got like, you're gonna hit 1 million in like less than 4 months. And she's like, oh yeah, followers are just a byproduct of views. Send. She gave no fucks about followers. And that like stuck with me, and it has still to this day, which is, I mean, you guys have, like, I try not to attach myself to that metric because of that email. And then I started thinking about my own content, and I was like, she's getting more views than anything I've ever seen. She has more followers than most people that I know. I assume she's making a bunch of money. She's paying me, she's got a team, she's got a business. And then Luis was like, hey, I think Luis went into the teenage subreddit. I don't know if you guys have ever been in there. Ooh, the teenage generation these days has problems. All the comments, all of them were like, I can't stop jacking off, I'm lonely, I have no friends, I don't know what to do. So Luis was like, and I just so happened to be going to a conference to speak about men's style and fashion because my friend knew me and I wasn't really doing that anymore. He was just like, yo, can you just come talk? You're really good at it. And I was like, cool, can I just film it for my own content? And I literally asked the guys I made a few videos about how to make friends. Edited the video on the plane, posted it when I landed in Tampa. 5 days later, like, go out by yourself to make friends, sit by the bar by yourself, ask the bartender this, had about 5.5 million views. I also gained 60,000 followers. It was at that moment, because of what Adley said, it was like I got permission to make broad reach content. And that's all I've focused on ever since. And I say that because that has led me to doing multiple, projects and things with Adley, which led me to Melissa, who's the next speaker. And I wanted to add that context because what they do, and I even was blown away. I came back, I went to an event, I think it was like last month or 2 months ago, and I came back, I was like, Luis, you're not gonna believe how they zoom in when they're fucking filming. Like, it's incredible. I was still blown away. And then the amount of money that they make from these accounts. And Melissa is one of Adley's top coaches. There's like 4 of you that are incredible. And I want to give Melissa the credit she's due. But the main thing, this is Melissa. The main thing I want to state is that when I was marketing this event, she does not really, you have a personal Instagram, but she's a cheer captain or cheer coach. So I didn't want to blow up her Instagram with a bunch of people, so I kept her as a secret speaker. But how many views have you gotten not on your own account?
Over 2 billion views.
So I'm gonna leave it at that and let Melissa talk. So please listen to what she says. Like, she's incredible, and thank you so much for coming.
You're welcome. Thank you. I got set up to send you off stage because you're taking too long. Okay, I'll try to keep this quick. Thank you guys all for staying. I know this is a little bit later than everyone had originally anticipated. But what I have to share with you guys today is something I feel like is so unique and different, because we get up here and everyone's talking about building your personal brand, making sure you're posting that one piece of content every single day, yada, yada, yada. But my background was a little bit different because I was literally, I only got paid if my videos went viral, and I had gotten hired we'll get into that story, but I want to start by saying this. You don't know who I am, and that's kind of the point. I am not an influencer. I'm not famous. I don't have a big following, but yet I've helped create videos that have been seen over 2 billion times. 2 billion. And people always go, you're lying, you're lying. So I did this. So these are 3 videos on YouTube Shorts. This video is of a birthday party. It has over 209 million views. This is of a gender reveal. It has 126 million. And this is another gender reveal with 48 million. So between just these 3 videos, these 3 shorts, have almost 500 million views. This is not counting where they were posted on Facebook, on TikTok, on Instagram, on Snapchat, and we also have a deal with MSN where they distribute all of our content as well. So I promise you, I have the accolades to back it up. And no, these are all fake. I have never been pregnant, fun fact, but I have announced the sex of a baby. I can't even tell you how many times. I've also been fake proposed to. I can't even tell you how many times. So I love starting here because I show these clips and everyone always goes, well, Mel, I don't do this silly video thing. This will never work for my brand. I'm a lawyer, I'm a realtor. This is almost every time we have our coaching call, this is the first thing people say. And I go, okay, well, it does work because I want to show you a few people that it has worked on. So these are 3 people. This is Eric. He is a TikTok Shop affiliate. This is Bobby. He's an auto detailer. He owns an auto shop, car shop, mechanic, car stuff out in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. And this is Patrick, and he's a podcaster in the LGBTQ plus space based out of Nashville. And all of these, besides their men, have one thing in common, and that's me. I coach them, and I coach them to get viral views on their videos, and I don't even make them have fake pregnancy bellies to get the views. So these are just a few of their results. So this is Eric. He had already somewhat gone viral on his own, but he originally brought a video that he wanted to sell these protein brownies on TikTok Shop and make a lot of money. But as you know, if you're a TikTok Shop affiliate, the more views you get, the more sales you get. So he had one video that was kind of proven. It had 9,000 views. And he was like, you know, it's not bad. And I was like, no, it's not bad, but let's change 3 things in the opening because I have no idea what you're doing. I want you to lower your camera. I want you to do this. He did exactly what I said. He reposted it and got 7.8 million views. This is an auto detail car shop. They had 1,200 followers at the time when this was posted. This is a video of a sledgehammer going into this window, and what you can't see is this was actually a car window that had already had a crack in it, and I was like, well, you're gonna take it out anyways. Could you just smash it, and then you'll just have to do a little bit of extra vacuuming? And he was like, okay, 18 million views. And this is Patrick, and he's very professional. You know, he's a podcaster, he does a lot of red carpet events, so getting him to be a little silly or out of his comfort zone was a little bit of a challenge, but I love those people because once they see that it works, they'll just keep doing it over and over and over again, and he just hit his first million view video last week, so we're really excited about that. So I'm up here today to talk to you about you don't need a big brand, you don't need a huge following, you just need a formula that works. So, what's the secret formula? Well, I need to introduce you to someone that came up with this secret formula. You already know who it is because Ryan had already mentioned it. But before we do that, I need to tell you a little bit about me. Because I am just a girl from a small town in Illinois. There's only 800 people that live there. I graduated from a public high school. There was only 44 kids in my class. If you would have asked me when I was 18 if I would identify myself as a creative, I would have laughed. I couldn't even get an A in art class. I thought I was math, science, English, you know. I'm gonna sit at the front of the class, I'm gonna people please, I'm gonna be teacher's pet, I'm gonna get such good grades. You know, that was me. But I didn't wanna live in that tiny town for the rest of my life. I wanted to go travel, I wanted to see the world, I had really big dreams. Even as a little kid, I would always imagine being on stage or performing in some capacity. And one ticket that I had to get out was with my athletics. And I got pretty good. I was a gymnast and a power tumbler, but I had a coach tell me, you're too tall to ever be in the Olympics, so you should maybe look into cheerleading. And I was like, okay, so I did. And these are just a few of my rings. I've won 3 national titles in college. I was also selected to be on the US national team in 2014. I won a gold medal for our country. Thank you. Yeah, and now for the past 10 years, I've been coaching high school age kids, and I have 4 national titles as a coach now. And I just had a really cool full circle moment because now I'm also the United States national coach for junior age athletes in our country. So, why am I telling you all about this? Well, you know, it's a humble flex. But really, in order to get to this level and in order to be this good, you have to be coachable. You have to have a coach that's going to tell you, you have to do this, you have to do this, and then you have to be willing to set your ego aside, be critiqued, be judged, and implement all of those changes. So I'm telling you this because when I met this person, I was ready. I was ready to take fast action. I was ready to put my ego to the side. I was ready to do whatever she told me to do so that I could be successful. So we laugh and joke, and I met the most famous girl on the internet. That's what we secretly call her, and she hates it when we say that. And so if you're watching the live stream, Adley, I'm sorry. But I met Adley Kinsman. And like Ryan said, she's one of the most hardworking people. She's incredible. She is not afraid to do anything. Her brain is crazy, and keeping up with it is like, it's never a boring day at Viralish, ever. let me tell you. She makes us do some really weird things. 2 days ago, I was in the bathtub with both her and her husband, and they told me to do that. And I was like, okay. So I was in the bathtub. I was filming, holding a phone in one hand with a script, filming long form on my phone while Blake was filming short form. You know, really good, fun things. But I'm telling you this because she has built up an agency that gets 1 billion views every single month. Every single month. 1 billion views, which to most people is crazy to think about. So I was actually, when I met her, I was actually working for another startup, a social media startup in Nashville, and they wanted to expand a content creation team. This was back in 2021, and Adley was putting on her first ever live training event where she was gonna teach creators exactly how to do what she's doing because she needed more people making the same style of content to fulfill her pages. When I went to this training, let me tell you, she maneuvered me in every which way. I would be filming and she's like, you're doing that wrong, needs to be here. Stop moving your arms, it should only be in your legs. Why are you looking over there? No one cares about that. She was coaching nonstop, nonstop. But like I said, I love being coached. I love taking fast action. I love being able to adapt and make the changes and soak all of that knowledge in. Because as an athlete, we respect the coaches that are really good in their fields, right? Growing up, my power tumbling coach was ranked 3rd in the world for power tumbling. You know, so I really look up to people that have already done this accolade, and I'm like, I want to be like them. I'm going to go do it. She's getting all these views. I want to be like her. So I studied at that live training. I mimicked. I learned whenever she wasn't even working with me, I was watching what she was saying to the other people. I was standing behind, seeing what her eyes were seeing when she was filming. I was soaking it all in, and I'm so glad I did because I left that training, and my next video that I did after training with her got 100 million views. 100 million views on my first video after that live training event, which was insane. I would have thought 10,000 views was crazy. Remember, I'm from a town of 800 people. I never even thought I didn't even know 100 million people existed, let alone views that would see me, which is crazy. So I say all this because I'm proof that you don't need a big following. You just need a formula that works. Attention is everything. And we like to talk about this when we're coaching our clients. We're saying that it really is just an exchange of time and creative whenever a viewer is coming up on your video. So it's almost like bartering your entertainment for people's time. For example, I'm scrolling on the internet and I'm looking at a creator. I have about this much time. I want everyone to put your thumbs up. And I want you to pretend like you're tapping through Instagram stories. That's how fast a person has to decide if they want to stay on your video. Think about that. Okay, now put your thumbs back up. And now swipe up. Move your thumb down. That's how much time they have on your videos to make a decision if they're going to stay and watch your video. That amount of time. So me as a creator, I'm trying to buy 3 seconds of your time. I start with that, 3 seconds. If I can buy 3 seconds of your time, maybe I can convince you to stay for 2 more seconds. And then after those 2 seconds, I'll try to get 5 more out of you. And I'm fighting for your time. I'm trying to buy your time from you by being interesting and entertaining. So if you don't hook me, you don't get any of my time. I think I say this on every live coaching call that I ever do. You could have the best product. You could have the best service. You could have something so cool, and you're like, this is gonna change the world. Well, guess what? If you talk about it at the last 4 seconds of your video and your opening 3 was terrible, no one's ever gonna know how great you are. No one's ever gonna know that you have this great product, this great service, and that you can change the world. No one's gonna know because you started your video by going, wow, boring, I don't care. I just missed the greatest product. So, raise your hand if you have ever watched a video on the internet and go, man, I just wasted 3 minutes of my life. You're welcome. That was probably me. Someone earlier today was like, you look so familiar. And I'm like, you've definitely seen me in some capacity. It's probably not with my name attached to it, but when you have over 2 billion views, that happens all the time. They are like, I can't place you. How do I know you? I'm like, I don't want to tell you that you probably saw me with a fake pregnancy belly on, but we'll leave that for another time. So what we learned is that there is a big, big difference between what people say they want to watch versus what they actually pay attention to. So, for example, we would love to say that when we go home every night, we sit and we watch all these documentaries and we spend all this time getting smarter and smarter and smarter, right? We are just all prim and proper. We're just learning. We look at us go, no, we're watching trash TV, right? We're watching reality TV. We're watching things that are like we can just rot to. We're not getting smarter. And the funny part about this was that I learned that if my videos didn't hit over 1 million views, I didn't make money. I was paid on commission. So my videos had to get over 1 million views in order for me to make money. And when I was a viral director and I had to do this full time, I was responsible for making 50 videos a week. 50 videos, all of them had to be over 3 minutes long. I would make 10 a day. It was my job to organize the cast, come up with the concept, get all of the props, direct, tell everyone what they were going to do, and then say, quiet on set, action. And we would go. And then I would go, no, that's wrong, start over, you gotta do it like this. And I would do this every single day, 5 days a week, creating 50 videos a week. And of those, you are just hoping that one gets over 1 million views so that you can eat, you can make money, right? The more I did this, the higher that percentage got, because it was a skill that I learned how to do, and I could just do it over and over and over again, to the point where sometimes I wouldn't have anything prepared, sorry Adley, but I would just wing it, and I could figure out how to make a million views like that. So we came up with this formula, and I don't want to bore you with the whole thing, but we call it the billion view formula. And this formula has attracted a lot of big partners for us. And our partners, we definitely have traditional partners, but we also get sought out to make and create viral moments for brands. So you may have seen someone fall into a pool at a David's Bridals event. You may have seen a bachelorette trip in Nashville carrying a girl eating Cane's chicken across Broadway. None of that was real. Spoiler alert, but we staged that. We made it seem very real. And it was because of all of these skills and knowledge that all of these big brands kept coming up and saying, can you do this for us? We even have a partnership with First Form, and our requirements for them is we have to serve them 10 million views every month. We've never not hit that. Actually, we over-deliver. Many months we get like 50 or 60 million views, and they are happy. Happy, happy, happy. So, like I said, I don't want to bore you with the whole formula because we do have a course for that, but I want to give you a few tips. This is the first one. You have to aim to get 90% retention in your first 6 seconds. 90%. Some of you are going, oh my God. But remember, with that thumb activity that we did, you have that amount of time to make an impression on someone. You gotta hook them. We do this with the combo method. That's why that cheeseburger is on the screen. And so what is it? The combo method is taking 2 things that do not go together and we put them in the same frame. And what it does is to our inner psyche is going, those don't go together. Oh no, dangerous. I've never seen this. Don't do that. But we can't stop watching. The sledgehammer going into the side of a car, you're not supposed to do that. We all know. We were taught that as kids. You don't put hammer on window. We know that. But we did that to a car, and people start watching. What they don't know is at the end of the video, he's going to give a call to action about how he has this auto detail shop, and how that he can solve all their problems and he's not going to scam you like other shops. But instead of leading with that, he led with something interesting, something different, so that he could get 18 million views. And it works because it's just triggering us. It's triggering us with an emotion. A lot of people have been up here throughout the event saying, say something controversial, say something new and novel, say this. It works. A lot of people do this, and this is the beginning framework for this. Tip number 2. This is called the Missy Elliott method. You're going to design everything in reverse. So what we mean by that is you're not thinking about, okay, I am Bobby and I own this car dealership and I can't wait for you to see what I have to show you. No, that's boring. Put that in the end. That goes in the end. How can I get you to watch and be interested and be like, oh my God, that guy's kind of funny. He got me. I'll listen to that. He seems trustworthy. You're flipping everything and you're thinking about how you're going to engineer your comment section. Your comment section is where whenever they saw the sledgehammer go into the window, people started opening up their comments and going, can you believe this? This is crazy. This bad, don't do this. But by the time they get done with that comment, the video's still playing. And they then get to, owning a car is a nightmare. And no one knows how to take care of it. And when you do have a problem, it's so expensive and people scam you and blah, 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 blah. But we're designing out all of this in reverse so that we have you in the comments, but you're still watching our video, and then you get to see the happy payoff at the end as well. And then this is our third rule. The first 3 seconds has to create an itch that you are not going to scratch until the last 3 seconds. So what I mean by that is when we put that sledgehammer through the window, you are going, oh no, someone's in trouble. That is creating an itch. Now is the very next thing we say, just kidding, this car actually already has a broken window, everything's fine. No. You know what he did next? He took an ice pick at a Tesla windshield because that was another car that he had to fix the windshield on. Then he drilled a hole into a tire because it was already flat. He's doing all these things that are going, oh my God, this guy is crazy. Why would he do this? Well, he's doing it for this reason. And then he's not going to scratch this until the last second when he goes, I did all this. All of these cars needed these repairs anyways. I'm Bobby. I'm going to help you not get scammed by car dealers. And I'm going to take care of you. So this is a little bit of our funnel as far as a video is concerned. So we just talked a lot about hooks, but this is the suspense. The suspense is what's going to happen. Now there's a hole in a windshield. What is going to happen next? The payoff is the thing that happens at the very, very end. And now these fun things are how to make these better. So we call this raising the stakes. Raising the stakes is a way that you can make the suspense matter more. For example, that sledgehammer through the window is done in a parking lot, a public parking lot at Walmart. So it's even worse because you're doing this in public. This isn't just in someone's backyard. This is really naughty. You shouldn't be doing that. And then engagement tactics. I've had a whole video go viral. I was playing a game, a word association game, and I intentionally took out one earring. And I wore one earring the whole video. The video is right here on my face. They're putting up words of like, if I can name a president that starts with T. Well, obviously, like I can say Trump, but the whole time, the whole comment section is organized with, does she know she only has one earring in? Yes, I know. I did it on purpose. And you're doing exactly what I want, which is driving comments, driving engagement, which is making me get this video up to 1 million views so I can make money. All because I took an earring out. That's called an engagement tactic. And then for testing, we test all of our content. And back in the day, we had to pay thousands of dollars a month in order to do this. Right now, if you have trial reels, raise your hand if you have trial reels. You should be using it because it is free testing. And this has never, 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 never in the history of content creation been free. So if you have access to it, you should be using it. and posting as many different versions of hooks, of opening shots, of anything, as much as you can. Because then it's not even on your main page. It's on trial reels, and you can decide if you want to. We're doing all of our backlog content on Adley's Instagram right now, running it as trial reels. The same proven videos, they're not re-edited. There's one that's at 94 million. She's like, it's not really with my brand anymore, but it's driving followers to her account. She doesn't have to push it over to her main feed. It's just growing her account in the back end. Right? It's crazy. So, how can I start doing this? Well, you gotta be a little bit of a people pleaser. And if you're not a people pleaser, you should get some trauma, because it will help you. But when you're watching the content, and when I go film with clients, the first thing they say is, oh, my hair, oh, I have to be like this, oh, I have to do this. And I go, respectfully, you're thinking about you. The viewer does not care about you. Just like when I got on the stage and I said, you don't know who I am and that's the point. I'm making you care about me. I'm making what I have to say be important. But I'm not coming up here and saying, I make viral videos and this is my job. No one's listening if I do that. No one cares. So when you're filming your content, you have to be thinking about what the viewer is seeing. What angle is the viewer? They were just talking about the FaceTime strategy when you're selfie film. That is making the viewer feel like they are right there with you. There's strategy to that. What angle? Where is it? How are you moving the phone? Are you moving it with your arm? Because you shouldn't. You should be moving your legs and become your own gimbal when you're moving and filming. See the difference? I just made it smooth for the viewer. So when I'm filming a video, I am the eyes of the creator, or eyes of the viewer, and I'm advocating for the viewer the whole time. So when you watch our videos, whoever's filming will sometimes be saying these same things that you know a viewer is saying. So for that Starbucks video, the person that's filming, they're like, you're not gonna do that, you're not gonna do that. Because the viewer's like, don't throw that, no, you can't do that. They're narrating it and it's making the viewer feel connected to the person that's filming the video. And so many times when I go to clients, they are only thinking about what they look like, what they're saying, what's important to them. No one cares. They only care about what they perceive your video to be. Right? So I said, watch it like the viewer, not the creator. You have to remove your ego. And it's hard. It's really, 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 really hard. Because especially if you have a brand or a product or a service, you're going, but my brand, my product, my service, this is so great. Well, yeah, I'm sure it is, but we got to get people to care about it first. And they don't care about it yet because they don't know what it is. And you can't shove it in their face. They won't care. It's the reality. They just don't care. So when you're watching your videos, and before you post them, you should be thinking, would I watch this? If this was a competitor's video, would I be entertained? Would I give them my time? Would I be able to buy time from that creator? No, I'm scrolling. My thumbs are moving. It's going. And then they go, but Mel, how do I do this? How do I come up with ideas? Well, to that, I say you could book a one-on-one with me, and I'll give you some ideas. But for you, I would focus on your business, your product, your service, and I would zoom way out. And instead of talking about how great your product is and what it does, go to the pain points. Go to the pain points and relate to your viewer. Find a way to make them feel connected to you immediately. Who wants to, should we do one live? Yeah? Who's got a business, product, service, or brand that they want to promote? Let's talk about it. Founders, and what do you do with that? You got to dumb stuff down, because I should have said this too. Fifth graders need to be able to understand this. So dumb it down to me like I'm a fifth grader. What do you do? You make founders go famous on social media. Like who? Okay. And who is their target audience? Yeah. Like what kind of followers are you trying to get them? Are they trying to buy from them? Are they selling? Or is it just like a lifestyle? They're trying to land clients. Okay. So give me an example of one. Online coaches in what space? Okay. Okay. So what if we zoom out and we take that even further and we think about how I can relate to that as someone, I don't own a seven-figure agency, but I would love to aspire to think of that luxury lifestyle that comes with owning a seven-figure business, correct? So all of their talking points or all of their videos should be a little bit aspirational about talking about how to become this or how they're never going to do this, the flip side. So instead of talking about how great they are and what they do, you're speaking to the aspiration that he wants in order to become that. Or that person saying, you're never gonna be that. And so we're focusing on those talking points instead of the actual what you do. Does that make sense? So we're just zooming out. Anyone have another one? Golf carts. Golf carts. Well, that's fun. Okay. And so what are you selling golf carts? Yeah. Okay, and are you selling them to who? Are you dealing them to golf courses, or is it like for personal use for people to buy? Personal? Yeah. Oh, fun. Okay. So if I'm zooming out and I'm thinking even, I like to say like keeping your head above it. If I'm up here, why would I want a golf cart? That's not good enough for me. I think for me, I want to feel like a kid. Do you remember when before you could drive, you just wanted to be able to drive something and like maybe your parents let you drive a golf cart? There's like this kid freedom thing that comes with having a golf cart. And being able to have the wind in your hair and go and you can park wherever. It's a little less like rule-based than like driving a real car. I would lead with that and the aspiration of having that feeling and what that's gonna mean to you. So that's what I mean when we're talking about zoom out, think about that feeling, and then we're gonna talk to that and trigger that. Does that make sense? All right. I can go ahead and wrap things up. We do have a 7-day challenge. You're welcome to join. I host 2 weekly calls every week with my coworker, Kate. And what we do is this challenge, we found out that a lot of people buy courses and then they never actually take them or they never do anything. So we did a 7-day challenge where you literally will have to come up with the idea, script the idea, film the idea, edit the idea, and post the idea all within 1 week. And we have a day-by-day, step-by-step process with an end of week check-in call to make sure that you've actually done this. And then you can opt into our community as well. But what we do is we just take businesses will send their videos. We have Tom's over there. They'll send in videos, and then we will kindly say they're not good, and we'll coach them on how to be better. And so this is what I do day in and day out. And so this all started from me making these silly little videos, but somehow I am able to get these brands and businesses and people that have great products some views, which ultimately lead to followers and sales. So, anyone have any questions?
More like we were just doing the topic. So we coach physical therapists and rehab chiros to like not suck at their job.
Yeah, chiropractors specifically?
Well, rehab chiros, the ones that do exercise and operate more like physical therapists.
We have a guy in our community, his name's Dr. David, and what we've been getting him to do is how willing are you to stretch your imagination or your client's imagination? Because we have one, Dr. David, I made him start drawing on parts of his body. Because when you start going, this is your shoulder, and your shoulder should do this, I don't care, bye, I'm not listening. But if I see a doctor drawing on a girl in a sports bra on her and tracing her shoulder muscle, I'm going, why is that guy drawing on that girl? That's a little weird. And now while he's drawing, my eyes are watching the marker on her shoulder, and he's telling me this is what the muscle should look like. It should have this function. He can get all the knowledge and the education that he wants to get out, But the whole time, I'm mesmerized by thinking about this with a text on screen anchor that says, your shoulder is messed up, or your shoulder is busted. And now I'm going, does mine look like that? I'm like, where's the mirror? Now I just inserted myself in that video, and the doctor is telling me exactly what he wanted to do, which is tell me how to have good range of motion. But it's finding a way to implement a visual into your video so that I have that combo method effect with drawing on a shoulder. You should not do that. That's naughty. She's in a sports bra. Do you know that? I'm like thinking all of these things as a viewer. We like it when they think that those things because they're not instantly judging if you're good at your job or not. They're just thinking, oh my God, he's doing that. But now you've earned my time, you've earned my affection in a way, and then I'll listen to your call to action at the end.
So I do photography, like portrait photography. And
Yep.
I shoot people to make them look like they belong on the front of a magazine, basically. It's how I summarize it.
Love that.
So for me, I've always kind of struggled with content ideas, but I did think of like maybe going to like random people on the street, but I also see a lot of other people doing that too.
And for you, it's hard because I think this is no offense to anybody, but for you, you're probably thinking photography is the most important part. Photography is not the most important part of what you just said. What is the most important part? How they feel. How they feel when they look at themselves. But so many times, you want to go, my photography. No, we don't care about that. But if you come up and you start talking to me about the way that I feel, the way that I'm confident, the way you're changing people's lives, because that is, like, body image and self-image is a huge, huge topic. Lead with that. The photography is just a result of giving someone that feeling. See that? Yeah.
For me, I teach people helping make money online. Like, I teach them like how to do services for businesses.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my personal brand. How would you stretch out the goal?
Stretch it out, meaning make it longer? Or go up? Well, everyone wants to make money online. Raise your hand if you don't. Everyone wants to make money online, so we start there. And you start by the pain points of if you haven't been able to do this, or you've had to say no to this, the lack, the limited mindset. Talk to people and almost make them either, one, feel the same thing that I was just talking to him about, feel super aspirational, or that they're always going to live, they're always going to have a roommate. They're always going to have to live in a suburb. They're never going to be able to afford going XYZ. They're never going to be able to afford to buy a car in cash. Whatever those polarizing things are, I would lead with that. You're making them feel that feeling, and then through the video, you're changing it, and you're going, and I've been there, and you're not alone, but if I could just do this one thing, and it would be XYZ, this changed my life, and now I can afford to buy blah, blah, blah. Yep. Yep. So you can start with negative, and then you can, as the video's going, you can flip it and become the hero by the end, just like Bobby did with the car. He became the hero because now he's on the side of advocating for people to like their car dealer. They're not scared that they're going to get scammed. So you can start with something very polarizing, but then you're the narrator of that, and it's your story to tell. And so then you can pivot that and give them, but I'm going to help you, and this is how I'm going to do it, and it's because I'm really kind, and I'm the only one that sees you like this. Now I feel this connection to you. I'm like, he's the only one that's got my back. All these other people are scammy. He understood me. He spoke my language. I like him. Yeah.
You work with a quail egg farm. How would you approach?
A quail egg?
Yeah.
That's so fun. We have a beef farmer, too. We have a beef farmer, or actually she's a beef and dairy farmer. My dad's here, by the way, and he was an ag teacher growing up. We're from a tiny town in Illinois. So I love this because we just had, literally, I had a coaching call with her, and she was telling me about, she was talking about goat milk and this and this. I'm like, the general public doesn't even know that quails lay eggs. They don't know that. So dumb it down to something that's very, very interesting. And keep it very linear. So I don't know that many things about quails or their eggs, but you could say something along like, this bird laid 2 eggs at the same time. I don't know if that's true. I need more research. But you're finding the thing that would just be interesting about an animal doing something that they're not supposed to do. That's weird. Start with that, because you're just educating them on something really cool about a quail. I'm sure there's things. I'm not quail proficient, but we're talking about that. You're educating them and entertaining them, something I've never heard of. We talk about hook points all the time, and whenever you're starting your video, we have 10 of them. But the main important ones that I'm always coaching people on are controversial, which we've had a lot of those, and new and novel. So it's something I've never seen or heard of before. And the last one is sensory. If you can activate people's senses in your hook, the way they see something, the way they taste something, the way they smell something, there's something about that, because we're scrolling online, that it feels disconnected, but you just activated another sense in me. So I would start there, and then I would break it down into, are they willing to, and this is the other question too, are you willing to go viral and get views without a call to action in it? Because the video might just be this fun fact about quails. Yeah. Same with you. They don't know that there's a difference between beef and dairy cattle. Did you know that? A lot of people don't know. So talk about that. I don't know what any of that is. So teach me that, pick one thing and tell me all about it.
So we have about an hour and 15 minutes before they're going to kick me out of here. But do you want, if you're cool to keep answering questions, I really want you to pick our brain. If you're cool with that,
yeah.
Like, please go for like 15 more minutes. And
Sure.
then I'll come up and then,
Just come grab me.
she's a genius. Like, they're all geniuses without me. So
Thank you.
please scrap that.
Thank you.
I guess my question is, I'm all for like doing new and cool different things, but is there like a gauge you have for like, oh, that's corny or gimmicky versus like, that's authentic, and then this viral moment where like Raising Cane's goes viral, but no one caught on to do it? Like, how is it just testing, or is there an example?
Are you saying like, do brands care if it's fake? They care if they get views. They care if they get sales. I'm gonna be honest. And that, like all of these videos, it's the same way I did not care that I was being fake pregnant because I was making money. I didn't care. I didn't care if people told me I had a butter face. I don't care. I'm making money and you're commenting and you're helping me with my butter face. I don't care. Say it again. But to answer your question, I feel like it's just gauging each client, because the way that we would approach, let me think of a good example. Like we have a person in our community, and she's making Jesus dolls that are gonna mimic the elf on the shelf. So instead of the elf hiding the elf on the shelf, she's gonna hide Jesus every morning, and Jesus has a Bible passage, and there's 25 of them. The way we would approach things with her is gonna be very different than the way I'm telling Bobby to smash a window open. But there's still a lot of things that she can do. I think it's just like gauging that threshold, but I was having this conversation the other day of like, what's that line when I'm filming with clients? Sometimes I'll just go, give me 1 hour, do whatever I say for 1 hour. I'll edit the footage, I'll show it to you, and if you absolutely hate it, it never has to go anywhere. But typically what happens, they'll see it, they kind of like it, they post it, they get views, and they're like, I guess we should keep doing that because we just got a bunch more followers. So it's an act, yes.
Could you give me some examples of engagement tactics? You mentioned on viewing.
Yeah. Oh, how?
Great question.
We've hid tampons in freezers before. So we would be doing a cooking video, and you'd open the freezer to grab an ingredient, and there's just a box of tampons in there. And then the whole comment section is, girls, are we supposed to be putting our tampons in the freezer? And they're questioning about it. Adley has a video that's called Wine Pie. I think it might be pinned on her Instagram account. She did the whole video, it's a cooking video. Her zipper was undone the whole time. It was intentional. She did that on purpose. You can hide little things that aren't supposed to be in various places, and it's just subtle. I would keep it like somewhat believable. Like it's believable that an earring fell out. It's believable that she just forgot to zip her pants. It's believable that girls might keep tampons in the freezer. Like if you think about it, maybe that's a thing. I would keep it believable, but anything like that. Stain on the shirt's a great one. Great. Love. Yes. Do it.
Do you typically like just work with like direct to consumer brands? Do you ever do like business to business stuff?
We work with everyone. Yeah. We work with creators. We work with businesses that have a service that they're selling. We work with businesses that have products. We work with anything. I'm trying to think of an example of like, can you think of anyone in our community that's like that? The dental group. They own, they are an Australian-based dental company, and it's called 99 Dental, and it's a membership subscription to get $99. You just pay $99 a month and can get regular cleanings and like basic dental care. So we do that, but that was a conversation at our event because we had brought up some crazy videos and we were practicing scripting them out, and they were like, well, we can't approach it like that. We have a junk removal company, and they were talking about like how they could go smash stuff, or they could take the approach of a hoarder and the emotional side of that. And it's flipping. They could do either one. Both could go viral. And then, but the way that they're having that energy and smashing something is not going to work with the same way a dentist works, because people have this natural fear of going to the dentist. So if you scare them, it's not going to work. That would be the opposite of making them feel warm and welcome, and I need all of these things. We work with a lot of like real estate people, and two of my favorite, like, I know that you were asking about real estate. Was it you, or who was asking about real estate yesterday? Were you? They were asking about like the types of videos that go viral, and there's two people, and they're my favorite real estate creators. One of them goes and hides in houses. Have you seen this? So good, right? My other is the guy, and he goes in and he gives tours of homes, and he farts on counters. But guess what? You're getting a whole tour of the house, and you're waiting for what piece of furniture he's gonna fart on. It's hilarious. But guess what? He's doing something different. He's doing something interesting. And I know that he's a real estate person, and I didn't lose any respect for him. In fact, I think I want to buy a home from him, and I don't even live in the same area. Because he has a personality, and I trust him.
I just wanted to ask like about the reputation. Was it like?
Nope. He's got, and even better, now he's built up a whole personal brand. And now if he ever decides he doesn't want to do real estate, he has a whole other career path he could do.
Going back to like examples of content, I've got a business account that I've got a following on. I want to build a personal brand. What sort of videos would you use to leverage that account? The other one.
What is your business?
The business account, that's it. All the followers are basically chefs.
Okay. So chefs, what is your personal brand wanting to be?
Kind of figuring that out.
Okay. Anytime you could be talking about lifestyle, you could still incorporate like what is guy dinner? Girl dinner is a thing. What's guy dinner to chefs? And talk about that and think of like, men only need 3 things to make a meal. Start with that, and I'm going, oh, what is this? What's this new thing? You know, I'm listening to you. But that's something that you could build your personal brand with, but it's also entertaining to the people that are chefs, because even if they are on your business, they're going, you know better. We make better meals than 3 ingredient meals, you know? So it's just finding the way to like bridge the gap between the two. It is an art, though.
You work with a lot of different business owners.
Yeah.
How did you personally get good at making content for other people? Like you were saying with the quail eggs, like you're like, well, I haven't done my research. Like, how are you doing your research to know how the audience you want to target feels?
That's a great question. I'm a people pleaser. No, I'm just kidding. I have 18 Instagram accounts. 18. None of them have any followers. Each account is catered, the For You page, directly for a specific niche. So I have one that's specifically for real estate. I have one that's for photography back there, because I have a photography client. So it's all photography things and things that are entertaining. Then I have another one that is all like DIY stuff. Then I have one that's all cooking. But I make sure whenever I'm on that, I'm like working in that niche and understanding what is funny, what is relatable, and I'm saving the posts and thinking about how I could apply them. But you can literally start a new Instagram account for whatever your business or your niche is. It doesn't have to have any followers, it can be very private. You're gonna search hashtags that are common in your niche. You're gonna start engaging and saving on those videos that are already top performers. And then you're gonna study and you're gonna replicate the ones that are already proven to go viral. Yeah.
Did you ever have like a big box brand that said no to your ideas?
All the time.
All the time? What was your favorite?
Walmart.
Okay.
They were trying to, this is like right after COVID, they were pushing Charmin toilet paper. And we were like, we love toilets because that, we can go viral pretty easy. They had a lot of pushback on those different things. So it's not, we pitch all these concepts of what we can do for them, and then they're going, no, 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 no. And it just makes us spin and think about how can we do this in a family-friendly way? What other techniques do we know? Maybe we can make toilet paper into a game, which is what we did, But they didn't like anything on the toilet that we had pitched to them. So a lot of people, that happens all the time. But we'll go crazy because that's where our brains go because we got to do this for so long. So we're gonna think of the out-of-the-box thing, and then sometimes people have to reel us in. But we're like, but it wouldn't get as many views if you let us do this, but.
What do you think about stitching other people's content?
Are you trying to make money on your content?
Oh, no, not.
Okay. I think it can be powerful. We are in a lot of like licensing stuff with our content. We own 7,000 videos. So I always get really nervous telling other people to do that, only because then you don't fully own that piece of content. And someone can always like come back and claim blah, blah, blah. The rule of thumb is like you have to be able to change 80% of the video, which theoretically you are, but we just don't risk that with our style of content, just to make sure we own everything outright. It's like an asset to us, so we're really protective about that.
So you just said about research particularly have like 18 different profiles. So where are like you housing these profiles? It's like on Instagram it's like 10 if you're doing it. So how are you doing that?
Multiple phones. Yeah. Yep. But you could save the Instagram password somewhere on a notes app and just log in and out. It's annoying, but if you don't want to have multiple phones, you could do that. It's just not as convenient. Yeah?
Do you have any predictions for the future of social media virality?
I do. We saw some really, really cool things today, especially with AI content. And everyone's talking about, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? I do think the one thing that is never going to be able to be AI generated is feeling that full human emotion and the sentiment and the vulnerability. So a lot of people have been saying, this has been a commonality, is be vulnerable in your content, create connection. I really think there's power in that. And I think the people that know how to embrace that now are going to be winners whenever there's all of this AI generated content. Because it's going to be able to get close to how we feel and mimic our emotions, but it's never going to actually be able to replicate that. Have you talked to ChatGPT? It doesn't get it, You can try. Yeah. I think, yeah, they do. But I do think that is going to be our superpower. I do think they're good, and it's going to be hard, but I do think if you can put that emotion in it and create these moments. But we're working on some cool AI stuff with like regenerating some of our proven concepts of being able to like mimic these opening shots for different brands that are like proven. We already know they work. How can we put it into a client video? Any other questions?
I've got a question. What's your unpopular opinion about the future of content creation and branding?
I don't think, my unpopular opinion? Yeah, LinkedIn is my hot take. I think everyone should be doing LinkedIn if you're not doing that. I didn't talk about that at all today, but I do think you should be doing LinkedIn. If you're not, you should be. Hot take. I don't know that I particularly have one. However, I do believe that if you start, you should just be building up your own library of content and as many videos as you can and not be scared of posting it on certain platforms. I think you should, if you make a video and you spend enough time making a video, it should be going on every single piece of media form that you have. If you spend the time to make it on TikTok, you should be posting on Instagram, YouTube. You should be building a Snapchat spotlight. You should be posting it on Facebook, and you should see if there's any other distributors that will post your content, like WAP.
Y'all auto post or y'all natively posted all that?
Natively. Good question. It's a lot of fun. What was that? From the States. Yep. It's all done here. It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. We've tried the later.com, we've tried like all of these stuff, but every time we see a decrease and Adley pulls the plug, and it's like, it's just better to do it here in-house where we can manage it. That's a good question. I feel like I'm not necessarily an expert in that because I'm speaking specifically on copywriting on LinkedIn. But I don't want to give you an answer I don't fully know the answer to. That's a good question. I don't know. Sorry, guys, to let you down. Do we storyboard? All the time. I love storyboarding. That's my favorite part of content creation. Is someone comes up with a crazy idea and we go, can we do that? How do we do that? How do we fake that? Oh gosh, that's scary. Maybe that one has to be real. Do we do this in public? Are we gonna do it at the airport? Oh my God, that's scary, but let's do it.
So you do it for every video?
Every big video, yep. Mm-hmm. Like if we're replicating a video, like if we're doing a game, if we're doing a gender reveal, like one of my favorite gender reveals I ever did, and I know this is like, people are like, stop talking about gender reveals, but gender reveals are proven, it's a formula. There's a hook, right? You know that there's a baby coming. You know that the payoff is boy or girl. You don't know which one. And so in between that time, you can do whatever you want. So I was like, what if we do that thing that you did as kids where you draw with glue on paper and you pour glitter on it, but we don't know what the word says until you pull the paper off and the glitter falls. And we did it in a tic-tac-toe to really make you watch. So you had to watch it 9 times to figure out. And we organized which one was gonna go so it would almost hit a tic-tac-toe. And then we'd be like, well, what about this one? We tricked you. Yep. Elementary school projects are a great way to add visual stuff. I don't know if anyone's, if you are in like the mindset space of anything, Dr. Julie on Instagram does a really great job of demonstrating her concepts with a visual hook. So whether it's on a fish tank or she's drawing on her hand or pulling note cards, she does a great job of talking head but incorporating a visual aspect for us to follow along to. Am I over?
If you want to be.
Yeah,
I mean,
whatever.
we're good.
How awesome was Melissa? Yeah. Is your dad still here?
Yeah.
Where's your dad? Hi, Dad. Hi, Dad. Do you know what she does now? Her dad didn't know what she did.
He one time sent me a video and was like, look how stupid this is. And I go, Dad, that's one of ours. We're making money. Go like it.
Yeah, thank you so much. And
Thank you.
she's going to be here all night, hanging out. Again, ask your questions. I genuinely, like, herself, Adley, the whole Viralist team, like, I feel like I'm a part of them.
You are.
But they literally are the reason a lot of people are sitting in this room. Like, that mental mind shift, I can't speak for that enough, changed the life. So, and she's awesome, right? No Instagram, right? Like, I was like, how do I promote you? But thank you so much, Melissa.
Absolutely. And if you haven't decided to work with Ryan, you should. It's only $2,000. You get to be coached by him, learn from his mastermind. It's so smart. The way that he thinks of hooks, he thinks of them on the fly. The questions he asks, it's just like I feel inspired being next to him and learning from him. So you should take up this opportunity to be able to partner and work with him because he is so good at what he does. Adley does not trust many people, especially ones that we've tried a lot of things. He is someone that will consistently be working with over and over and over again, and their relationship has lasted for years. He's a good one. Get in his mastermind, spend the $2,000.
Thank you so much. All right, so it is 6 o'clock. So I'm gonna sit up here and do Q&A for an hour. The party is at 7. I don't know if you can go up there earlier. They're probably gonna yell at me if you do. They're probably setting up. But it's generally, the Birchwood is open to the public all night. So if you do not have a wristband, I can't pay for your drinks. So the wristband's on the table, so if you haven't gotten that yet, please get that. But if you want to, I'm gonna stand up here, I'm gonna do Q&A. I'm gonna hopefully convince you to buy my coaching program. Don't feel obligated, although you might. I know that I can help you. I know I can help you get millions of views, but I don't want to sit here and absolutely convince you. I despise that because if people don't just feel the need to want to work with me or my company or anything of that nature, it means I failed miserably on my social media. But either way, you can scan that QR code and join. We're doing a call on Tuesday from 12 to 1. We'll make sure we get everything sorted. It's probably going to be a little messy at first, full transparency, because I'm going to be redoing a lot of the stuff and I could finally call him out. Jake, I've been trying to call, you heard me say Jake's name a couple times. Jake, how many views have you gotten since you joined 6 months ago into what was formerly called the Viral Mastermind and now is called Attention University?
It was like 3 months ago, actually. And from my page alone, like 50 million.
50 million views. Have you also made more money?
On TikTok alone, I made the money.
Yeah, have you gotten clients?
Yeah, one of them was here.
So that's my final pitch for that. If you have questions about it, myself, Dre, Luis, Sav, or Kim, if you wanted Sav or Kim's brain, I'm sure hopefully you were impressed by them because I always am. The Thursday calls is going to be a lot of revisions and things of that nature, to a degree because a lot of people tend to send videos and we can't only get to so many in a 1-hour call. But I'm excited about letting them talk more because people want to know what I'm doing. I need more people in my circle so I can do more stuff too to grow my brand. Did you want to say one more thing, Jake?
My clients go viral too.
Yeah, Evan will be there tonight. He seems to only show up when there's alcohol. But
Real quick, I would just like to interject as well. Stepping away from the AI side, going back to my ML side for a second. I run some of the largest events that entrepreneurs that are marketers or major copywriters usually when they want to bring in someone for content creation, they want to do their event. And so in all of these events, the consistent through line is it's almost a running joke at this point. But every time they're like, oh yeah, we got a big content creator guy, and they're like, oh, I wonder who could be. And then this fucking guy shows up.
thank you, Icon. It's usually me or Adley that gets chosen to speak. I do have to give Adley some credit because I love Adley. But yes, when it comes to talking head, I'm the guy that continually shows up but gets NDA'd so we can't talk about it. So a lot of people that hire me have companies that do the same thing I do and they can't figure out why they don't work. But, well, anyways, so I can do any type of Q&A right now. And I would encourage you guys to go grab a drink from the bartender. She's awesome. She's been great all weekend. By all means, no judgment here. It's a judgment-free zone. Coronas, Christian's probably drank 4 of them by now. Vodka sugar-free Red Bulls. I made sure to have sugar-free Red Bulls. And then tonight, everything to a degree is taken care of, just not espresso martinis. Those are on your own fucking tab. But no shit, last year was like 37 of them. Like, I was like, who the fuck ordered 37 martinis? Frank. Of course Frank did. Frank's like, I bought the coaching. Buy me some martinis. He didn't know. Yeah, nobody knew. They saw one float around, and then that's what happened. But so I can do any number of a myriad of things up here, but I love Q&A, and I can bring other people up if you want me to grab the team or anybody. But how can I help? I want you to end this event on a high note. Like, if there's anything you have that you need to know that you're like, I'm not going to be able to do this if I don't answer this, here I am. Scott has his hand up first, and I'll go to you. I mean, I don't want to bash trends and trending audio because, I mean, it's more like I like topic-based trends. Like if you look at the hurricane, that was a trend. Although people could die, like that was a trend. So I hopped on that trend and I rode that wave. And I do think, similar to like what Christian talked about and the Yap content, the faster you can get things out that are relevant right fucking now, the more success you can have in the short term. Will they last long term? That's, it's more like when we decided to do the hurricane thing, and I say we because I consult, like I always had a call with Grant, who's here, Luis, like the whole team. I was like, how am I gonna do this? Like, we're gonna lose power, like it's gonna suck. Like, so I chose, but I knew it was gonna be trending. And I just decided, okay, let's do one video every hour on the hour. I would film it. It was 1 minute and 3 seconds, so I can get that creator fund money, similar to Christian. And I talked the video. I then uploaded the video to TikTok. I then sent that video from TikTok to Luis. Luis put it on all the other platforms because Luis's apartment had more reliable Wi-Fi. And I didn't know if my power was going to out because I was closer to where we were definitely going to flood. So, and we did that. We posted all of that. And then Grant was taking that footage, and I was also sending him footage, and he was posting on YouTube long form. So when I was filming with the phone and the camera, and yeah, trying to keep everyone engaged. But that was a trend. After 24 hours, the views just stopped. So from a perception of like trends, audios, hashtags, sounds, I don't dislike them. I just know that those aren't like a scalable thing that you can do for long periods of time. So when it comes to like client work and things of that nature, I'm like, do we want to base all of this around one trending audio? If you want to make a video with that, by all means do it. But that's where I would just throw it back on the client and be like, it's on you, it's your account, do what you want to do. But for what we do, it's like, what is sustainable? What can we, like, if you're going to send me 100 videos, but 8 of them are a trend and I don't get them out in time, because again, that's a conversation that, expectation with clients, like the higher priority videos, like if we're not on top of that, getting those out on a time level or time frame level, it's going to fail. We're going to look bad. I mean, we've had people post Christmas videos in July and I'm like, why? And that just happens. So that's why I tend to avoid that stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that's also like, even when you're shooting content, like, don't make sure what's behind you is not like, yeah, it's evergreen. Like, at least that's what I focus on. Like, we literally, I love Kristen and Chandler. We had our Christmas tree up for like 6 months. And I'm like, I can't film at the house. It's not Christmas no more. But that's my idea on trends and trends in audio. Like, I do think they're good if people hop on them when they're good, but that's a speed thing. And agencies specifically, it's very hard to optimize for that speed. So I avoid it altogether. So, yeah, man. Worst video I made and how much hate did I get for it? The shorts video is really coming up on actually, we can plug in my phone and read the hate comments if you want. Let's read that together. And then I'll plug this back. Well, but so just to be clear, like I live, and this is what I also preach to clients, like a no delete policy. Because I feel if I say something, if I said it, I stand by it. Not saying that can't be disastrous. Because sometimes you say shit that you don't mean, or like you get emotional. I've deleted 2 videos in my day. and both of them were related to the hurricane. The first time my house was fucked up. Mainly, I don't know why, but I filmed a bunch of videos. Me and Luis filmed them. My previous operator was there. We felt the need to film. And you could tell that I was visibly angry and distressed, per se. And then the editor did not do a good job. You know, she worked with me for a while. She didn't do a good job at encapsulating my point. So all the comments were basically, the idea of the video was, you know, when my house got destroyed, when you move all of your stuff out, you move it to the street and you take pictures of it for insurance, but it's all been flooded with fucking shit water. But people would come by and steal it, clean it off, and put it on Facebook Marketplace and sell it. So I watched people literally take my daughter's toys, like stuff that had like sentimental value that I was detached from because it was flooded. I knew I was getting new stuff. We were getting reimbursed, but I still watched people take it. And then I would see other people's stuff posted on Facebook Marketplace. And I knew that it was literally contaminated with shit water, because that's a thing. It's called class 3 water, what happens when you flood. So I made a video basically saying that these people are pieces of shit. Like, so if you, and the whole point of the video was if you are in an area that was recently affected by any type of disaster, and you see a lot of things pop up on Facebook Marketplace, here's why that's there and what's happening. And the video was not edited well. I had a, you know, but the video came out and it was doing really well, partially because everyone was calling me a pretentious piece of shit. But it wasn't that I didn't stand by that, but mentally, I was not in a great place. And every comment that came in, like, I couldn't handle it at that moment just based on the stress of life at that time. So I deleted it. And I've had a few videos go south. You know, it's just, most of the time I don't care. So that would probably be the worst one. I don't know that that was good for my brand either. You know, that it was a situation where I was filming to film. And, you know, my team was doing what they know to do, make the video get views. So it wasn't really at fault to them. But the editor didn't. The editor left out a very important piece of context from that video, and it fucked me. You know, they no longer work with me anymore. So, but that was the only time that I can say that that was my worst video. But it was more so because of how I was mentally at that time. You know, so I don't really want to say it was the video. It was me. I just could not handle the hate comments coming in, and it wasn't that the comments were unjust and valid. It was just where my headspace was. You know, so I didn't film it. I probably took 2 months off of filming after that. Like, and also there's been times that like Savannah has been like, you know, managing my content, and Luis too, to a degree, where she was like, I'm not gonna edit any of these. Like, you know, you seem stressed, you seem angry. The energy is off. And I respect her for telling me that, or any of them for telling me that, because, you know, their job is like, we gotta post videos for Ryan, videos gotta go out, and so that's the only, like, if you find yourself doing that, and I think some content creators do get that, like, you know, it's good to have a buffer, which is like a team maybe to be like, yo, I don't think this is gonna represent you well. And then I have a secondary video that specifically Kim and Savannah and some of the women that worked on my team told me it wasn't a good idea to post. I was breaking down the business of abortion. I still don't think it was a bad video from the concept at which I was operating from, but they said, like, they told me that I shouldn't post it, and then I kind of got triggered, and I said, well, who are you to tell me what I can and can't post? I posted it, and it was not received well, and I deleted it, and they were right. Like, so those are the only 2 videos I've ever deleted. So, but does that answer your question? Like, yeah, it happens, man. But, oh, I got all my time. But before I get to yours, I just want to show you guys, like, the comments on this video are, it's 1,364 comments. Oh, first ones agree. The irony is he makes about $30,000 a month. He works with Eddie Malouf. He's a smart guy. So all the positive ones are at the top, but then we go down a little bit. Hang on. It's like, you know, straightest thing ever, looking at dudes when there's women in bathing suits around. I'd be more worried about your bra size, bro. Wear what makes you feel good. Rolling six here. You need to rock some braces, homie. 50-year-old man talking about shopping at Abercrombie. My shorts will never be 5-inch. I'm 46, bro. Gay. Yawn. Forget the shorts. Get yourself some braces. Is this a conversation worth having? Them teeth should be more of a concern. Teeth emoji. I'm not taking fashion advice from a dude wearing those sunglasses. Imagine being 40 and concerned with fashion. This guy is giving the dad bod fashion advice. Wrong, bro. Men don't take fashion advice from this guy. Yet we never see his. He's checking out guys. Gay. I'm not taking the fashion advice from a guy that wears those sunglasses. Shut up. My butt cheeks hang out the back. Save the meat gazer. You talked about it but never showed your shorts. Orthodontist. This guy wants to see more than man leg. Real men don't give a fuck. Since you're throwing shade, how about some braces? What are some... I mean, it doesn't get any better. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I mean, the point of that video 100% was like, I knew this was gonna trigger, you know, and I also did make the decision, it's a higher risk move for me to go 0.5 and show my whole outfit based on the fact of like, how lean do I look? Somebody's gonna call me fat, because so it's like, I was like, ah, fuck it, I'm just gonna yap this one and call it a day. You know, but it was like, you're gay, your teeth, I mean, I've been getting the teeth comments for 12 years, because the second I started making fashion videos, they started attacking my bottom teeth. Turns out my parents couldn't afford braces, so like, and it got to the point, I didn't know I had, like, kind of what Aaron Marino talked about, I didn't know I had insecurities on my bottom teeth until I started making videos on the internet. And I'm like, oh yeah, they are kind of crooked. Nobody's ever told me that in real life though, just on the internet. And then now it's like, I've actually gone to, like, be fitted, look for Invisalign and like the whole process of like veneers, and they're like, your speech is going to be kind of jacked up for a little bit, and my living is made off making videos. So, but they do have pop-in veneers now, and I kind of want to make a video about, you know, the hate comments and then just popping in perfectly white teeth, be like, yeah, me with I'm just, but also it's like the argument for me there is like, if people are too perfect, what is that, like, do you trust them 100%? Like, I don't know, like, Kristen doesn't seem to mind, my kid doesn't care, most people in my normal life don't care. It's like the internet, and it's also like a relatable aspect of like, you know, most normal people have a flaw, what's your flaw, and like, but I just learned that like, I knew, that is why for the longest time I don't like that content, because I know what's coming. But it was like, listening to Christian, I was like, fuck it, let's roll. You know, so, yeah. I mean, I've just found that it's only to the level at which you can sustain. Because like, if you get told something enough, it beats you down. You know, like, so it's like, I don't want to partake in that type of behavior. Like, I can read the comments, it's like, oh, cool, like, whatever. But like, the second you start defending yourself, the internet goes, oh, he's affected by it, so it goes harder. And then it's like, okay, now I'm really fighting, you know? So it's, and then it's, either way I go, my teeth are still crooked, nothing's gonna change. Is it worth it? In my opinion, it's not. You know, it's just like, do I have to have thick skin to hold on? Yes. But, yeah, what's up, man? And then I'll get you. Yeah. Well, like the hooks are just, there's two ways to get hooks, right? You can tell them what to say, and then they say a hook, and then they film the video. What we found that seems to work better is say something, and then we'll add the hook. Because if you're looking for a, you know, and that's not always the case. Sometimes we're like, hey, here's the topic that we want to cover. Say, and I always say, like, you know, like an example of like 9-inch shorts. If you don't wear 9-inch shorts, you're 10 years behind in fashion. This is the concept of the video. Do you have an opinion on that? Or like, you know, and I wouldn't ask that if I didn't, I know you have an opinion on that to a degree. So I'm like, however that comes out for you. And then they might speak a perfect hook, you know, without any coaching whatsoever. And then towards the end of the video, like we'll do the same process, like, is that a good video? Is there enough context? Do we need more? And then at the end we're like, you know, on that, so this specific video, I sent Luis 3 different versions of that video. Like I spoke that video 3 times and I sent Luis all 3 and I was like, he'll figure out the best one. All 3 had a different hook, you know, and that was a case where I spoke the whole video, not just a hook. You know, more so I wanted to make his life easier. He was just gonna post that. And the only reason I had him post that was because I had been drinking heavily. And I was like, I don't know if I could functionally post right now. Yeah, you find that like, some clients are better at naturally telling stories. And also too, you know, telling the hooks aside, like if you didn't have that capacity, I'm also listening for a story. Like if Adley starts talking, there should be multiple points in a story that mentally I can go, that's a hook, that's a hook. You know, and if I don't feel that at all, that's the only time I would come in and say, hey, we need a good hook for this video. You know, can you say, like, how much do you hate 5-inch or 9-inch shorts? And then they'll say something, and then I'll look at Kim or Luis and be like, do you think they should improve on that? And it's kind of like a banter back and forth. We get 2 to 3 to 4 hooks, and then that's really it. But what we're really looking for is those internal hooks, similar to like that Adley video that I broke down. I want that because it's always natural. And it's like you want to come in at a controversial point of a story. I'll get you 1 second. Yeah. Yeah. I would say if we're optimizing, like, we're optimizing for the fact that they're probably going to say something good enough, and we only add in the external hooks if we feel like there was not a good one. And reason being that is I just feel like the blatant, like, listicle style hooks have gotten a lot less effective based on the amount of content being posted on the internet. You know, so now we're looking for the more natural stuff. But that's not to say if I'm like, okay, that was a good story. You know, like an example is the client we were with like 2 weeks ago, Stacy Tuchel. She shared a story about her husband's in the SWAT and that his partner got, you know, shot and her experiences. And it was a very emotional story for her. It didn't really have a defined entry point. And myself and Kim were like, we need a hook for this. But I also gave her the context of like, I don't want you to say that like, here's what it's like to find out my husband got shot in the chest. It was more so like, can you come in a story type of format? Like, so I got a call that my husband partner got shot and he's a member of the SWAT team. Here's what happened. And then it would go into the story. Or like however that comes out for them. And then we just kind of, and again, we're guessing. Was that good enough? Like, you know, did it seem natural? So it, you know, when it comes to like the yaps though, like when I'm doing that, like I'm thinking, okay, the amount of people wearing 9-inch shorts is fucking absurd. If you're wearing 9-inch shorts and you are a man in 2025, I am going for the throat, you know, and that's the point, you know, so it's like we kind of read those situations, you know, individually. But even still, if like I just took out my phone and I had a conversation about 5-inch shorts, I would then decide, do I need to make a hook for this? Yes or no, later, you know. I think it's easier to go back later and add the hooks because you don't kill the flow of the conversation. Because you'll also find that you'll be like, here's your topic, here's your 3 hooks. And then it feels so forced and unnatural that the video won't perform because just because you have a good hook is great. but they can swipe just as easily at 3 seconds as they could at 1 second. So it still matters what's happening after that. So I mean, that's, kind of my process around that. Yeah. I'm gonna grab her because she had her hand up by there. Do hashtags not matter? Captions. I don't want to say they don't matter. It's kind of a nuanced thing. But when you post a lot of videos, there's variables that I account for. So, like, I have 4 posters that are paid between $1,500 and $2,000 a month. They post for 6 accounts. For them, this is a part-time job. So when that happens, I don't want to expect them to be a marketing genius, a good caption writer, a copywriter. I want to give them whatever tools they need to succeed, because at the end of the day, I consider posting my pizza getting delivered. You don't want your pizza delivered cold. You don't want it delivered late. You don't want it too hot. You just want it to get to the right house, So like, that's my mindset on posting, and I'll say some of my posters are better at writing captions than others, but when we do the process, the file name, if it's hard to write a caption, it means that there's no defined hook and the video is too confusing. So if you go all the way back to the video's about to be posted to when it's being filmed, if it's not easy to write a caption, then I failed. So, and then on that aspect, it should be very simple to know what to write. Like, should guys wear 5-inch or 9-inch shorts? ? Yeah, but there are indicators of like where it's a video that's very opinionated. You could just as easily go, what do you think, ... I kind of want the caption to, because if you're scrolling and you're watching a video, it's like you're listening audio, you're reading on the subcaps, and visually you're looking at what's happening. So there's 3 things going on. If at any point you like look away and you look down, what does the caption say? Does the caption force you to look back up? If the answer is no, maybe we should write a better caption. So that's kind of the thought process there. Like, I know a trend is obviously to do like a 5-second reel, write something there, write more in the caption. I think in that instance, it's effective. But for what we do and what we're always optimizing for, it's like the video should be all you need. Like, if I have to put more context in the caption, the video is too confusing and it wasn't explained well. So we already know it's gonna do poorly. The caption's probably not gonna help. So that's kind of that's not saying that it won't make it better, but also from a scalability, like we post, I was trying to add it up. For sake of this combo, my company edits 40 videos a day. Let's say we have, and that's 2 videos per client for every client. So we have 20 clients on average, 2 videos per client. So we're posting 40 times a day across 4 platforms. Suze is running around. Suzanne is Savannah's fiance. She's one of my posters. She's awesome. I don't want to make her responsible for writing 40 captions. Suze has another job. She's a server. Like, she does it part-time. Like, I don't want to give her that, pressure per se, but also I shouldn't have to. Because if I were to like optimize for that, I would have to hire a copywriter, and it would slow the process down drastically to where I can't get 2 videos a day posted, and I'd rather 2 videos get posted versus 1 really amazing caption. So that's kind of was that helpful? Yeah, I mean, we've never posted a video with more than like a 2-line caption in 5 years. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure that's exciting for everybody. I hope it was good. Thanks, Katie. But yes, it's just like thumbnails. It's a variable, and if I were to weigh, the effectiveness of it, it's not enough to warrant hiring another person to focus on it. Like, in my mind, I'd rather just hire somebody to go back to all the high-performing videos and then post them on everybody's trial reels. That would be more of a benefit for them or me as a company to get better results than write better captions. So, well, technically, I have Suzanne, Angie, Trang, and then Dre still posts for a lot of the clients. We've tried a lot of things with posters. We found that it takes 4 to do it good on average. You have a Monday to Thursday evening, Monday to Thursday afternoon, and then 2 posters on the weekends, and we hire 4 different people for that. I've tried to hire 1 person at a high salary to post 7 days a week. Posting is one of those positions that like I can't pay a whole lot for, but is a very high trust position. Like I have to trust you because an off the wall example is, what if somebody gets drunk at my party tonight, my poster on the company card, and they go into the bathroom and they take a dick pic and they post it on one of my clients' accounts. What do you think is gonna happen to me? I have irrational fears about that. So, the posting, like, again, like, it costs me $5 every time somebody hits post on one of my videos. So most of the posters manage 6 clients, and
Empty?
Test. Whoop, whoop. If she, and I found that women are way better posters than men because they don't make grammar mistakes, attention to detail. If you notice, I mean, I didn't set this out, but there's a lot of women that work for my company. That's not because I, believe in, like giving women a huge opportunity, which although I think people should, but that's just, I found women to be better at a lot of things. There's 14 that are American-based, and then however many VAs Dre's working with, which can vary from 5 to 10 at any given time, so it's anywhere from 20 to 25 at any given time. My technical payroll monthly is anywhere between $65,000 and $75,000 a month, which is absurd and hard to comprehend. Yeah. Posters make usually $1,500 a month. Yeah, I mean, I look at posting as an incredible opportunity, like a side job for many people. That's why I try to make it very streamlined and I don't want to say brainless, but I want them to be able to do it very easily so I can pay them and they're happy. I have a poster. She's actually one of Kristen's best friends. Her name is Trang. She's a military mom. It's hard for her to get a job because they move around a lot. So, I mean, and I also I have special projects that hey, so-and-so wants 50 videos posted on their trial reels. Can I pay you $500 and go do that? So she makes like $2,500 a month, sometimes $3K. She's like a hyperachiever. Like, she's very diligent. And I found that military moms are very diligent. And she has friends, they're all military moms, so I'm hiring them as posters. So, but I've tried a lot of different scenarios. Like, I was paying a girl $5,000 a month, and in the contract it was like, you work 7 days a week. You signed up for this, and she quit after about a month and a half. Like, she lost her mind. Like, it was the 7-day a week. I've tried like a week poster, weekend poster, like it stacks up. Like it's 5 minutes per platform. 6 clients, so 6 times 2 is 12, so 24 posts a day at 5 minutes average per post. But it's monotonous. Like, it really is. It's one of those jobs, I'm like, I've gotten to be a lot more respectful of the posting process. Because we have a 2.5-page SOP for Modern Wisdom and posting for Modern Wisdom's account. Every platform is different how he wants his caption structured. Well, no, because if it's from a podcast, he wants the exact podcast episode it came from. So there's like, it's not hashtags or anything like they're writing, but it's like research based. It's like this clip, they have to tag the person, they have to collab, they have to write the right title box, they have to do this. It is literally, so for every client, 4 platforms, it's 20 minutes per client, 6 clients a day, 6 times 2. And it's twice a day. So your morning is, you do, let's say it takes you 2 hours in the morning, it takes you 2 hours at night. We give windows for posting, usually between like 9 a.m. and noon, and then like 7 p.m. and 10 p.m. And I tell them, yeah, but there's not a single client that gives 2 fucks what it costs me to post a video. They're like, yeah, you're posting. Yeah, well, it's expensive too, $1,500 a month just to post some videos. Yeah, like I have to factor that in. It's that's a challenging position. Automations would make that amazing, but they kill the views. So, yes, sir. Yes. Yeah. No. I mean, so, like, the poster may go into YouTube, because it also depends on how many videos are ready to go for the clients. We try to not operate on a day-to-day basis, which means, like, if 2 videos need to get posted for Ryan Magin, there should be, like, ideally 7 videos in the ready-to-post folder that we can pull from to post for Ryan Magin. That's not always the case. Some days it's videos are being submitted by 5, we still have to post 2 videos that day because it's same day. And that could come from any number of scenarios, as in like we ran out of footage, maybe the timestamper is backed up, like, the production is going slow. It's in those instances it gets a little challenging, to do that. But it's also we try to be prepared to where, YouTube lets you kind of schedule and then they come out. So like, I know like Suze will schedule all the YouTube videos for the day. And then if you use Facebook Business Manager to schedule, you can't do the collab feature. So we can't use that because a lot of the videos are a collab format because they're podcasts. And then TikTok doesn't really allow you to do anything. So really it's like a manual post. You can post to Instagram and it gets posted to Facebook with the collab and everything all intact. But if you post from Facebook to Instagram, you can't collab and do all the shit. So we've just found it has to go Instagram first, auto post to Facebook, copy paste, TikTok, YouTube they can go in at their random. I don't put a time limit on it. Like, if you want to schedule all your day's videos on YouTube, they're always the same video though. If YouTube posts at 7 a.m. and Instagram goes at 9, nobody gives 2 shits. It's just that 2 videos are getting posted. Yeah. So with pin posts, it's like a little tricky. We used to do the most viral because we feel like that had the best social proof. But in my case, like I pinned the Jordan Peterson video because it draws the most followers. So if you have 2 to 3 pin posts. I would say one should be a video that drives followers statistically based on the analytics. I think one should be a day in the life oriented type of video that showcases what you do and who you are as a person. And then like the last one could just be a personality based video, like a strong opinion or something that like will either repel or turn away somebody who may or may not buy something from you in the future. But the two that are important is like, does this video represent me as a person? Like if you go to my pinned reels, it's a day in the life of me and Brandon Carter, like which represents what I do as a company and a business. It's also pretty status driven, like, and it drove significantly higher followers than all the rest. And then I have the Jordan Peterson video, which drove significant amount of followers on my account and still does to this day. Those are the only two that I have pinned, I believe, right now. If you're gonna do a my story, I think a day in the life type of thing would be better just because it's more natural. It's not you could do a my story, but how long ago was that filmed? Is your story the same? Like a day in the life, like I try to do evergreen day in the lives that are like, oh, it's hard to tell if this was last week or if this was 7 months ago. You know, and when I'm filming a vlog, that's what I'm kind of thinking about. No, we had a client, Natalia, like she was she had like a posting scheduler and a Filipino VA posting and her views were shit. The second we started manually posting, her views went up. And she had employed him for like 7 months. She couldn't figure out why her views sucked. I mean, I've seen that many times. Like, it comes down to the geo-targeting. Like, if it's a different country, the algorithm doesn't know what to do. Even if it's a VPN, now it's even more confused. You just get 200 views. Yeah. Yeah. I think right now TikTok's the hardest. And I do think TikTok's always been the hardest. Because it's like Instagram, because I just believe Instagram gives you a boost, like based on your account size. Like if you're at 0 all across the board, they're all hard. In my case, I have 130,000 followers. If I post something to Instagram, I'm gonna get a few thousand views without trying. And that's like, we call it the floor. Like what's the floor of your account? Like if you look at the video that I did about Aaron Marino for this event, it got 50K. That's not a 50K video. That's a direct sales pitch to come to my event. Like, it got 50K because if you look at Aaron Marino's account, basically every video he posts gets a minimum of 50K. Like, so it's like you look at the accounts, there's like a floor. It's like, and Aaron has 2.3 million followers, so 50K is pretty low for 2 million followers. But that video wasn't supposed to get a lot of views. I'm directly selling to somebody, you know, to come to a live event, which how many people, I mean, travel and do shit, you know, so it's like, but with TikTok and even now trial reels and YouTube shorts, it's like you post it and they just send it to random people. And those random people either like it or don't like it. And that determines the fate of that video, whether or not it goes viral or it doesn't. Thanks, babe. You look very pretty, babe. But yes, like, I think TikTok is the truest form of, like, I don't want to say character, of like the character of a video per se. Like, if a video goes viral, I still stand by it. If a video goes viral on TikTok, it will go viral everywhere else. And my 9-inch shorts yap is a perfect example of that. 500,000 on TikTok, 500,000 on Instagram. Like, I don't know what's doing on YouTube because YouTube's my weak platform, so I try not to get obsessed with it. And I mean, that's another thing too. You'll always have a weak platform. Like, you can't do them all. Like, you can post on them all, but you can't win on all of them at the same time. You know, I just like Instagram right now, because, yeah, man. Oh, Fitzy, did you yell at me? Oh, Grant yelled at me. I can't hear you. Huh? Okay, is it time? Okay. Well, I want to make sure I get through everybody's right. Oh, like collab away, bro. I mean, I don't think tags are useful, but if you can collab with multiple people, absolutely. That's the fastest way to grow, bro. Like, you get on somebody else's page, you're gonna grow. I mean, I don't know if there's like a number. Like, if you collab with like 7 different people, like, is it I mean, the most I've ever collabed with, I think, is 2 people. You know, and I did see a view increase based on that because you get views from their account, views from your account, across the board. Like, yeah, I don't think tagging, I don't know that it does a whole lot. Yeah, it just says like, hey, you posted a video with Ryan, and I might see it. You know, the collabing though, it sends a request, and I have to confirm or deny that said collab. You know, I prefer collabing over, like, I could care less if somebody tags me, send the collab, and if I like the video, I accept the video. You know, but that's like, that, if you're smaller than the person you're collabing with, there isn't a lot of benefit for the bigger person to accept the collab. Like, so, you know, I've said it a couple times this weekend. If the video is good and it's getting views and it got views before I accepted the collab, somebody like me, I'm gonna accept the collab because, oh, this is obviously a good video, it's getting views. You know, if I send a collab with Grant Cardone, you know, I gotta come correct. You know, like, it's gotta be something that he's cool with collabing with, or, you know, because he opens me up now to 2 million followers, or 5, you know, whatever the follower count is. And it's a risk on him to accept that collab. It is no risk to you to send that collab. I don't think people respect that enough. You know, it's like, because if you have like hundreds of thousands of followers, and then you have 1,000, I'm gonna base it on the video, but I also know the second I accept that collab, my 100,000 people have the opportunity to see your video, and if it's a good video, a large percentage of them are going to see that, and then they're gonna follow you. Because, I mean, a perfect example of that is Brian Galke, the face reader. He's here. We did like 5 videos together, and he gained 25,000 followers. He got fired from his job. He's had a speaking career ever since, based on a collab with me. You know, like, if I collab with, like, you know, somebody like a Jason Wojo, who's a friend of mine, I open myself up to the scrutiny of Jason Wojo as well. I think he's a good business guy. I'm friends with him. I don't agree with everything he does. But I accepted that collab. Now we're homies. You know, like, you know, I'm blocked by Baller Busters because I've collabed with Chris Crone and Grant Cardone. I don't think I'm that bad. You know, but like that, it's an association thing too. It's, you know, it's hugely powerful, but also it can be misused, in my opinion. Yeah, man, I gotta be there. So he asked how much I think about human psychology. All the time. Everything we do is based on psychology. There's zero. That's why people are failing. Like, content is psychology. It's all marketing. It's all sales. It's all marketing. It's all perception. It's all framing. Like, I've read some dark books on psychology. Which one's the darkest? I've read this Satanic Bible because there's one chapter in it that talks about building a cult. I can't confirm nor deny this is a good book, and I know I'm live right now. I bought it because I was recommended to read the chapter about building a cult. Arguably, that's one of the best books on psychology about building a cult. And also, Sun Tzu, The Art of War, Robert Greene, Mastery, Robert Greene, Art of Seduction, 48 Laws of Power, 50th Law. All of Robert Greene's shit is fucking dark, in my opinion, dark and effective. Robert Cialdini's influence. A lot of what I do is based on Cialdini's influence, specifically reciprocity. Hell, this whole event is based off reciprocity. Like, pay what you can, me sharing all the price points. It is a lot of, I do heavily look at psychology and how it plays to selling. Like, the success or failure of my coaching program, if it doesn't do as well as I hoped, I will reevaluate how I framed my entire marketing campaign to get to this point, because I generally I feel like if you have to hard sell yourself, you have failed. Like, you should already know that you want to work with me. In this case, using myself as an example, you should know that you want to pay me money. I should not have to forcefully extract it from you. If that happened, I had something that went wrong in whether it be on my social media or my marketing process leading up to this decision being made. And I do study that heavily. I was upset this morning at the response of yesterday, and that's being transparent. So when I talked this morning, I think I did a better job at pitching my coaching program. And I also, this is reciprocity right now. I believe in transparency. Like, this is what I look at when I leave here and we have a meeting on Monday, myself, Katie, and the team. It will be about what went wrong, what went right. I'm going to celebrate what went right, because I'm very happy with the event, but I also know everything that went wrong that's pissing me off internally. And I'm going to that'll be in the vlog, so that when I go to sell this next year, it's all out there. And that is psychology. I just believe, the term framing has gotten a lot more important to me. It's how does somebody view me before I walk into a conversation? Because if I have to sell myself, I've lost. When Jordan Peterson recommends me to somebody, I can't fail. If I get in a conversation where I have to sell myself, I've lost. And I tell Grant that all the time. And so we are going to venture up to the rooftop. If you have not grabbed a wristband, grab a wristband. The buckets are out. There's lots of free alcohol. Have fun. Justin and Angie are here. And this concludes the Attention Summit. And thank you so much to the live stream. There's a 2-day live stream, 24 hours of content live. It costs a lot of money to do it. I hope you enjoyed it. Donate if you want. Thank you.
Ryan, do you plan to do it for the next Attention Summit for 3 days? Still?